It's game day, and this is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. 3, 2, 1. On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscage.com, and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
You heard the big voice guy. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube as well. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for Legends Night at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, the Riders looking to punch that ticket to the playoffs with a win over Montreal tonight. And Montreal, a team that's coming into the Queen City, having lost their last 5 games and hungry for a win. Now, Party in the Park has been canceled. We should mention that due to the rain that is coming down out there right now. Ponchos aplenty inside the stadium tonight. However, fans can still join in on the early fun. You can join us here in the Sports Cage Lounge. Poster making, $5 beers, all right here in the Sports Cage Lounge. I'm alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Now, Justin, I want to know what you're watching for tonight.
I'm excited to talk to the legends.
We
got one sitting right beside us who was part of the committee to vote these guys in.
We got cheers already.
And apparently, my man was busting it up on the dinner tour this week. How was that for you?
Oh, it was a good time. You know what I mean? The Plaza of Honor is always a great show, right? And had a little guest host, you know, and well, Dave was the host, and then they had
Dave
Kate,
Thomas.
Yeah. And then Kate Burness came in as the guest host, surprised everybody. So that was fun. And she actually interviewed myself, Scott Schultz, and Chris Getzlaff. And, yeah, everybody had a good time. Good meal. And, yeah, there was some riders there, you know. The top players on the team came and hung out. Joe and Joe did a little auctioning. It was a party.
How would you rate his auction skills?
He actually did pretty good. When he stumbled, he'd just say, "Show me the money." But he did a good job, man. I think he'd have a future in it. It was a good job.
Man, a true auctioneer right there.
Yeah.
He's got a career after football, let me tell you. Wes, you have seen so many of these games, especially when it is Legends Night. There might be a little added pressure having all of these legends in the stands. How do you go into that with the player mentality, especially knowing that a lot of people are talking about this as a potential trap game? I know they don't like that term, and I mean, obviously you're heading into a bye week as well.
Yeah, I mean, under the circumstances with the record that the team has and the fact that Montreal's struggling a little bit, obviously there's kind of the recipe for a trap game. But I think when you have the legends in town, there is a little bit more of an air, you know what I mean, a specialness in the air. And, you know, usually a lot of the guys get a chance to talk to some of those legends, get a little inspired. So I think a lot of times it's just a bonus to have those legends in the stand, a few more, you know what I mean, of the guys from the past that have helped build what is going on now with the tradition and everything. I know I helped build this stadium. Didn't get to play in it, but I helped. You know, we did some good winning when I was there. So, you know, to get to chop it up with those guys, it can't do anything but motivate you as a player. So I think the guys just get excited about that and just want to show up for the legends as well as the fans and themselves as well.
I love that. Let's get right into it, boys. This is what's trending. It's brought to you by Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, proudly serving Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, truly local.
One of the current players that chopped it up with one of those legends was Trevor Harris with Wes Cates. We hear from Harris in terms of how he approaches this game and the history of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Because they've laid the foundation for us. You know, legends like Getty and Wes Cates last night that I got the opportunity to chat with. Those guys they were the legends beforehand. They've laid down the foundation for us to be here. The stadium's probably not here with, you know, the likes of, you know, the J.O. and Chris Best and, you know, Dan Clark and, you know, Getty and Wes and all the people that have done these things. And so for us to not pay our respects and show them love would be, I think it'd be disrespectful. And so the fact that we get to be here and be in the position that we're in, they're still a part of us as well. I believe that, you know, once a rider, always a rider, and you know, see a lot of people stay here. And so one of those things that, you know, just thankful for those guys and just want to make sure that they're proud of what they get to see on the field.
Trevor Harris actually sought you out. Wes, what was that conversation like?
To me and just said, you know, he respected what I had done in my career and wanted to show me some love. And I told him, hey, I like what I see from you. You've been dicing them up, and I like the resilience, you know, battling back from injury when some thought he might not be coming back, right? And then he's out here basically putting up numbers to show he's the cream of the crop, but best on the field. So I just wanted to show him that love back, and we had a little quick conversation. But it was cool for him to seek me out, walk up to me and say something. So that was pretty cool. From what he said, you'd almost think we prepared together about this little interview. He was right.
That's the magic of the show, and our producer, Dave Roberts, my man. Trevor Harris paid his respects to Wes Cates, and last night the Hamilton Tiger Cats, along with many around the Canadian Football League, paid their respects to Hamilton Tiger Cats general manager Ted Goveia, who passed away early Friday morning after a battle with cancer. We asked head coach Corey Mace if he had any relationship with Goveia during his long-tenured CFL career.
Just love to his family and everybody he's affected, man. I never had the opportunity to work with Teddy, but developed a relationship with them over my last few years of coaching. It sucks, man. That sucks. And I've spoken to a few people who spent a lot more time with them than I have, and I know how I'm feeling. So I can anticipate how they're feeling. I just hope they love on each other, as Yosh would say, tonight with the game between those two teams specifically. But that's a guy that's meant so much to this game and this country, he's physically been involved in so many different aspects, man, and it's nothing but love. Just a sad day, I think, for football in this country, truthfully.
Ted Goveia was very passionate about Canadian football. He played his university football at Mount Allison. That's actually where he started his career after playing. He was a coach there for the Mounties, and then, as Mace alluded to, he's been involved from an administrative level at all levels of football in this country. Canadian university football, Canadian junior football. He was a head coach of his hometown Burlington Braves for 3 seasons from 1998 to 2000, and then he went to the collegiate ranks, was at McMaster University with the former Tiger Cats head coach and Greg Marshall, who was one of the best ever to do it in youth sports, and then he went on to become a head coach himself at the University of British Columbia, then made the jump to the CFL, spent a long time with the Toronto Argonauts, and for a number of years was with the rival for the Riders as their assistant general manager. And if I can tell you anything, Ted Goveia loved the work. He loved to scout. He gave equal opportunity to Canadians and Americans. He didn't necessarily think that just because you were an American playing at a Division III school or lower than that you couldn't play in the CFL. And same things for the Canadians in the university ranks up here, college, and even in the Canadian Junior Football League. Ted Goveia also was a longtime member of the Football Canada board. He had a lot of influence there, and his passion really rang through. So from all of us here at the Rider Broadcast Network, we want to send prayers up to Ted Goveia, thoughts and prayers to his family. R.I.P. Team Ted. Let's move on to football. Trevor Harris and the Riders are trying to focus in on having faster starts in these games. The one thing that Rider Nation might be able to nitpick about this team is that they've come out of the gates rather slow, and Harris says that's been a focal point for the team going into this game against Montreal.
We don't need pats on the back right now. Nobody said that 10 wins was good enough. Nobody said that slow starts but finishing better is good enough. Trust me, we're much harder on ourselves than you'd think. We are looking in the mirror each and every week, and that's our culture here that's been set from the top down. And so we're just continuing to try and go 1-0 every week, and that's really our mindset. I hate to kind of be the cliche guy, but cliches are cliches for a reason, which I guess is a cliche itself. I'm kind of talking in circles here, but we're just trying to improve every week. And for us to put a full 60-minute game together, that's what we're aiming toward, and that's what we're pushing toward. And you'll see it, though. That's something that we're emphasizing, and we've got to make sure that we do, especially against a dangerous team like Montreal.
Wes Cates, how do you avoid a slow start, especially from an offensive perspective?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's tough, especially in this type of weather, right? Well, I guess we'll see how things are at kickoff. But I think it's really just obvious. A lot of times, teams come out with a game script. So hopefully that script is a creative one that kind of gets some easy first downs, maybe some chunk plays so that you can at least get in field goal range and get some points on the board. But I think really it's going to be about sticking to the ground game today and then keeping the throws and things like that easy, especially in the bad weather. You really want to be able to put it on the receiver's body or throw some screens, some short routes to the receivers and just let them kind of run with it. And maybe have some secondary defenders or the defense in general just slip and fall in this, in this wet weather. So I think that's the thing. Just keep your throws short and just stick to the run game. And I think that would bode in the Riders' favor.
You want to talk about cliches, Teagan? Running backs want to run the football?
Oh, no.
That's got to be one of the ultimate ones.
Well, just start off safe. We can air it out a little bit, but that's one thing Chris Best talked about last night is how much we passed in 2010 and how much old linemen love to get established running the ball because they get beat up in pass pro, so they like to run. So I hope, you know what I'm saying. I know Coach Mace was there listening, and I hope. I hope that implements itself into the game plan, so we'll see how that goes.
But again, if it's going to be raining out there like it is right now, you might be forced into no other option, right? Like you might have to run that ball because
exactly.
How many bad rain games have the Riders really had this season? I don't really think there's many.
No, it's been a beautiful season. I know I played in a few but rain, it's interesting. Yeah, the summer months don't really have too many downpours like this. It's been an interesting day. I feel like we've had more rain today than we've had for at least
all
half
summer?
the summer, if not, the whole summer. So I think it's a good experiment, I guess, some good trial run just to see, we're sitting in first place by a game or so. And, you got Montreal struggling in here. So let's see what we can do on the ground game with this weather being a factor.
Really test them heading into that bye week, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have a jam-packed 2 hours coming up for you on Countdown to Kickoff before we get to that Rider Nation pregame show. Of course, Plaza of Honor inductee Chris Best and Alex Smith Sr. will be joining us on the panel. Of course, we also have Rider legend TSN analyst Glenn Suter. He will also be popping by. And Rider receiving legend Jeff Fairholm. He's going to be popping by. We're going deep with him as well. That and so much more on the way. That's just to name a few. This is Countdown to Kickoff for Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. Party in the Park might be canceled. You can come hang out with us live here in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Get ready for a busy fall at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Next week comes a big estate tool sale, including air compressors, generators, safes, hand tools, fishing equipment, and more. Then a big one-owner collection of sports cards. Almost 250,000 of them will be coming up through the fall. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th with some great items consigned to that already. And if you've got some farm equipment or cars and trucks for that one, we'll be glad to take them in. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter, Pharmacy Technician,
Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber. And fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
It's game time at Two Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for this game tonight. Of course, you can always stream us live at sportscage.com or on our YouTube channel. It is Legends Weekend here at Mosaic Stadium, and the current Riders looking to write a legendary season of their own at 10-2. Saskatchewan looks to punch their ticket to the playoffs with a win tonight over the Montreal Alouettes. But before we get there, we need to dive into this homegrown segment. It is brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. Now, last night, right here at Mosaic Stadium, we had the Beat Cancer game between two Regina High School rivals in the Tom Trojans and the Sheldon Williams Spartans. Now, Tom did win this game 18-3, but it was about so much more than the final score. And joining us right now, the Spartans head coach, Chris Latimer, and grade 12 student, Quinn Teese. They are joining us right now. And first, I just want to start off with the weather, because that certainly put a bit of a damper on the game last night. Isn't that right, Quinn?
Yeah, it ended a bit earlier than we would have liked.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you guys only got half of the game in, but again, 18-3 was the final there. Now, last night, these two rival teams did share the same goal in the Beat Cancer game, raising money and awareness for cancer research. So for those unfamiliar with this special game, now in its third year, maybe, Chris, you can tell us how this all started.
Yeah, this all started with Ross and I chatting one off-season 3 years ago. He had a coach by the name of Gord DeKreiner who was battling cancer, and then we had Pete Pasco who was going through the same thing. So we decided that that we would try and make our game together kind of bigger, a little bit more than just what football is, and kind of show these two coaches that just we're battling on the field as two opponents, but we can all come together as kind of one family. At the end of the day, that's what we both of our programs preach, that family mentality. So that's kind of where it all started from.
I understand there's also a fundraising element to this, right, Quinn?
Yes, we do fundraising for research.
Okay. Do you guys have a goal that you guys set for the fundraising, or where are we at with it?
No, there's no goal that's really set. We had a donation box at the game last night for fans that coming in to donate. We did some T-shirt sales and things like that over the last couple of years. And the fundraising part of it is kind of just getting going. We're not sure. We haven't really got into that a great deal yet, but it's definitely something that we're looking to build on.
Okay. So where do you guys go? Like, is there a link we can go to?
We don't have a link or anything like that. We're still in the infancy stage there. I mean, if I guess as far as fundraising goes, if people do want to donate, we can just contact the schools and we can look after it that way probably.
Okay. So how'd the game go last night for you, Quinn? Like, what was your stat line? You remember?
Well, last night I was playing defensive end, which was a little bit new for me.
Yeah.
So I think I played an okay game. You know, I was a little less physical than I would have liked, but I think I had a couple TFLs and a couple tackles, but yeah.
Quinn, you play a multitude of roles. Talk a little bit about all of the positions that you have stepped into during your time playing for this team.
So in grade 10 when I came to Sheldon, I started off, I was quarterback for the team because we just lost our senior quarterback who was amazing, and then I had to go fill in those shoes. And then in grade 11, we got our grade 9 Maddox Elise, who's an amazing quarterback himself. So I got to go back to receiver where I usually play. And then this season so far, I've mostly been playing cornerback, but I've played a little bit of quarterback and defensive end so far.
So yeah, you're definitely a well-versed player. You've what's your favorite position, I guess?
I'd have to say like slot back for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's where you thrive?
Yeah.
So last night's game was a very special one. Obviously, putting aside this rivalry, cancer has touched both of these teams. Gord, who was the Tom Trojans defensive coordinator, passed from cancer the day following the inaugural Beat Cancer game. And then you also have Pete Pasco, who was involved in the first 2 games as a volunteer coach with the Spartans. Unfortunately, he just passed this last summer. I understand the players were encouraged to make some signs stating who they were playing for. So, Chris, I'm wondering if maybe you can jump in here and talk a little bit about how that fuels the passion behind this game.
Well, I think what it does is it's, because Pete passed away and Gord's been gone now for a year or two, so it's we're kind of just making it bigger and more not about those 2 coaches, but allowing kids to kind of think about maybe a family member that they want to dedicate that game to or something like that, because some of the grade 9s and grade 10s don't know these 2 coaches that we've had, right? So it's kind of a way for us to keep this going and building on their legacy and growing it into something more that the players can kind of rally behind. And guys are playing for their grandmas and grandpas and moms and dads and families and aunts and uncles and stuff like that, which I thought was really, really great. It was Ross's idea I'm not going to take any credit for what was on the Jumbotron last night there. It was his idea to come up with the photos that the players took, and I think it was really cool. I think it was a really cool moment. I think the players really rallied around that. So,
because that shows some great leadership. What really got you into coaching? And then, what drives you with the sport of football?
Got me into coaching was just, being a volunteer coach when my son was young and playing there, and it just fueled my passion for coaching, and I really, really enjoyed it and loved giving back and doing something, not just coaching football, but helping grow, young men into serviceable human beings later on in life kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what fuels me. It's obviously we coach X's and O's and we want to score points, we want to win football games, but at the end of the day, when you see guys like this graduate and go on to school and do great things after high school, and they can look back on their football experiences and learn the things that they learned and carry on into their life, I think that's what I love about it.
Yeah. Did you get that opportunity when you were young? Did you have
No.
high school football?
No, we did. Yeah, we did have high school football in Hudson Bay. It was 9-man football in Hudson Bay, so I didn't play, but it was it was there.
Okay, Hudson Bay. Yeah, that's the ways.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, we do have to let you guys go here pretty quickly, but Quinn, I do want you to just give a little plug for the next time we can see you guys in action here. When can we watch the Spartans next?
Next Friday at 7:30 p.m. at Mosaic Stadium, we'll play the Johnson Wildcats. So
Get your tickets, Rider Nation. 7:30 Friday night. Make sure that you're here at Mosaic Stadium to watch them in action. Thank you so much for your time here, gentlemen, and appreciate all that you're doing for the Alan Blair Cancer Center as well with your fundraising efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course, plenty more to come here from Mosaic Stadium, where the Saskatchewan Roughriders look to lock up a playoff spot as Montreal is in town. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, one of the longest-serving coaches in Saskatchewan Roughrider history, Alex Smith Sr., takes his rightful place in the Plaza of Honor, and we get to speak with him next. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com. Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates here live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. The countdown to kickoff brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. And of course, you can always stream us live at sportscage.com as well as our YouTube. Now, last week, the Riders rolled into Winnipeg and left with a statement win. Now, with a playoff berth on the line and a bye week just around the corner, they look for a Week 9 repeat performance and a win over the Montreal Alouettes. This is versus Legends Night at Mosaic Stadium. A rainy afternoon at Mosaic Stadium. But right now we jump into Thoughts with JD for taco time. It's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations. Joining us right now, a very special guest, Alex Smith Sr. Now, you spent 16 years with the team in a variety of coaching roles, longest serving coach in Rough Rider history, rightfully receiving an induction into the Plaza of Honor this weekend. First of all, congratulations, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Now, for a Regina native who grew up watching the green and white, this has got to feel pretty special. Being so involved on so many levels of football in Regina, how meaningful is this induction to you?
It's really an honor because, like you said, growing up here and living in this community and coaching here, to get the honor to coach the Riders for 16 years, it's an amazing thing to happen.
Alex, I'm most curious about this guy right here. We got 2 legends on stage. What are some great stories that you have about him that we haven't heard about?
Really, Wes was a running back, and I coached on the defensive side. And as I was saying to you earlier, he was too special to play special teams. So, I knew who he was, and he was a good player and a nice guy to be around and everything else. But as far as having anything to do with his coaching and his ability, had nothing to do with that.
Yeah. I was still a beast on special teams, Alex, but no. But I just remember Alex was just always dedicated. Always, anytime I walked through the coach's offices, Alex was in his room watching Oregon film. He loved Oregon Ducks film, but he was the student of the game, man, just a hard worker. But I never realized how closely related you were to Richie until you were talking about it the other night at the Plaza of Honor dinner. So, tell us a little more about your connection to Richie Hall.
Well, I mean, Richie was there when I went as a guest coach. He was already coaching DBs there when Jim Daly was the defensive coordinator. And, we hit it off kind of. And he had coached 1 year in high school at O'Neill. And, we beat the O'Neill all the time. So, I used to bug him about that. But, once I was here on a full-time basis, our offices were right next door to each other. And, we communicated a lot of times. Like, I used to pick his brain about pass coverage and all those kinds of things because I coached linebackers and I wanted to make sure that they were going to be in the right spots so that he wouldn't yell at me. Richie would never yell at anybody.
Yeah,
but anyhow,
right.
We coached next door to each other for 13 years. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and we also had the same kind of, we were both here early in the morning, around 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning.
I can't do it.
We both worked out. He ran outside. I ran on a treadmill, and
Yeah.
we lifted weights together and everything else. So, I mean, the friendship just grew.
Nice.
Alex, how did you first start to get into coaching?
Well, when I was playing for the Rams, my high school coach at Scott Collegiate phoned me up and said, we want to have a grade 9 and 10 team, and we're looking for somebody to coach. And I said, sure. So I would go there and coach them, and then go to the Ram practice. And the team only played on weekends, on Saturday mornings, and so that was usually convenient as well. So that's how I got started. But I knew when I was playing, it was so much fun. I enjoyed the camaraderie of locker rooms and the people and coaches and everything else, and I knew I was going to get into it somehow.
And then what led to you becoming a full-time coach with the Riders?
I was coaching with the junior Rams here, and we were really successful because we had some great players. And so we won 3 national championships, 93, 94, and 95. And Jim Daly was the defensive coordinator here at the time. And so we got to know each other. And I got to go to training camp in 95 and 96. And then in 96, the guy, after the season was over, the guy who was coaching the linebackers and responsible for special teams decided to take a job back at university. And I sat on his doorstep and phoned him and bugged him, and finally he said okay and hired me.
So persistence pays off.
It does.
We can see live on our YouTube channel right now some footage from your career. And what stuck out to me there is you whispering in Kent Austin's ear. What was it like to coach alongside Kent Austin?
Kent was a different kind of guy. A lot of times, it was hard to read him, but he was a really good coach. And I saw that clip about me laughing with him. I don't ever remember laughing with Kent Austin, but I guess I did.
Right. It looked like you were giving him some advice.
Well, probably something to do with special teams, okay? Because I did that when he was here his one and only year, and every head coach that I ever had would come to me and say, like, what do you think? Do you think we're close enough to try a field goal? Should we punt? They always ask me things like that. So,
what's the secret to staying with one franchise in the coaching ranks for so long? Because you talk to career coaches and they'll say that them and their family move here, there, and everywhere in their coaching career, but you were with one franchise for 16 years through different regimes and coaches and all the rest.
Well, again, people talk about that, but when Daly was fired, Cal Murphy was hired, and I had spent 2 years working with him, and we were really good friends, okay? And he was really nice to me, so, he just kept me on. And when he left and Danny Barrett came, Richie was good friends with him. He had played with him. And so, Richie went to bat and said, I want to stay. This guy's good enough to stay. So I stayed. And then when he got let go, Kent Austin came in, and Richie had played in the '89 Grey Cup with him. And Richie said, and Kent said, yeah, and then I worked 1 year with Ken Miller. We got along, so he just kept me on. Greg Marshall came. I coached with him for 3 years. He kept me on. Corey allowed me a year and then let me go.
So what I'm gathering from this is just be a good person.
Yeah, good relationship.
Yeah, well, and to be honest, I could do my job. Okay, I knew what to do.
That's a big part of it. I was just going to ask quick. Do you have a player that you like your favorite player to coach, or the player that gave you the most trouble as a coach?
Oh, God.
You asked me for no hard questions, but I figured I'd throw one at you towards the end.
And I have trouble remembering names of the guys I coach. Nobody really sticks out. I enjoyed most of them. Like Reggie Hunt, probably. Okay.
I'm gonna have to tell him. Hunt is one of my buddies. I still talk to him a lot. I was trying to fish that out.
Yeah, and he played probably the longest as a linebacker here.
Yeah.
A lot of times every year somebody would change, but he was around. Mm-hmm. And like Mike McCullough, he was so smart.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really like coaching him. Like him and Reggie were, a couple of my favorites.
Yeah.
And there weren't any that I disliked.
Sure. We'll keep it at that. Okay.
No,
I didn't mean dislike. I just meant maybe didn't listen or just were a little, always wild. You know how some guys just got a lot of energy. You got to settle them down so you can get some work done. But.
and Eddie Davis is another one. So he was awesome.
Yeah.
Eddie was great.
Yeah, Eddie was awesome.
Yeah.
Alex, do you have one memory that stands out for you above the rest during your time with the Riders?
I guess I don't know if there's one memory. I guess one memory is, we won a Grey Cup in 2007. During my time here, I went to 4 Grey Cups, only got one. Won. But probably that year, because it started off as being such a terrible start to the season because we had so many injuries, and we, 2 days became 1 a day, and they became like, we're going to walk through because we don't want to hurt anybody else. And we were also looking for a starting quarterback that year too, okay? So to start out the way we did and to end up the way we did, that was an amazing year.
Alex Smith Jr., of course, joining us inside the Sports Cage Lounge right now.
Senior, man.
I can call you Junior, can I?
Looking so young and surprised. Got a little
Junior's my son.
Alex Smith Sr., Plaza of Honor inductee this weekend. Listen, I just want to get you out on this. You have been involved with the club for many years. You have seen the highs. You have seen the lows with this team. You have watched this fan base stick through it year by year, season by season. How would you describe Rider Nation in your time being involved with this franchise?
Well, I think probably they're so passionate about this team, and again, because it's sort of the only professional team in the province, and so it means so much for them, for this team to be successful, and that's why they're so passionate about it. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Well-deserved induction this weekend, and I really hope you enjoy the game this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Again, Alex Smith Sr. joining us as he is inducted, and we are getting cheers here, deservingly so, inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. Please feel free to join us. Of course, 10 seasons, 2 Grey Cups, 1 legendary rider. Chris Best is going to be taking his place in the Plaza of Honor this weekend as well, and we speak with him coming up next, live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. SportsCage.com, streaming at YouTube as well. Feel free to join us. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's the Scratch and Save event on now at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Scratch up to 40% off from now until September 30th. At the time of purchase, scratch and save to reveal your savings from 10% to 40% off. Woohoo! Sale applies to in-stock and special order home furnishings. Brands like Decorest, Palliser, Lazy Boy, Elran, Mako, Kingstown, Minus, and so much more. Now is the time to scratch and save. Woohoo! At Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West, downtown Moose Jaw.
Farm equipment is a huge investment, and when it's time to sell, you deserve a high return on your investment. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings have a distinct steel arch design that protects your equipment from the sun, rain, snow, and wind. Protection from the elements means protecting your investment. In other words, a Zipperlock building saves you money. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
Phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Get ready for a busy fall at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Next week comes a big estate tool sale, including air compressors, generators, safes, hand tools, fishing equipment, and more. Then a big one-owner collection of sports cards. Almost 250,000 of them will be coming up through the fall. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th with some great items consigned to that already. And if you've got some farm equipment or cars and trucks for that one, we'll be glad to take them in. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber. And fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders are back at home riding a 10-2 record, just one win away from clinching a playoff spot. They'll look to do so tonight with Montreal in town under the bright lights at Mosaic Stadium. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and our YouTube as well. Again, Party in the Park is canceled, but you can feel free to come hang out with us inside the Sports Cage Lounge. Now it is time for the extra point for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Center, Lanigan, and we have another Plaza of Honor inductee joining us right now, Chris Best, who spent his entire CFL career with the green and white, and the applause have already begun.
Thank you. Yeah. That's
Anchoring.
cool. Thank you so much.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Anchoring the offensive line for a decade, helping pave the way to 2 Grey Cup championships, including that unforgettable 2013 win right here at home. Known for his grit, his intelligence, his consistency, Best is now etched into Rider history forever as a 2025 inductee into the Plaza of Honor. Rider Nation, join us in celebrating Chris Best. First of all, I want to just extend a congratulations on behalf of this panel.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. This whole time has been incredible. It's been so nice to be back in town. Like, you know, the fans have been amazing. Like, it's been these trips like sliding back in time, and like just seeing all these friendly faces. It's a pleasure.
You do leave behind a legacy, truly, Chris. So what
What
are you most proud of?
I guess just being out there and getting a chance to be out there with the guys and do all the things we did. Like, there's no individual play I can think of. There's a few blocks. Me and Benny had some really good double teams, but me and Goody had some really good double teams for Cates. So we know one play sticks out, but just being out there and like being a part of all we had such a good crew. We had so much fun that just like being a part of that ride was just like it was awesome. Yeah.
Wes, you spent a lot of time with this guy. You want to grill him with anything?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'll say this first. Like, Best was like a great teammate. You know what I mean? He was always a engaged guy. Like, based on his education, the smartest dude in the room, really. And he was well, Dan Clark called him the road grader, but he really was, man. He was like the most aggressive off the ball and got the most movement out of any lineman that I played with up here, and I always appreciated that about him. Every now and then he got a little out over his skis a little
happens,
bit, but
yeah.
Hey, I just whatever way the D lineman went, I just went the other way. So
I did fall down
good.
more than I should, but that was maximum effort, like
but I just loved you for that, man. But yeah, so what's been your favorite part about the weekend, really, so far?
I mean, the dinner was amazing for sure. Like, it was an awesome time on Thursday night. Seeing all congrats to Steve Muller and his family, of course. Great meeting all of them. Congrats to Coach Smith. The dinner was awesome. But then just because I used to live here in Regina for so long. Last couple of days just going around, just catching up with people, just seeing went out for food with a bunch of guys yesterday. Like, just saw a bunch of old work friends and everything. It was been really nice to just catch up with Regina again.
Which Grey Cup meant the most to you? I already know the answer, but I'd like to think it was 07 because I was on that team, or maybe just talk a little bit about the difference between the two.
07 was to be clear, it was extremely special to me, but just unfortunately my job was a little different than your job on that one. I was I did dress for some games. I think I had about 11 snaps, mostly field goal that season, so I did dress, but it was not, my job was to get the defense ready and learn to practice and kind of be ready for the next phase. So we had a bunch of really good, slightly older offensive linemen at the time, so I was kind of that next phase coming up, just learning how to play, learning how to kind of step into their shoes when the time came. So 2007, I learned so much. It was an incredible team to be a part of. So much fun, really, because I went to a bunch of smart schools in college, so unfortunately we didn't win a lot of games or have a lot of that same feeling that this first year here in 07, and having Regina embrace us, it was wow, it was a dream. And I was just a spoiled rookie, basically. So that was a ton of fun. And then 13, of course, I was out there for that whole season, basically. It was a really fun year. So to me, 13 is really important as well. And being out in the field for 13 was a really special time. That was a really, man, that was a good time. In Regina, the whole week was just, I can still remember it. You could feel the energy in the air that whole week. It was just, yeah, that was a special team to be a part of.
You can see some of your career highlights live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Chris, you alluded to it there. You went to university in Waterloo.
Yep.
You're a Calgary native. Played your whole career in Saskatchewan. Like, you're going all over the country here. How does a Calgary kid end up going to Waterloo?
Luckily, actually, I always thought I was going to go to Waterloo. My parents, I'm actually a fourth-generation engineer. It's very hard to do, but like I always thought I was going to go to Waterloo no matter what. And then I got a chance to go down to the States and play football down at Duke for 4 years. And I couldn't turn that down. It was an amazing opportunity. But then luckily, I wasn't really sure what to do with my life quite yet. And like Waterloo with a master's program was a really easy, like they made it really easy on me. And I got to play football for 2 more years. So it was fun, you know?
This guy chilling up here with a degree from Duke and Waterloo.
I know, right?
Man, I went to Guelph. I won't speak for you two, okay? But when you look at the Plaza of Honor history, Chris, you are one of 6 people to be introduced, or inducted, I should say, 3 times. You have the hat trick. Like, check out these names. Kent Austin, Norm Fong, Alan Ford, Jim Hobson, Steve Mazurik, and Chris Best have been enshrined 3 times. Of course, you've been twice already for the Grey Cup championship teams that you were on. When you think of that history, to be one of 6 in franchise history to go in 3 times, what are the feelings that go through your mind?
Oh, geez. When you say it like that, now I feel all nervous. Like, no, it was incredible. Like, it was to be part of those teams and be inducted to those teams was amazing. Just being part of the Plaza of Honor. I remember it used to be like a really big honor the first time I get invited just to go to the dinner. Like, oh, wow, I'm starting to like make it just to actually just be at that dinner and to actually be inducted 3 times. Like, it's hard to put into words, like just incredible.
And you were in Regina for a little bit after your career, but have since moved out to the West Coast about as far as you can get in Canada.
Yes, we did our 14 years here. We had a ton of fun in Regina. All my kids were born here. We're showing them where they grew up actually earlier today. But yeah, unfortunately the winners and my wife in 14 years, it was, you know, it was time, but we had an amazing time here in Regina, and now we're happy to cheer for the Roughriders. There's a lot of Saskatchewan fans out there too. There's rider bars and stuff like that, so we're still cheering for the Roughriders. We're just a little farther away. That's all.
So now again, your name is added to. Obviously, you're enshrined on the Plaza of Honor, Cairn, and that will be there forever.
That thing's super cool. I saw that Thursday the first time. That thing is amazing.
It looks absolutely stunning, and kids are going to be looking up to your name for a long time. But I'm curious, when you were first starting out in your career, who were the players that you looked up to?
Oh, that's easy. We had a ton of Hall of Famers right in front of me. Like Gene Mikowski right off the bat, like that was the standard right there. Jeremy O'Day, I learned so much from him. We had Val St. Germain was an old veteran who taught me a bunch of those old veteran moves my first year in 07. Micah Boom-Metrek, Wayne Smith. We had a really good crew. My room dog, Mark Perreno, like we really had a good thing going on for a while there. It was such a, the culture was so good. The locker room was so good. They brought us along. They taught us. It wasn't ever like, there's no animosity, you know? Like you hear about that in other pro teams. This was all about family, and it was just an amazing thing to be a part of.
And I do feel like that family mentality has carried into Corey Mace's 10-2 Saskatchewan Roughriders in this 2025 season. What do you like about this current roster?
Oh, I mean, gotta love that defense, of course, man. It's when the boys are buzzing and they're out there, like it's something that keeps you in a lot of games for sure. I mean, gotta love the running game. I mean, with Logan out there, like I'm proud of that guy. And watching Willett, he's that blood and guts runner, you know, that kind of appeals to me. It's like a young Cates over there, you know, dropping his shoulder on everybody, just running over people. So I'm biased. I love the run game, so I love the Hoggies up front. I love what they're doing. Trevor Harris having a great career. Obviously, our receivers are doing great, but like that's what I like the best for sure.
How would you grade the offensive line?
Oh, we're definitely gelling. We're coming together here. You know, like there's bumps coming in the road. There always is. Everyone has a bad game once a year. That's basically how it goes. You know how it feels, Cates. But like, no matter what.
Never had a bad game. Just ask
no.
Oh yeah, right. I always graded out great. Like as a team, we might have had a bad game, but me personally, no.
Well, that's because Wes always knew where he had to go. But yeah, sometimes. But I don't know. I think we're really starting to peak at the right time here. And you know, as the weather gets colder, like I think it's going to be a really fun thing to watch here.
Chris Best, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Sports Cage Lounge.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is an honor. Yeah, this is amazing.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, normally they're probably just cheering for Wes. I'm just beside Wes as usual, you know. Like.
No, that one's for you, buddy. That one's for you. Chris Best, 2025 Riders Plaza of Honor inductee. This is Legends Night at Mosaic Stadium. So thank you so much again for joining us, and I really hope you enjoy the game.
I absolutely intend to, and this is awesome. So thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate this.
Well, thank you for joining us. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and our YouTube as well. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we are going to go deep with Jeff Fairholm, so hang tight. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
You know, that's not a half-bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nicksservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Next time you have a squeak, or you can't loosen a nut. Stupid thing. So when these things and more happen, reach for the Homegrown solution, Penetrating Oil from Milligan Bio. Made with locally sourced canola, Penetrating Oil gives you the best of both worlds. Tough on rust and grease, but non-toxic and fume-free. So say goodbye to WD whatever and say hello to Penetrating Oil from Milligan Bio. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It is a rainy afternoon at Mosaic Stadium, but we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge. Feel free to come join us as Party in the Park is canceled due to the weather. Now, this is the countdown to kickoff for Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. We're also streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. Now, after a dominant win over Montreal in Week 9 and a gritty recent victory in Winnipeg in the Labor Day rematch, the Riders return home with momentum, motivation, and one mission: beat the Alouettes and book their ticket to the playoffs. Now, right now, we are going to go deep and tee up this game with Jeff Fairholm. It's brought to you by Zipper Lock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515. Here's Justin Dunk.
Jeff Fairholm joins us. And Jeff, let's look back at last week, the Labor Day Classic rematch with you. Everybody across the Canadian Football League, including those rabid fans in Rider Nation, talking about the hit CJ Rivas put on Zach Collaros. What's your take on it?
You have to get me riled up so quickly, don't you, Justin? Well, I'm with the Saskatchewan fans. I guess I wear green, I bleed green, so I see it through green-colored glasses. But that, I tweeted out that if even before it was a penalty, because I just knew that they were going to call a penalty there, and I said, if that's a penalty, then I just think the CFL and football's gotten soft in general, because that was a good football hit. To me, he led with his shoulder. His head was up. What's a defensive player supposed to do in tackling a quarterback these days? It was a perfect hit as far as I'm concerned. I think that there's some things in there with Collaros and his history of concussions. I mean, that was a tap to the face mask. I didn't even see his helmet hit or his head hit the ground. To get a little tap like that on the face mask and have a concussion and have to miss the next week, I think he's got bigger problems than the Bombers are letting on to, because, if he's out that quickly because of that, then he's got big problems. I'm with Noel Stiegel and what he said, I think at halftime or something, that, maybe he shouldn't be playing football anymore, because concussions repeat themselves over and over. And believe me, I've had my share, but, to be like that, it's terrible. And for Rivas, not only to get a penalty, but to get fined for it, that's just ridiculous. And, football is just getting to the point where it's unwatchable if that's going to continue.
I think it's at the point where it's very difficult for a defender to try to hit a quarterback. But as Dave Thomas pointed out to me, on that very same play, Brady Oliveira puts his helmet clearly into an oncoming defender. I know it's different positions, but has the pendulum swung too far when it comes to protecting quarterbacks? And I'll add to that, CJ Rivas feels a little bit like it has, because he pointed out that Patty Neufeld was potentially diving at his knees in the Labor Day Classic, and there's no penalty or fine for that. So do you feel for defenders in this day and age in the way that football is being officiated?
I do. And for me as an offensive player to say that, I feel like they're getting, pointed out. A defensive player being pointed out is tough for me to say. But it is. I mean, I think we do. There's a fine line, right? We have to protect the quarterbacks. And as we're going to talk about with the Montreal team coming up, quarterbacks are super, super important. And there's so few of them in the league. Yes, we need to protect them. But what's a defender supposed to do? Coming in unblocked, I mean, at some point, we're going to put flags around their waist, and we're just going to pull a flag and call it dead, because that's the way it's headed. And although, it's a fine line, and I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth here, but we have to be able to hit the quarterback. And our defense is made to hit the quarterback. We have to put pressure on them. We have to make them uncomfortable. We have to get them on the ground. But if we can only do that, in one way, where you can only tackle them between a 6-inch piece of their body, it's taking away the game. And where does it end? At some point we're going to be wearing flags or not having football at all. That's ultimately that's where this is going to go.
One of the other plays in that game, the Labor Day Classic rematch, that had Rider Nation buzzing for a much different reason was Trevor Harris taking a deep shot to Joe Robustelli with the team backed up on their own 1 yard line. As a former receiver, Jeff, and a great one at that, I assume you like that call and aggressiveness?
I don't think you need to have a crystal ball for my answer here. I absolutely loved it. I didn't expect it because we were winning the game. I expected us just to, pound the ball out with Alouette and maybe get out of there with a first down and punt the ball back to them because at the time, Collaros was out and they had a quarterback in that can't hit the broadside of a barn door with his passes. So I don't think we were too worried about their offense. That's what I expected. And when I saw him drop back, I was like, oh. And then when I saw it go deep, I was pleasantly surprised. And, it flipped the field and it changed the game for the rest of the game at that point. And it was a fantastic call. It was gutsy. I just love it. This team never ceases to amaze me. That's why I love watching them.
That was a 48-yarder, Trevor Harris to Joe Robustelli on a double move, little stutter go down the left rail. Robustelli led the way in that game for the Riders with 3 receptions for 72 yards. He's had a great year since coming into the lineup for the Riders through 10 games, Jeff. 33 receptions on 52 targets for 469 yards and 2 touchdowns. But the flip side of this is Sean Bain Jr. has been cleared, at least by my sources, to play leading into the Labor Day Classic. But Joe Robustelli, it seems, has kept him off the roster along with the other Americans who are playing at a high level in Keshan Johnson and Dante Myers. Do you feel for Sean Bain Jr., and is that anything that you ever went through in your career?
Yeah, I do feel for him. And I never did have to go through that. I was injured. I had my share of injuries, and I had to miss games. But the coaches that I always had were of the opinion that you don't lose your starting position because of injury. So, I was always concerned. I was always watching going, oh, God, this guy's playing well. I got to really work hard to get back, which is healthy. But I always was confident that once I got healthy, my starting position was there for me. And our coach, the coaches that I had said that. So, yeah, I do feel bad for Sean Bain Jr. He's had a rough go. He's had a long time, being hurt and recuperating and itching to get back. But it's football. And, this team, why change things at this point, right? Why put somebody in who's been out for, a year and a half into a place and change the culture of that locker room? I'm sure that the communication is happening behind the scenes. He's being told all the right things and, keep acting the way you're acting. And Robustelli has done a good job, even though you read his stats and they are good stats. They're okay. They're probably, a game and a half worth of production there because he's had a couple of games where he really didn't do much. So I think that Robustelli is one mistake away from losing his position and Sean Bain Jr. coming in, but it's a good problem to have. And then you look at the Canadians that could be coming back too with KSB and MLS, and who's going to sit. It's good. It's a good problem to have, but hopefully nobody gets hurt and we have to use and make a bunch of changes. But I think it's a problem that's going to happen in the off season, and I think Jeremy O'Day is going to have some decisions to make.
The one key difference for Robustelli, let's say if we're comparing him to Sean Bain Jr., for example, is that Robustelli goes 6'3", 220 pounds. So he brings that bigger body into the receiving group for the Riders, whereas Bain Jr. is 5'11", 170. And some people might say, well, we have a similar type receiver to Sean Bain Jr. in the lineup already, and it's Dante Myers, and he's proven that he can stay on the field at least this season for the Riders. Keshan Johnson's a little bit different in terms of his stature, 6'1", 201 pounds, but you make a good point about the Canadians as well. There's definitely a decision to make. On the other side, Montreal has decided, and you alluded to this earlier, to go back to McLeod Bethel-Thompson coming off the injured list, even though we've seen James Morgan get a couple looks there with the Alouettes. McLeod Bethel-Thompson struggled before he went on the injured list. Why do you think the Alouettes are going back to him?
It's a mystery to me. I wish I had the answer, but I'm glad they're starting him because he's basically a statue in the backfield. And as I've said over and over and over ad nauseum, our defense is all about pressure. And if they've got someone who's standing back there looking to throw short passes, If all we have to do is get pressure on them, and we should be fine. I'm not sure why they're doing it. Morgan hasn't exactly done anything. They've got Cameron Dukes in camp, but he's not even on the roster. So, do we dare see Shea Patterson come back to haunt us? I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking with McLeod Bethel Thompson, but he's a shadow of himself from 3 years ago. And like I said, our defense is about getting pressure with our front seven and playing an umbrella defense. And I think that bodes well for us, going into this game. And, if we can get to them, which I fully expect we will, then, like I said, it should be a fun day on defense.
That, of course, was Justin Dunk with Jeff Fairholm teeing up this game for us tonight. Now we have to jump right into today in Rough Rider history. It's for North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525.
2009, Rough Riders 55, Winnipeg 10 in Winnipeg. Need I elaborate?
Well,
I'm happy to. Wes Cates scored 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 on a pass from Darian Durant. Jason Armstead, I've always thought he's a very underrated player. He threw a touchdown pass, 34 yards to a leaping Andy Fantus. 8 turnovers for the Rough Riders, including 4 in a row in the second quarter. Did I mention it was 55-10? And one of the Bombers players after the game said, and I'm paraphrasing, that I almost feel I should walk out of here with a bag over my head. So that was a rather momentous day in Rough Rider history. 55-10 over the Bombers.
That was Dave Thomas with Rob Vanstone, the Rough Rider historian and senior journalist for today in Rough Rider history. We are going to take a quick break, but do not go far. We've got more from Mosaic, where the Riders are chasing win number 11 and punching their ticket to the postseason. We're streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube, live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, there are Plaza of Honor inductee autographs happening in here, poster making, $5 beers. Make sure that you come hang out with us ahead of the doors opening up. Coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, we jump into Cates' Corner with his analysis. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Get ready for a busy fall at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Next week comes a big estate tool sale, including air compressors, generators, safes, hand tools, fishing equipment, and more. Then a big one-owner collection of sports cards. Almost 250,000 of them will be coming up through the fall. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th with some great items consigned to that already. And if you've got some farm equipment or cars and trucks for that one, we'll be glad to take them in. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber. And fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Crofty Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates getting you set for this game. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube, live at the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, which is filling up because, yeah, it's a little soggy out there. But it's fine. It's not pouring or anything like that. It'll be a good night for some football here, gentlemen. A playoff berth is on the line for the Riders. Legends in the house. A red-hot Rider team hungry for one more win before the bye. We'll see if they can pull that off with Montreal in town tonight. Right now, however, it is time for the Wes Cates analysis, or Cates' Corner, as we'd like to refer to it as now. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina. Your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Battery at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you.
So Trevor Harris is going to help us out here with some analysis, and then we'll get to Mr. Cates, because we're focusing on Keshan Johnson, who has been a second down conversion monster for the Riders this season. He has 66 catches on the year so far. 33 of those have gone for first downs on second down. This guy has been unbelievable, and Trevor Harris, as much as he doesn't want to outwardly admit it, seems to look for Keshan Johnson in those key second down situations.
Yeah.
You want to talk about this as well with Keshan Johnson, because especially on second down, you know how important it is to stay on the field.
Right.
What have you seen from Johnson in that regard?
Well, yeah, I think he's been great for this offense. I mean, obviously he's been a safety valve for Trevor Harris. He's been great, whether it be outside at the X or playing in slot. And he's been a guy that you can depend on to get open in the toughest of times. So he's shown that week in and week out. He's been really one of the most, if not the most consistent rider for this roster. So I think it's just amazing how consistent he's been. One thing coaches love is a player you can depend on. You know, you don't want a guy who's going to get you 200 yards one game and then not show up. He consistently wins against man coverage. He consistently finds the openings in zone coverage, and he's been a mainstay and the reason why the Riders are sitting at 10-2. You look at some, obviously the receiving corps has been great, right? We've had some young guys step up and do big things. You talk about Joe Robustelli, Tommy Neal. These guys have come in and really done things that I don't think anybody was expecting. Now you have a Joe back. But when it comes to today, especially when it just comes to this Rider offense, running the ball and having a consistent guy that's going to get open and be able to move the sticks is what's going to get you in a position of success and have this team really rolling and thriving down the stretch. So I think Keshan has found himself in that role. Trevor trusts him in that role, and I think they just need to keep rolling with that, and he needs to be heavily targeted from here on out for the remainder of the season. And he stayed healthy, which is not to be overlooked.
Now, I am told that we do have Trevor Harris ready, who takes us a little more inside what's been working so well between him and Keshan Johnson on second down.
I've got a very short list of receivers I've played with that make the game easier and as a quarterback, and he's on that list. He's one of those guys that you can kind of lean into on second down, but the good thing about our receiving core is you can't key on him because the ball goes everywhere. You know, it goes field 1, field 2, it goes field 3, it goes boundary 2, boundary 1, and the defense really dictates where the ball goes. But we'd be silly as an offense to not highlight him, especially on second down. Ball seems to find him, and if teams do get gutsy late and play man, he's a guy that in man coverage we feel really good about. And so he's just one of those guys where I've really enjoyed him as a teammate and hope I never have to play games without him. He's a fun one to play with.
You've said in the past that you don't like lock in on a guy. You kind of go through your reads and deliver the ball. But on second down, do you think, hey, if I got man, Keshan could be my first look, or does?
It depends. It depends on the concept. You know, it depends on the concept. Depends how they play their cover zero. You know, if teams are off and outside leverage man teams, and if he's got an in-breaker, we will. But if he's got an outbreaker, maybe we'll talk, you know, on the sideline. Hey, if they play zero and they're outside leverage, push your depth a little bit more. You know, that sort of situation where he's been very, very crafty at those things, and he has strong hands, and he's very, very good after the catch. And so if you give him any sort of space, he'll make you pay. And so really, like I said, he's a guy I'm thankful to play with, and I think Coach Mueller has done a great job highlighting his strengths along with Dante's. You know, he's a big play guy. Joe Robustelli, been highlighted in deep ball stuff, and he's very good after the catch, strong guy. Tommy Neal's been scoring touchdowns, and Dell and Joe coming in, and you know we've got quite a crew out there.
Receptions for 908 yards and 3 touchdowns on the season. We mentioned it, those 33 second down conversions. Nobody else in the league is even in the 30s or really that close to him entering the week. The next highest player actually is Tyler Snead with the Montreal Alouettes, who has 25 second down conversions. So we heard Trevor Harris talk about it there, in-breakers, out-breakers. Can you speak that into English for people out there that might not know the X's and O's?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, basically, in breaking routes, it means when you're lined up at receiver, you're going to break the route back across the middle of the field or kind of in front of the quarterback's face. And then out breaking routes is more breaking towards the sideline. But those things are important because, one, as a receiver, you've got to kind of show the DB something that is obviously telling him that you're trying to do the opposites of what you're actually trying to get accomplished. So really how you come off the line of scrimmage, really giving a receiver a look, or a DB a look, you know, maybe coming off the line of scrimmage with some drive, getting those legs moving, and maybe giving like a quick little head or shoulder fake to make it look like you're going outside when you're really breaking inside, or maybe running and pushing him off the ball and watching his hips and trying to get him to turn to run with you, and then all of a sudden you break down and cut your route short to get that separation and that opening that you need, and the confidence that a quarterback is going to see that ability to separate and put the ball in a spot where you can get to it. And then, you know, quarterbacks will tell you some guys just run routes however, and so it's hard to really know exactly where they're going to be, where you want to place the ball. But when you got a guy that can really run routes, give you good keys as a quarterback, and give defenders false reads to maybe make them a step slower, it gives the quarterback a lot more comfortability to put the ball out there somewhere where you can catch it and then go make a play with it after receiving the ball.
There were some awesome highlights of Keshan Johnson on our YouTube channel there, courtesy of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, of him doing his thing, converting second downs, getting into the end zone. And you mentioned the route concepts. Like, to me, one of the Riders' favorite plays this season has been the slant route,
right,
then building off that. But for Keshan Johnson in particular, he's so good, as you alluded to, at setting up the defensive back and getting that inside position. But the tricky part is we've seen him and Trevor Harris be so in sync on the out routes, you know, some speed cuts, some deep outs, whatever you. He's been very good in that role this season. We know he can hit you over the top. We've seen some of the slug goes, the slant and goes, the stutter goes with not only Keshan Johnson but Dante Myers as well. But, you know, as a receiver, and you had some experience playing in the slot there, how do you approach that on second down when you know that you're likely getting the football?
Yeah, I was lucky. I actually worked out with the receiver, Reggie Germany. He played at Ohio State and Buffalo. We were living in Columbus at the same time, and he taught me a lot of tricks. But it's really about pace. Like sometimes when you're running a deeper route, maybe you come off the ball, maybe a little hesitant for your first couple of strides just to get the DB relaxed, and then all of a sudden you burst on him and try to beat him with speed over the top. But the things that you can do, you never want to lose leverage. So if you're running an outside route, you want to lean and run inside but never cross the DB's face. So there's a little nuance to it where you kind of run at a guy, press him, maybe lean like you want to go inside. And then right when you get to his outside shoulder, you boom, break it off. And now you're running an outside route with good leverage and good timing so that your quarterback can throw it to you on time. And there's things about depth. There's a whole lot we can go into here, but breaking your route off at the right depth so the quarterback can throw it to you at the right depth, and those are things that you talk about in practice and even before the play. So the ball's got to be gone before you really get out of your break. So if you're a guy that a quarterback can trust and knows he can put it there and you're going to stem your DB up and get the separation so that he can just put it out there to you, quarterback's going to go to you all the time. Trevor's a placement guy. He's great accuracy. And I think Keshan is one of those guys that really does a great job of running routes, getting the leverage that he needs to be able to break his route off and make it easy for you to put it out there and know you're not going to be throwing interceptions.
So, Rider Nation, keep your eye on number 3 on the field tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. We sure know that Trevor Harris will be. We are going to get you set up more for this game. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we are going to be catching up with Glenn Suter ahead of this matchup. 5 o'clock kickoff tonight. We are streaming live at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel as well. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for the game tonight. Saskatchewan, Montreal, 5 o'clock kickoff. And, of course, the Riders are looking to lock up win number 11 heading into the bye. So this would be a big one for them in terms of momentum. Streaming live at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well. You can come hang out with us as well because, Party in the Park is canceled due to the rain. So you might as well come enjoy the $5 beers here in the lounge with us. Glenn Suter joins us now.
Love it.
It is brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. 1998 Plaza of Honor inductee, Glenn Suter, I should say. It's going to be pretty cool coming back here for this Legends Night.
Yeah, I love it. It feels a little surreal every time I see my name as I walk by, and I see the other names that are celebrated there in this team's great history, and it's really humbling. It really is. But it reminds me to take the 2 minutes with any fan that wants to say hi. It reminds me to do right by the league and try to grow the game and do your part to give back, kind of thing, when I see it, because in the ultimate team game, the individual name is important, but it's not really what our game's all about, and yet you see your name up there and you think, I'll be long gone 20 years from now, and people might say, they might Google in their glasses with their brain or whatever will be happening that time with technology, and they'll say, oh, let me check and see what this guy did when he played for this team. Yeah.
I hope you live much longer than 20 more years.
Long gone, calm down.
Well, whatever it might be, who knows what the tomorrow brings. Yeah.
Some people aren't sure, Glenn, how much longer Zach Collaros might play, or some people would like to see him retire, but more to the point, what's your take on this whole CJ Rivas situation? The hit, the fallout, the fine, him posting on social media, all of it.
Well, it's a penalty by today's standards, but it's not finable in my opinion. I just don't think it should have been a fine at all. You're already asking a defender to do almost the impossible, running full speed and bring his pad level down. I mean, if you're a certain height, there's only so low you can go there. And if the quarterback's shorter or whatever, you're in a real bind. And he did everything correct in how they're trying to teach tackling now. Keep your face up, tackle with your face first, not the crown of your helmet. Don't try to drive through, don't become a missile, break down, all of the things and find the target area, which I know he was trying to get to. He did all the things right. And so by the standard of the rule, it's a penalty. That's punitive enough, in my opinion. In a hit like that 5 years ago wouldn't never have been a penalty, wouldn't have been talked about. It would have been just a huge hit and a turnover. But now it is because of the evolution of protecting quarterbacks. And I've said for years that we should err on the side of protecting these guys because they're so important. But when you go to supplement or discipline, to me there has to be some sort of malicious angle in some way. I mean, it has to be, you know, he ducked his head, because if you duck your head, you're trying to hurt the guy. If you go low deliberately, like happened to C.J. Rivas by Patrick Neufeld later on, which we didn't see live, you know, those things need to be dealt with after the fact in supplementary discipline. But that's a long answer for I hated the fine. It is a penalty now, and that can be debated. I mean, old school, we don't necessarily like it, but okay, we'll live with the fact that we're protecting quarterbacks and make it a penalty. But no way should he have had money taken out of his paycheck. No way.
Do you think it could have been different if Zach Collaros popped back up and didn't miss a game or potentially more?
I hope not. I think it probably does, and I'm guessing at that. I don't know. I haven't talked to the league about it. I hope that it doesn't, because I made the analogy on the cage about hockey and how a high stick in the mouth is a 2-minute minor until that person bleeds, and then it's a 5-minute major. And I'm not sure why you change the size of the punitive aspect of the penalty because he's bleeding. What if a guy has tougher skin than the other guy? I mean, the stick hits you in the face, but not in a way that would cut you and make you bleed. It just makes no sense to me that we wait and see if he's bleeding or not to determine how much penalty time we give him. I think the same stands here, is that if Zach Collaros got up there and that made it so there was no fine, well, we're now going to encourage the behavior of players going, if I stay down for 3 or 4 plays, I can create a bigger penalty.
It's going to look like soccer out there.
Well, again, let's curve the behavior to, yes, protect the quarterbacks, but it's still a physical game. And I bet you, I'd love to hear Zach's opinion, and one day I'll ask him the next time I do a Bomber game. I'd like to know if the quarterbacks across the league would say that was a finable situation, because I bet you most of them would say no.
Can we get penalties for flopping? Not to say that Zach
did.
Yeah,
you can.
But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, they kind of implemented a little bit of that in the NBA, right? If a guy faints like he got hit and then they can discern that he didn't get touched, it's like, no, it's a penalty on you, right?
Yeah, like when the head slaps back, and actually when you look in slow motion, they didn't even touch, his hand didn't even touch him.
Yeah.
Well, there was a game last night. We were in BC doing the Lions game against Ottawa, and Matthew Betts, who had a huge night, he had 4 sacks in the game. But in one of the pass rushes, he hit Dustin Crum with his hand by accident. He was reaching around.
If you hit West in the head, you might get a penalty. You're fine.
Exactly. So he's reaching around the tackle, and he, with his hand, hits the side of the head of Crum. Now, again, by the rule, if you hit the quarterback in the head or below the knees, you're going to get a penalty. And he got a penalty. But if you look at C.J. Rivas' hit and this hit, you're going to say, well, if it's a blanket fine, Matthew Betts is going to be fined for his hand accidentally hitting the side of the head of a quarterback, and that's just ridiculous.
I wouldn't even call that a hit. That was a graze.
It wasn't even a hit. It wasn't even a hit.
We'd have O-linemen grabbing people's arms down, flinging the hand.
Yeah,
in the
it was a push because his arm moved. Like it gets too, and we're using super slow-mo to make these determinations. I don't know. I think the league has got to really look in the offseason with the rules committee at how far this pendulum has swung, and do we need to bring it back? And I would include, in a completely different conversation, I would include pass interference in that discussion too. I think we're getting way too soft on any little bit of contact. We're throwing flags everywhere. There's enough ways to throw penalties. We don't need to be soft on these penalties. Let the guys on the field determine the outcome of a play.
You can tell Corey Mace wanted to say more when I asked him about it. But the end quote, and I'm paraphrasing, was essentially he doesn't want to see football change from the game that it is now. And I think he's kind of getting at, like, are we just going to play flag football with the quarterbacks and everybody else is treated differently? Like, don't defenders and other players on the field have a right to be protected as well?
Yeah, like, and one example of that is, you can't get into the hand, you can't get your hands into the face on the O/D line. You can't tackle a guy high. You can't tackle him by pulling him from the back. That's a horse collar. You can't go after his head. And yet a running back, Wes, can stiff arm a DB right in the face. Bend his head back like this as he's trying to make a tackle. No penalty. That's okay.
Yeah, I've done that.
He loves to tell me about those highlights.
I'm telling you, like, it used to be frustrating as all you know what, because we're not allowed to touch the helmet, and yet a running back with full head of steam. I mean, Brady Oliveira does it all the time.
Yeah, I do remember distinctly one time against Edmonton, going to stiff arm a DB. And I basically punched him dead in his face. Right? And I kind of felt bad about it after because I hit him so hard, and then the way he tackled me, I knew it hurt. You know what I mean?
Wes, you did not feel bad. Don't even try to sell me for a second.
He's telling me the story off air back there. He's like, man, I hit him with the stiffy in one house.
Exactly.
Certainly didn't say that in the postgame interview.
Yes, there you go. He did not feel bad about that. You looked down and went, there you go. Go ahead, try to tackle me again. Yeah.
Glenn, I wanted to ask you, is Jason Moss trying to send a message to some veteran players? Sean Lemon, Sean Oakman, Cole Speaker, just all of a sudden end up on the one-game injured list?
Yeah, that's a great question. I hadn't really sort of looked at it that way. I think with Speaker, Sean Lemon comes back, and maybe now his legs are getting heavy because he had all that time off. That's the way I was sort of looking at that. I hadn't had a chance to talk to Moss about that, but it's an interesting take on it, because it looks like to me that defense that at the beginning of the year we were all saying as good as any in the league, maybe the best in the league in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the year. And so sort of intricate, complex, where they're showing blitz and not blitzing and sending a lot and then not sending anybody. And it's tough for even veteran quarterbacks. But 4 or 5 weeks ago when the Riders played in Montreal, they kind of cracked the code, I think, a little bit. 137 yards rushing offensively against the Montreal defense. If you're doing a lot of show blitz, your linebackers are up in the line and then they drop out. Or your D linemen are dropping, so they're not getting off the ball right when it's snapped. There's an extra second or two there. You're creating good blocking angles for your O-line. But when you're doing that, you're taking yourself. I've always had coaches tell me, don't disguise yourself out of the play. Disguise is good to fool a guy, but don't do it to a point where you're now out of position. And I looked at the last 4 or 5 games, and the run totals against the Montreal defense are through the roof. Their last game against Hamilton, they rushed for 230-something yards. And I think that code was cracked a little bit when the Riders played out there at 137. And since then, I want to say it's over 700 yards rushing against them. So I think maybe there is a message there saying, hey, you're going to have to get your nose dirty again. It's not just about getting sacks and fancy pass rush moves and all that stuff and getting your name on podcasts. It's about stopping the run, being in your gap, being disciplined, and all those things. So we'll see if they make the adjustments tonight.
So, Glenn, really quick before we let you go, so we're running out of time here, I did just want to refer back to when you were on the Sports Cage earlier this week talking about Keith Urban, 2019 Grey Cup. He did the halftime show.
Yes.
But he came up to the booth and sang you happy birthday prior to that game. So I just want to know before we let you go, because Keith Urban is across the parking lot getting ready for a show right now. Favorite Keith Urban song?
Oh, man, there's so many of them.
Got to pick one.
No, I don't think I can. Well, I'll tell you which one it was for a while was the time he sang me happy birthday. That was
my favorite song.
That was my favorite song. No, first of all, Keith Urban walked into the booth when we were doing the Grey Cup in Calgary, and he walks into the booth and he's going to do a hit with us, with me and Chris Cuthbert on the air. But he had already done some research, or his people did, I don't know, but he came in and he knew Chris's background, he knew about the hockey, and he knew about calling Grey Cups and things like that, and he knew my background, and then he goes, hey, and I know it's your birthday, so I'm going to sing. I thought, you're Keith Urban from Nashville, man. Like, how are you knowing what we're doing up here? And he knew my football playing days. He said he used to be a safety in Saskatchewan, and it was like, what? How do you know all this? Like, this is really cool. And so now I'm really upset that he's right here, and I've checked my phone repeatedly, and there's no text from Keith. So I don't know if our friendship is on the ropes or what's going on.
Right.
But
if he walks into the lounge, we'll make sure to send him up to the broadcast booth.
You.
Sound good?
Sounds great.
Thank you so much, Glenn Suter. This is Countdown to Kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube as well. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, Regina Sports Hall of Fame 2025 inductee Steve Mazurek's going to stop by for a chat. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949. Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience. Here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Brewster McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone? I need fiber. And fiber optic. This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Got Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates live from the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium, which is absolutely packed, and ponchos are aplenty because it's a little soggy out there this afternoon, and Party in the Park is canceled, but you're more than welcome to come hang out with us as we get you set for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Montreal Alouettes. Just after 5 o'clock is when they're going to kick off as the Riders look to punch a playoff ticket with a win tonight. Streaming live at sportscage.com and YouTube, we are now jumping into our next segment here. It's Rough Rider Community, brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Our next guest joins us right now, Steve Mazurek, and we're so happy to have you here with us on Legends Weekend, of course, from the Sheldon Williams Spartans, who we had, guests from earlier today, the Regina Rams, a touchdown scoring receiver for the Rough Riders, CFLPA exec director, and of course the front office exec for the Riders. You've done so much. You've helped shape Grey Cup winning teams here in Saskatchewan. You've done it all. 2004 Rider Plaza of Honor inductee, and you're here with us tonight. Next month, you're getting inducted into the Regina Sports Hall of Fame. Yeah. First of all, congratulations on that. It's got to feel pretty cool to leave even more of a legacy here, right where you grew up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful honor, and I know my family is really looking forward to joining me on that wonderful night. And just pleased that the Hall of Fame saw something there that sometimes you don't see yourself. But it's a wonderful class of 25, and I'm just so honored to be joining that class with them. I just wish that I had a nickname like the Rat. like Durkach, right?
The Rat.
Like my nickname.
Come up with one.
Maz isn't enough.
My nickname was Sloth.
Sloth?
Like, what is that? Like, that's a three-toed, slow-moving animal.
Right.
And for a wide receiver,
that doesn't sound like it would work, but it obviously did. I don't know.
My wife gave you the nickname?
Well, Al Ford, because we were in a film room and we're all focused on the screen, of course, and Al Ford's chair was in front of mine, and I had my toes linked over his chair, and he kind of looked over like this and saw these three toes, and he said, "Sloth." Oh. So it stuck.
That's all
that
it
wasn't
takes.
the story I was expecting, but you got there.
How important is it to you to see this Plaza of Honor preserving the heritage? Because I understand that you've had quite a hand in this Plaza of Honor here with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Why do you feel it's important?
Well, when John Lipp, the previous chair of the selection committee, stepped down 2 years ago, the Roughriders called me and they asked me to chair, and I said, "Well, who's on the committee?" And they said, "Well, Wes Cates is on that committee." And I went, "Well, who else is on that committee?" And so just another honor that the club is thrown my way. So once a year we have a great lunch at the Rough Rider office, and we sit down and go through just a long list of wonderful Rough Riders and deserving builders, and we go through a process, and it's a lot of fun. There's so many that are so deserving, and more often than not, it's not so much who they are and what they did, it's just timing. Because when you look at the list, you're going, like, man, they're all going in at some point in time. It's just when. And so it was an honor for us this year, I think, to honor, one, if not two, unsung heroes. Alex Young, Alex Smith, for instance, is the first assistant coach that's, inducted into the Plaza. Steve Mulder, a teammate of mine, his son got up and spoke about him being an unsung hero. And so this was a plaza built around and showing that it's not just the heroes, but sometimes it's the unsung heroes that have a place and should be in a place with the Plaza of Honor. So it's a great honor. We some great folks to work with and make that selection, and a spattering of old and a lot of young, and we put our heads together and we come up with some names, and it's a lot of fun.
What's the criteria?
Oh man, well that's a weighted question,
yeah, it's
right?
pretty loaded.
Hey, we shoot them straight here.
Well, you know what? For sure there's the athletic prowess on the field, and they like to look at how long you played, your achievements in your particular position, some of the awards and accolades that you may have received, and digging a little bit deeper into the community, much like you see every year. It's not just what they've done on the field, but it's what they've done in the community. And a good example of that is Alex Smith, this year. When I was at the Plaza of Honor dinner, and just to listen to him talk through his coaching experience and all the head coaches he survived. And you watch the film clips of him on the sideline and in the face of the head coaches, be it Ken Miller or Ken Austin, and them listening and paying attention. And you know that Alex, a very bright, brilliant football man, he'd have suggestions, he'd have ideas. And so it's all of the above. And there's just so many wonderful records and backgrounds in the sport that we just tick off the boxes. And we always listen to Wes. Wes is,
I was trying to get the goods on it earlier. He wouldn't tell me who voted, what's going on.
I do kind of go off script and say some outlandish stuff, but they usually are like, yeah, that's a good point. So I figured until they kick me out, I'm all right. But Steve, what's kind of your favorite thing about just your time in Saskatchewan as an athlete going into the Hall of Fame?
You know what? I was born and raised in Regina. And so there's something pretty special about going to grade school here and learning football at my youngest, at 9, 10 years old.
Yeah.
Playing football on a team that I had no business playing football on as a 9-year-old. I was underage, undersized, and a coach saying, "Yeah, you can join in." And then growing up through the ranks and some of the wonderful coaches that I had in minor football, and in high school and in junior football, the likes of Gordon Curry and Peter Knoll. And, I will say that I was absolutely blessed to have coaches that had a background and a knowledge of the sport, but also had built a foundation and an environment and a safe environment for athletes.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, my coaches never screamed, never yelled. There was never any horrible initiations.
Tegan's trying to say it nicely. We're going to have to hit a time marker here.
Time out?
We got to get out of here. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, that's bad.
I need a shot in the arm.
Steve Mazurek, 2025 Regina Sports Hall of Fame inductee. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but we will be right back on the other side on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When you're looking for new batteries this summer, go see Prairie Battery. They have options for your everyday battery needs, whether it be your boat, motorcycle, tractor, golf cart, scooter, or even your watch. Prairie Battery's got you covered. They have high-end AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, and their automotive batteries have warranty options to fit every budget. They'll even test your old car battery for free. So when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Get ready for a busy fall at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Next week comes a big estate tool sale, including air compressors, generators, safes, hand tools, fishing equipment, and more. Then a big one-owner collection of sports cards. Almost 250,000 of them will be coming up through the fall. We've added another equipment auction for October the 7th with some great items consigned to that already. And if you've got some farm equipment or cars and trucks for that one, we'll be glad to take them in. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till October 1st, it's the Maytag Dependable Savings Event. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Let's go. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTube as well. The 10-2 Saskatchewan Roughriders look to punch their ticket to the playoffs with a win tonight against the Montreal Alouettes. Yeah, and of course, 31-30 right now for the Toronto Argonauts over Edmonton. That's why you hear all the cheering in the background here, but we got to get right into it.
Because, hold on, the Riders just clinched a playoff spot. That's why the cheering happened.
I should probably specify, yes. So that is why you are hearing a very full Sports Cage Lounge here. You should join us. Party in the Park is canceled, and $5 beers is my understanding. So that's
yeah,
probably...
how long we got? We got some time?
Well, we got some work to do here
question.
first. You got to set the scene with Dave here, Luke. It's brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, okay, let's get down to business. First and foremost, okay, the cat's out of the bag. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to the postseason. Obviously, no one is going to be content on that Rider roster with that, Luke, but coming into this football game, there's a ton at stake in the fact that they're coming up against a tough Montreal team despite them having lost their last 5 games.
Yeah, listen, when you look at a 9-team league where 66% of the teams make the playoffs, making the playoffs just flat out is an accomplishment, but it's like, you know, did you wake up in the morning? Yeah, you did, right? So I think that right now the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to key in on a couple things. They got to keep this momentum going, right? And I talk about it every single week that we're up here. They have to continue to harness doing the things that they're doing during the week and leading up to the game, and continue to have the success they're having. Because right now they're at the top of the league, but we're also getting into that stage where the other teams are now starting to fight for their playoff lives, right? You saw Hamilton get a big win last night. Montreal comes in here, hold it on a second. The Argos just got a victory, right? Montreal knows that. Just like we know we got into the playoffs, Montreal knows that they've got the Argos at their heels and the Ticats running out front of them. So this is the time now. It's fall. It's raining outside. This is football weather. I'm excited.
Okay, this goes around the horn, right? Not only does the rain give us an opportunity to scope out and critique everyone's rain gear in Saskatchewan as they come into Mosaic Stadium, but does it give anybody an advantage? Justin, you get to go first.
Yes, Glenn Suter talked about it in Countdown to Kickoff. The Alouettes have been gashed on the ground, and AJ Ouellette and the Riders might have cracked that code in Montreal with what Norththorpe does on defense, so I'll say advantage Riders.
Teagan?
I'm going to have to agree. I really think that AJ Ouellette's going to have a big night tonight. And, I mean, Mario Anderson Jr. has been showing that he can keep up. So I think that we're going to have a really good run game tonight.
Luke?
Well, you kind of have to. I mean, it's what leads to the offensive success in Saskatchewan. But particularly today, Montreal's really struggled to stop the run. They got murdered by Bell last week. I think he got like 155 yards on the ground. I think that they got over 200 as a total team. They're struggling, but again, you've got additions like Mustafa Johnson coming back. They're going to be a little bit better, right? Kabian Ento's back as well. So as long as you continue to make it about yourselves, how are we executing? When our receivers are approaching the line of scrimmage and they're in the tackle box, are we getting those blocks to free AJ Ouellette? So yes, the advantage definitely is to Saskatchewan. However, you've still got to continue to do the things that got you here.
One more quick one before we get to the weather, if everyone's all right. Am I ridiculous in saying that, oh boy, the Riders better guard against not looking ahead to the bye week? I get it. The last time we played in Montreal, there was a bye week that was looming, and the Riders turned in one of their most impressive performances of the year. Am I wrong, anyone?
I don't think that's a thing with this team. They're laser focused.
Want to know? That's what they keep saying. That is the Scene Setter, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Now, as Dave mentioned, we have to talk about the weather. I mean, you see a lot of ponchos in here for a reason. It's brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. This is Precision Weather with Phil Spivak.
We're going to be right on the edge of some heavier showers and even a few thunderstorms, so grab the rain gear if you're headed to the game this evening. We are tracking a batch of pretty heavy activity to the south of the city, and that's all sliding in our general direction. The good news is it looks like we will see some improvement during game time. Temperatures start out around 18 or 19 degrees and then drop to about 16 throughout the course of the game. Winds not too bad, but they will be locally gusty during any thunderstorms that clip the stadium. So again, grab your rain gear and go Rough Riders, even in the rain.
Right there, huh?
There you go.
And of course, that's your weather update with Quality Tire. 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
And, you know, I hate to say this, but there is also a bit of a cloud that is looming over the heads of the Canadian Football League as one of the dear friends of football, not only as the general manager of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, but also when it comes to football and Canadian football in general. Ted Goveia passed away, lost his battle with cancer yesterday in Hamilton, and I know that evokes a lot of emotion and a lot of memory for you, Justin, having gone ahead and interacted with him throughout the years.
Definitely. I mean, when I was being recruited coming out of university, the first football camps that I went to were at McMaster University when Ted Goveia was coaching there alongside Greg Marshall, who just had a great impact in Canadian football. And I think Rider fans might not necessarily know because he was so much behind the scenes, but Goveia spent from 2014 to 2024 with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, but he wasn't a guy that politicked to try to get a general manager job and never really, wanted the media spotlight, or it wasn't something that he sought out, I should say, because he was pretty natural at it during his short time with the Tiger Cats. But he's a guy that has had a hand in every level of football, and Luc knows him well from one of those hands when he was on the Football Canada board.
Yeah, I didn't get to know Ted Goveia personally that well, but he was revered on the Football Canada board. And I think that for folks that don't necessarily know the man, the impact that he's had holistically on Canadian football in general. This guy brought in some great Canadian Football League talent, right? You look at Winnipeg. The current GM, Kyle Walters, gets all the credit, and deservedly so, for getting that team to 5 straight Grey Cups. But administratively, Kyle Walters has his strengths. But that had Ted Goveia's hand and footprints all over that roster. I was really, obviously, it's a huge loss for the CFL, but it's really also a huge loss for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, because I think that they were probably pretty excited when they brought Ted Goveia in. But again, the guys that he's managed, the eye for football talent that he had was something special. However, the impact, the growing the game, everybody always talks about the Canadian Football League and the fact that we got such a unique and a great game. Well, it's not just the league that we have in Canadian football. We've got youth sport, we've got high school Canadian football, and the great thing about Ted Goveia was he had as much impact on the grassroots levels as he did in the Canadian Football League in general. So it's a massive loss for the league, obviously a massive loss for his family, and hopefully you can reflect on his memory as a really positive one, because that's what it was.
So on behalf of all of Rider Nation, we do want to send our condolences to Ted Goveia's family, his friends, and of course all that had the opportunity to work with him in Canadian Football League circles. We'll take a break and come back with more of the Rider Nation pregame show. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Step inside the all-new Mack Pioneer, where 125 years of legendary innovation meets the future of trucking. The Pioneer is a long-haul highway tractor with the safest, most fuel-efficient, and smoothest ride on the road. With 515 horsepower and cutting-edge technology you can track with the Mack app. The Pioneer is aerodynamic, has new wind-reducing features, and a redesigned comfort cab. There's always a new frontier. With Mack Pioneer, we're here to lead the way. Mack Pioneer at Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration, and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, alongside Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder getting you set for this next game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as they are hosting the Montreal Alouettes. Kickoff just after 5 o'clock here. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and our YouTube as well as the Riders hunt for win number 11 heading into the bye week. Let's get right into it, though, because the roster, there was some game time decisions. But first, let's talk injuries. The injury report is for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. They provide cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, we've got some breaking news right now, and as Luke is showing me, the Riders have just made their game time decisions. Marcus Sayles, Tavon Campbell, and Joe Robustelli have all been listed as being out for the game, so I'm not sure what the status with Joe exactly is. Tavon dealt with a head injury this week. He sustained it actually prior to making his second interception of the game last week in Winnipeg. So Tavon Campbell is out, Marcus Sayles are out, and then you go down that list. Nelson Lacombo, who was in a walking boot, fortunately has got that walking boot off, so that's good news there, but he's still going to be out for this one. Samuel Embolus and Kian Schaefer-Baker, they're getting very, very close. They were full participants. They were on the 6-game injured list together. We're going to see what it'll look like after the bye week with them, as well as Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. Dre McRae is a 1-game injured list scratch, as is Sean Bain Jr. for today. So there, Teagan, are your injuries for this afternoon.
For the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, providing cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province. So now let's talk about who will be slotted into those positions. This is the starting lineup for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. At Apple Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today, notredame.ca.
Well, as we take a look at the depth chart now with those changes taken into account, what the receiving core for the Riders looks like is Del Duncan Busby and Dante Myers on the outside. The interior slots will be Ajo and Keshan Johnson, while the running back, of course, is A.J. Ouellette. Trevor Harris gets the start at quarterback. There is a change along the offensive line this week, as we're going to see the reinsertion of Daniel Johnson, who's been out for 6 weeks. Daniel Johnson comes back into the lineup after having missed 7 games. The last time he played was against Calgary in the smoked out game, but he'll come in as the 6th offensive lineman, replacing Braden Knowles. So the starting 5 don't change. The tackles are Peyton Collins and Jamarcus Hardrick, Jacob Brammer and Zach Fry inside, and Logan Furland at center. Defensively, that's where the changes are, so we'll start right on the corners. That's where Marcus Sayles and Tavon Campbell have been scratched. Benny Sapp III, who spent time with Atlanta and Green Bay in the NFL, comes in. This will be his first start. He signed with the Riders back on August the 18th, so he's been elevated above Brooks Jr., if you will, on that depth chart, so he'll get the start today, as well as Kerfala Exume, who Coach Mace tells me they're extremely comfortable with, taking the spot of Tavon Campbell. The halves are Fields and Milligan, while the safety is Kosi Onyeka, who once again will get the start. Up front, you've got Kearney, Johnson, Rose, and Ray, who've been doing their thing seemingly uninterrupted all season long. Well, the linebackers are A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, and C.J. Rivas.
So that is your starting lineup for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. Greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition and apply today at notredame.ca. So why don't we dive into the shot callers, the quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Sorry, I was just about to get right to that. I just saw Deshaun Stevens also has been added to the lineup for the Riders on the defensive line. But here we go. Trevor Harris, again, comes in 9-2 as the starter of your Riders this season. He is tied for first in the CFL in 30-plus passing yard completions this year, so it'll be interesting to see how he's able to move a soggy football throughout the course of the day. He's a couple of completions away from a milestone as well, needs 1 touchdown pass for the 200th of his career. At the other side, McLeod Bethel Thompson will make his 6th start of the season. He's 1-4 as the Alouette starter. He's missed the last 3 games. Hasn't thrown a pass since July the 24th. It is the 100th game, however, of his career. So those are the 2 quarterbacks today in the quarterback comparison.
Brought to you by
Bethel Thompson's got to be a lot better than the first time he was there. I think that he comes into this game really motivated. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders. That is your quarterback comparison. Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs. Visit prairieguntraders.ca. Now I'm going to turn it over to Luc, though, for his 3 keys to the game. Brought to you by KFC. Get the game day special. $4.95 Big Crunch, $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations.
Yeah, the 3 keys are incredibly important today, especially now that you are missing 2 of your best defensive backs in that unit. The first one, you have to completely dominate first down, offense and defense. Offensively, obviously, they are struggling to stop the run. Trevor Harris, you get him into second down and between 4 to 6, and he's deadly. We've talked about that at length. But the other thing about dominating the first down, especially against their offense, is that they have not been good at converting second downs at all. So you have a team that's really struggling on both sides. They struggle to stop the run on first down, and they struggle in second down possessions. So that is the first thing that you need to do today, is completely dominate that. Today, especially in a game like this, you can't allow the opponent to get into rhythm. So you have to disrupt the script. You have to get 2 and outs this game. You have to continually keep their drive short. You cannot allow Montreal, and I know that we've got a new running back in Travis Bees coming out here. He's getting a start. But you cannot let Montreal start to get momentum by stringing together conversions. So disrupt the script, especially very early on. And the big one today, too, third key is you can't sleep on special teams. This is a Montreal team. Again, you have a beehive of a crowd in Rider Nation. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are #1 in the league. You want to know the first thing and the first chunk they can take out of your shield and your armor, it's on special teams. So you have to come and be focused. You have to be right on covers. And if we can, let's spring something. And a 4th key, you have to dominate first down, disrupt the script, no sleep on specials. And a 4th key, but this is a key for overall because it's wet, ball security.
There you go.
Absolutely. Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game for KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 for a Big Crunch, $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. Now I'm going to turn things over to Justin for betting the odds for Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride, every season. What are we looking like?
Riders favored by 7.5, even money there. And then the total, Mr. Mullinder, 49.5, but 7 in the hook for the green and white. You were worried early last week, but I was like, bro, it's a long game.
Yeah, I was worried.
60 minutes.
I just didn't want to. It would have been the first time that we've missed 2 in a row.
Yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
But here, listen to this, though. I don't like it. I don't like the secondary losing Sales and losing Tavon Campbell, the outstanding Canadian so far. So what I think, it's 7.5 in a crappy game, weather game like this. I'm taking the Riders for sure, but I'm taking the Montreal. I'm taking them plus 7.5. I think this game has a chance. If any game is a lot closer than we would expect, it's going to be a game like this with a desperate team. Trust me, man. There's nothing that motivates a team than watching the guys ahead of you win the night before, and then when you're warming up and you're sitting in the dressing room and one of the guys comes in and is like, yo, Argos just beat Edmonton. Nothing gets you going more than that. So I like Montreal to potentially keep it close right here. I'm not betting a lot of money, but I'm taking Montreal at the 7.5 plus.
So you're going to just take out this beer tower here that they've constructed? Go to
It's already down. It's already down. The security guy ruined it. The guy, security came in and ruined the beer pyramid. What the hell, man?
That is betting the odds for Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride, every season. We will have...
He's gone. You can build it again.
Build it.
We can bring it back up. The security guy's gone.
That's also why you heard a bunch of cheering randomly in the middle of that. We will have more from Mosaic Stadium coming up. This is the Rider Nation pregame show, streaming live at sportscage.com as well as YouTube. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new Super Duty.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,835 in employee price adjustments on eligible 2025 Super Duty models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders host the Montreal Alouettes, who have lost 5 games in a row. And a lot of the talk in Rider Nation this week has been the fallout from the CJ Rivas hit on Zach Caleros. Many people giving their perspectives, including on this pregame show, Glenn Suter, Wes Cates among them. So I felt like we had to go right to the man himself, CJ Rivas, and find out what he thought on that play and then what the week has been like for him overall.
I wouldn't say I expected a fine or wanted a fine, obviously, but I mean, it's whatever. It happened. I got to just move forward now.
There was already some Rider fans talking about starting a GoFundMe to pay that fine. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
It means a lot to me, you know. It means that at least they care, you know, and we all want to be cared about. So I think that's just human nature to have empathy and sympathy for somebody. But obviously, like I said, I love the love, but it's okay. I'm good. I don't need that.
When you look forward in terms of how you and defenders might change striking the quarterback, what do you think that you'll do?
I think just try to aim torso, I guess, chest to torso area, above the hip and torso area. That's kind of the best way to go about it because you can't go low either. So I think just trying to aim in that stomach area, stomach to chest area for sure.
How difficult is it for a guy like you when you're coming off the edge? the game's going at full speed. You got the quarterback in your sights, and you want to try to get him to the ground safely. And then we're talking about potentially trying to protect other players, right? Like there was a clip that made the rounds on social media where Pat Neufeld is clearly diving at your knee. So how can we balance that out?
I think just like I said, if we care about players like how we think we do or we say we do as a league, you know, I think I agree that I guess they do care about it too. Like I say we should, but let's grade it all the same. You know, I feel like we should grade it the same and not pick and choose when we you know, do that. I think but I think the league is trying to do a better job. I know they're just trying to protect Zach and the quarterbacks. So I agree. You know, Trevor gets hit hard all the time. That I don't like it either. So I think I'm with them on the safety part. I just wish we could be a more level field play. For sure.
Did you get any feedback from the league as to how you could avoid a fine in the future?
Yeah, I think they just told me to keep my head out a little bit more, use my shoulder a little bit more, and just lower my strike zone a little bit as well. Like I said, just aim more of the chest area to stomach area.
What's the week been like for you, CJ? Because it was a football play. Yeah. It was nothing that would cross the line, I think, in a lot of people's books, but yet there's such a focus on it.
Yeah, I think it's just the game. You know, I'm glad people are talking about football, but we 10-2 right now, so I think this shouldn't be about me or DeHay. It should be about how good the Riders are playing, how good our quarterback is playing, how good our receivers are playing, how good our O-line is playing, how good our running back is playing, how good our D-line is playing. We're playing so well now as a team, as a defense, and as a coaching staff. I think that should be the talk, not about the hit.
That was what the week was like for C.J. Rivas, and he shared his insight into the hit on that play where it was a 7-man pressure and he came free off the edge. So naturally, we had to ask the head coach, Corey Mace, how did you feel about C.J. Rivas, the tackle he delivered, and then can this be changed in the future, or has the pendulum swung too far towards protecting quarterbacks in this league, whereas other players, like defensive players in this instance, are not protected the same way on the football field?
I don't look at CJ as a dirty player. You know, I definitely know it wasn't his intention. But at the end of it, you look at it, if there was helmet contact, I mean, the rules are the rules. And, you know, unfortunately, it ended the way that it did. You know, uber respect for Zach. And I hope he's fine, man, honestly, because that is the most important thing at the end of it. But, you know, the league has their ruling system, and we have to respect that, not only as players and as organizations, and find ways to coach it up better. And the guys have to find a way to do it better so that, you know, they don't rule it that way. So, yeah, man, that's just where we're at.
I've asked you about it before, but it seems like the strike zone for quarterbacks has become, like, so small. Like, it's tiny. And CJ in that position, coming free off the edge, Zach being a mobile guy, you being a former defensive player, how difficult has it become, and has it tilted too much towards the quarterbacks in a way?
No, I mean, look, I get it. You know, you definitely want to protect the quarterbacks in really in any league. Now, you know, I'd still like it, you know, and not even pertaining to just this play, but prior, moving forward, it is a physical game, and man, they're really, really close, and it's hard to make those decisions moving fast, and it's not even truthfully as it pertains to the quarterback. It could be down the field as well, and it is tough. But I think the main thing is just the intent of it. You know, I believe in the past of football and eternity, man, there's been some players who play with the intent, like, not the case, I think, for the most part. So the players, it's a brotherhood, whether you're on the same team or not. You don't ever want to see anything happen to another player that's going to cost them a situation where they can provide for their family, play for their teammates. But it is a physical sport.
Unique perspective from head coach Corey Mace, who has now clinched a postseason berth for his second straight year as a bench boss in Saskatchewan. That coming via the Edmonton Elks losing in Toronto on a last-second field goal. Liram Hajrullahu gets it done for the Argos, which gets the Riders into the playoffs, but the team focusing on what is in front of them, trying to clinch that West final, and then ultimately realizing the goal of getting to and potentially winning a Grey Cup down the line in November. On the other side, you'll hear from the quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders, Trevor Harris. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Most farmers plan for success, better seeds, stronger inputs, smarter agronomy. But when it comes to insurance, too many producers still plan for the worst. Global Ag Risk Solutions believes that insurance should be all about your best case scenario. Their coverage protects your input costs and your margin, so you can make confident decisions all season long. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to the playoffs in 2025, folks. Thanks to the Argos win this afternoon over Edmonton at BMO Field, the Riders have clinched a postseason berth, but this team has bigger goals, and they want to get a win today over Montreal to continue towards potentially locking up that West Final home playoff game. A lot of people this week in Rider Nation have talked about the possibility of a trap game, especially with Montreal's struggles of late. The Alouettes have lost 5 in a row, but Trevor Harris assures Rider Nation that his team is locked in on this football game and not thinking ahead to the bye week.
If we're thinking about the bye week, that's not something that we do. That's not the culture that Corey Mace sets. That's not a conversation. We're a 1 week sprint. This is a big game, and make no mistake about it. We know that Montreal's a team that could get hot. They did it 2 years ago. They got hot and won the whole thing. And it's not like they had an outstanding record. They weren't 10-2, 11-2 that year. They got hot late, And I can promise you, I know that head coach, he's thinking that that's what's going to happen, and he's going to be injecting belief into that group. But make no mistake about it. We know who we are, and we know who we want to be, and we're going to continue to press our own pedal. And it'll be a fun 60 minutes to watch.
Alouettes team that Harris referenced was quarterbacked by a different man in 2023. That was former Riders quarterback Cody Fajardo, who became the Grey Cup MVP on that iconic touchdown pass to Tyson Philpott. Right here, right now, though, for the Alouettes, McLeod Bethel-Thompson has been activated off the injured list and gets inserted right back into the lineup. And Corey Mason, his defensive staff, were trying to figure out early in the week who was going to get the start at quarterback for the Owls, because James Morgan has started the last number of games for the Alouettes. They've also got former Riders quarterback of just a year ago, Shea Patterson, on the depth chart in that third position. Perhaps could see him in a short yardage role today. But Mace had an idea who it would be in terms of McLeod Bethel-Thompson getting the start, and has a lot of respect for the man that he won a Grey Cup with while the two were with the Argos in 2022.
It's a little bit of a guessing game, but, ultimately the guessing you have to eliminate, and you just prepare for everybody, So once you kind of get an idea what's happening, you can narrow their focus a little bit, but, it's football. So, if you just prepare for one guy and then the next guy goes in, you better have something ready. So, for us, it's just kind of naturally the progression for us anyways, preparing for an opponent. But, judging with, the culture they have there and, the coaches that they have and certainly really good players that they have, whoever ends up, taking snaps throughout the game, they'll be ready for that. So we have to be as well.
I saw McLeod Bethel-Thompson in the gym at Hotel Saskatchewan early this morning getting ready. He had a football down there, but it's going to be much different outside because there's going to be rain on that football today for McLeod Bethel-Thompson and both teams, the Alouettes and the Riders. Coming up on the other side, we're going to bring in 2017 Plaza of Honor inductee Wes Cates to share some insight into the Plaza of Honor and the legends that will be going in tonight. That's next. Don't you dare miss it. Stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to $18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA for Regina Lakeview, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. I want to give a shout out to the boys in green and white and send my condolences to Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe. We spanked Winnipeg's team, not once, but twice already. The Labor Day Classic, the Banjo Bowl, and our boys are going to do it again October 17th on your home turf. 10-2, best in the West. Try to keep up. Contact me 306-522-1333.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's getting close to kickoff time between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Montreal Alouettes. A key game for the Riders as they continue to try to forge that path towards hosting the West Final, which the team hasn't done in a couple of years here. But right here, right now, it's Wes Cates' 2017 Plaza of Honor inductee, and you're also on the committee. Am I allowed to say this? Voting these guys in?
I'm supposed to, how much tea I'm supposed to spill, right? But yeah, I've been on the committee for a few years now, and yeah, it's an honor, you know. I think one of the older alumni kind of was stepping down, and they asked me, and I was like, yeah, for sure. I'll pick players to go in, right? And I think it had to be after I had went in, right? So I guess that's probably part of the criteria to be able to choose the next class. So, yeah, it's been fun, and it's kind of cool to realize that you have a part in some of the, some of the good moments and stuff, just being one of the people that votes these guys in and gets to see them enjoy it and see their families enjoy it. And sometimes when guys are inducted posthumously, like Steve Mulder.
Indeed, well said. And it's Legends Night at Mosaic Stadium. The Plaza of Honor inductees officially go in tonight. The other two, Wes mentioned one in Molnar, would be Chris Best and Alex Smith Sr. A couple guys that you had relationships with. What stuck out about Chris Best paving the way for you?
Yeah, Best it was funny because it was kind of still in that area where there was a little bit of hazing, right? So Best came up in that class of like grabbing veteran O-linemen's bags and you know what I mean, that sort of stuff. And he always was humble about it and did it all with pride. So that was one thing that I noticed right off the hop, and just how much of he was a smart guy. We never really had to be like, come on, Best, what are you doing there? And he was aggressive off the ball. That's what I loved about him. He loved to attack guys in the run game. And he was a solid pass pro as well. So he was just one of those guys that I knew that was going to get his time to play. Obviously, he mentioned it earlier, he wasn't a starter during that 07 year, but it was only a matter of time. He definitely was a starter for me, or on the team with me for a couple of my seasons. So I never had a complaint about him. I do remember one play, though, where we were running a screen, and I did not see him pulling. And he was running. He was like a stride up behind me, trying to get out in front of me to get a block, and I didn't slow up for him. I kind of just put a move on the guy and went out of bounds, and then we were watching it in film. Everybody was razzing me because of how hard Best was working to go get a block for me, and I missed it, man. So sorry for that one, Chris.
It's one of the unique stories that my colleague here, Wes Cates, has. And you look at Alex Smith Sr., who was on the team as a coach when you were with the team when you came in here, I believe.
Yeah, and Alex Smith, he was just one of those hard-working guys. You know, he was just always, you know, in all the drills, trying to make sure guys knew their assignments. Like I said, he was always, anytime I was in the locker room after hours, if I walked through the coach's wing, you know, he was in there watching film. And he was just always, you know, a good locker room guy, somebody you could always have a conversation with. And, you know, he coached some great players, so obviously he was doing a good job. I mean, he had some great athletes, but he mentioned Reggie Hunt earlier, Mike McCullough. I mean, you talk about Mo Lloyd. He was a star in this league, one of the best linebackers, and led the league in tackles. You think of Anton McKenzie. He's a guy that went on to BC to have an all-star career. And, you know, Ray Williams. There's a lot of names of guys that he kind of had an impact on and helped them along their careers to have, and guys that had great careers. So clearly he was great at his job and loved the game, and it was cool to see him get honored.
If you want to hear from Alex Smith Sr. or Chris Best, you can go back to Countdown to Kickoff or back on our YouTube channel and listen to those interviews. We had both gentlemen on live. Wes, for you personally, since you've been inducted into the Plaza of Honor, you've been at a number of these Legends nights. What's it like for you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's really cool because, one, you kind of still get to be immersed in it, right? And then there's obviously some alumni that are going to get invited, so you get to, you know, catch up with some of the old guys and reminisce. And you get to see, you know, a lot of times guys that you have known or come across or played with in the past get their moment, and you get to hear their speeches and see how excited their families are. And you get to be around the fans. That's a big part of it as well. And then obviously it's a nice event, great dinner. So, you know, you usually get a free meal out of it, and you get to have some fun and get to meet the current players and get shown some love from them, like Trevor Harris did with me this past Thursday. So little stuff like that kind of makes you remember about what makes it special and makes you really appreciate all the, you know, the highs and the lows of being a professional football player. So, yeah, it's just unforgettable stuff.
You mentioned Trevor Harris there, and it seems like he's really taken to understanding the history and paying his respects to the rider greats and all riders that have come before him when he can. There's not time probably to meet everybody, but
yeah.
What was that interaction like for you? Because Trevor Harris actually sought you out.
Yeah. It was cool. No, you know, we were in dinner, and, you know, you kind of, the players that know, you kind of mingle with the fans and give them an opportunity to talk to you. So Trevor was doing a lot of that. And then I had just come down off the stage from doing the little, you know, back and forth with Kate Burness and Schultze and Getty. And, yeah, he just rushed over to me. He was like, I really wanted to get a chance to, you know, talk to you, just really respect you as a player, and just wanted to show you some love. And I you know, for a guy of that caliber to see that in me, that was cool, and I really respect that, and makes me feel good, right? Because he's obviously done way more in his career than I did in my 6 years. So for a guy like that, who's obviously going to have his day on plenty of stages and have some induction speeches of his own, for him to come and show me homage is really cool, and yeah, I'll never forget it.
You got something, though, that Trevor Harris wants. That's a Grey Cup ring.
Yeah,
as the Riders continue their path to a potential Grey Cup in 2025. They'll be playing the Alouettes here tonight at Mosaic Stadium with a chance to move one step closer to locking up top spot in the West Division and host that all-important West Final. On the other side, we'll hear from the head coach, Corey Mace, with his coach's comment leading to this one. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming live on our YouTube channel in beautiful color at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscades.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We're almost at kickoff time, Rider Nation, and it looks like the rain may have stopped. If not, it definitely has tapered off, but it seems like it stopped altogether. Hopefully that holds for the rest of this football game. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder standing by. But first, let's catch up with the coach. Brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special. $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC location. The focus with head coach Corey Mace's Benny Sapp III making his first CFL start with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. He signed pretty recently with the team in August 18th, taking the place of one of the injured cornerbacks who won't play in this game. Marcus Sales and Tavon Campbell both out, so Benny Sapp slides in alongside Kerfala Exume, but with Mace we focus on Benny Sapp III.
He's a great player, man. We were excited to get him up here. Football pedigree, obviously, with his dad and, the Samuel family as well, very close family friends. But high energy, man. He could, it doesn't matter. He's laughing, he's joking, he's ready to do whatever. He's a competitor, so that's good, man, to have him in the building. We've got some other options, obviously, as well. But, to speak to Benny as a player, he's a good one.
Definitely a player to watch today will be Benny Sapp III. He's wearing number 37 out there for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. That does it for the Rider Nation pregame show. Coming up on the other side, we'll join Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder in the broadcast booth, brought to you by Steffes Auctioneers, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Your Co-operators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Introducing the new Massey Ferguson 1M Series compact tractor. Built for long work days and demanding jobs, it combines rugged durability with unbeatable comfort. Experience a deluxe cab, air-suspended seats, and advanced lighting that will keep you going longer. From snow removal to landscaping, the 1M Series powers through any task with ease. Learn more at masseyferguson.com or visit Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada. And UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Pride. Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Well, hello, Saskatchewan, to a soggy Mosaic Stadium. The defense is being introduced to the crowd as they're huddled up around the concourses here trying to stay dry in what has been a monsoon-like day across southern Saskatchewan. Standstill in the field. Farmers, we feel that pressure that's on, but don't worry, we're going to get through this together. And boy, have we got nothing but blue skies ahead for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, despite what they may be facing from Mother Nature today. As let's head downstairs and join public address announcer Daryl Brace.
Royal Canadian Legion celebrating 100 years of service to our country and represented by Regina branch number 001. Joining us on Legends Night are representatives from the Regina Police Service, Regina Fire and Protective Services, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Saskatchewan Health Authority Emergency Medical Services, Air Cadet Squadrons from across Saskatchewan, and from the Canadian Armed Forces, Lieutenant Graham Oldford and Corporal Joshua Wilson Martel. Holding the Trinity 4 flag today from Cote First Nation is Chief George Crow Cote, and holding the flag of the Métis Nation is Morgan Boucher. Yesterday, the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the entire CFL were heartbroken to learn of the passing of Hamilton Tiger Cats general manager Ted Goveia. Ted loved Canadian football and was a long-time fixture across all levels of the sport, with a deep commitment to growing the game. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the Montreal Alouettes, and all of Rider Nation, we extend our condolences to the Hamilton Tiger Cats, along with Ted's family and loved ones. We now ask that you please rise if you are able and join us in a moment of silence in memory of Ted. Now please remain standing and remove your headwear as your own 620 CKRM Rider Pep Band performs our national anthem.
Well, the way I see it, if you want the rainbow, you got to put up with the rain. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, statistician extraordinaire John Hoffman to my left, with our technical producer Carter Berglund here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium, while Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century Studios with assistance from Alan Lee. Well, the rain has been steady all day here in Regina, but the one thing that has been pouring is the Saskatchewan Roughriders, pouring on the winds with one of their best starts in franchise history. The balanced offensive attack led by quarterback Trevor Harris's radar-like accuracy, the offensive line's ability to split defenses like cumulus clouds has allowed the lightning-quick reads of A.J. Ouellette to move the ball on the ground, while rainmakers to the Riders' receiving core like Keshan Johnson and Dante Myers have proven that they can strike quick like a prairie storm. Defensively, the Riders' front four have made opposing offensive lines say, what the hell? Their ability to pressure with only four has set the defense up to stop the run and force opposing quarterbacks into quick decisions. A victory today for the Green and White will put them high and dry, locking up a playoff spot. For Montreal, the storm clouds are circling, losing their last 5 games in a row, using 4 starting quarterbacks due to injury, and now with 10 key players on the injured list, head coach Jason Moss must be feeling like when it rains, it pours. The Owls' defense has been like a dam, but the pressure is starting to see some breaks as the Alouette offense hasn't stayed on the field enough, forcing the defense into extended snaps, which is exposing some cracks. Montreal is looking for a silver lining in these clouds with the return of quarterback McLeod Bethel Thompson tonight. We'll see if he can hold off the rain. So no matter how you look at it, in the infamous words of Kermit the Frog, some way they'll find it. The Rainbow Connection, the Riders, the Alouettes, and us on the Rider Broadcast Network. Coin toss just performed by referee Tim Croker for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It sounded like the Saskatchewan Roughriders won, and they decided to defer. So the Riders have won another coin toss here on the season, and it looks like the Montreal Alouettes are going to get their first crack with the football, and McLeod Bethel Thompson at the helm, who will make his 6th start on behalf of the Alouettes, but he's missed the last 3 games.
Yeah, and obviously we talked about it in the pregame show. There are a number of motivators, I think, that went into this game that I think the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to snuff out immediately. We talked about the 3 keys. You've got to dominate the first down on offense and on defense. So getting a 2 and out here quickly will go a long way in stifling some of the emotions that the Alouettes are feeling right now. Not only were they absolutely dominated at home the last time out, this is McLeod Bethel Thompson's first game back since missing 3, okay? They just saw yesterday the Hamilton Tiger Cats win. They're above them in the standings. And they just saw the Toronto Argonauts beat the Edmonton Elk, who were below them in the standings. If you can't get motivated, if you can't get up for an opportunity like that, with all of those intangibles that go into the ability to get revved up for a game, you shouldn't be playing professional football. I'm excited to see this one. Let's hope that the Saskatchewan Roughriders start really quickly here on defense, maybe even with a turnover.
Well, Jason Moss has definitely been trying to push the buttons on his team this week, scratching Sean Lemon and Sean Oakman from the starting defense today. As a matter of fact, they didn't even dress. So the Montreal Alouettes are looking for someone to step up and stop their slide. Brett Lother getting set for the Quality Tire kickoff with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The Riders wearing their road and home green jerseys, with the white trim on the legs. And, of course, the white numerals, the S emblazoned on either side of their helmets. The Alouettes wearing their road white jerseys with the dark navy blue bottoms with the red trim on either side. The Alouettes are wearing blue helmets here at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders will move from right to left as we see it. No measurable wind, temperature 18 degrees. The rain is coming down, but for someone today, a silver lining is about to appear. It's kickoff time as Brett Lother marks off his approach, puts the arm in the air, and here we go. We're underway at Mosaic Stadium as a high end-over-end kick is going to be taken on that far side by James Letcher Jr. Up to the 20, 25, hits a man there, spun to the turf at the 32, and here comes McLeod Bethel Thompson, career game number 100 in the Canadian Football League today for the 7-year pro out of Sacramento State. 67-yard kickoff, 19 on the return.
Third key of the game. Can't sleep on special teams. Need a big effort. That was a really good physical start. You saw the fullback get knocked back, and that's actually what led to the tackle initially on the return.
So the ball spotted at the Montreal 32-yard line on the far side of the football field. The Alouettes going to start with 5 receivers. Again, they've got some big names like Cole Speaker not in the lineup today, nor is Sean Thomas Erlington the running back, but they're going to hand it off to Tease, who will go to the far side, runs away from the Rider blitz that C.J. Rivas was coming on the near side, and he'll stumble across the 35, will Tease to the 38.
Let's see what they give him here. He looked like he got 6. They're going to credit him for 6. It's a good start for the Montreal Alouettes. We send the strong side blitz that we're prone to send on first down and possession downs in particular from Corey Mace. However, you get 2nd and 4. You've got a good down here for McLeod Bethel Thompson to just ease his way into it. Could be a draw, could be a screen, could be a short throw. You got the whole playbook. And you've also got a Montreal Alouette line on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. On the far side of the football field, injury breaks for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. It looked to me like it was an added body along the offensive line that was doing his darndest. No, that's Tease, the running back. So Tease, who already was a backup, is now going to give way for Stevie Scott III, who's in his 2nd year out of Indiana, has carried the ball just 15 times this season. So that's going to be a concern definitely for the Alouettes, who face a 2nd and 4.
Well, they're putting the tent up for Tease too, so might have been a head issue.
So the ball spotted at the Alouettes' 38-yard line. Lone back in the backfield is Stevie Scott III. He'll stand to the left of
McLeod Bethel Thompson will fire over the middle. That ball complete across midfield. Nice catch there by the Alouettes, bringing it into Rider territory down around the 48-yard line. Big catch there for Tyler Sneed.
Yeah, you've got Roland Milligan over top of Sneed to the left of MBT, and he just fits one in between Revis and Milligan on a 5-yard dig. That's a really good start here for Montreal. You talk about that new secondary. That didn't have nothing to do with the new guys. That was your two best players. And a great throw by MBT.
1st and 10. Hand the ball off in the backfield. Met immediately by Roland Milligan Jr. was Scott. And he'll stumble ahead, though, for a decent gain of almost 5.
I like this from Coach Mace. Dial up a blitz immediately after a good play from Montreal. You got Roland Milligan. You got A.J. Allen both blitzing. It's a good little early cut here by Stevie Scott that gets him the chance to get 4 yards at 2nd and 6.
13 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Scoreless at a rainy Mosaic Stadium on a Saturday evening. McLeod Bethel Thompson in the gun on 2nd down and 6 from the Riders' 44. Scott stands to his left. 3 receivers, now 4 to the near side. MBT back to pass, has a man. He throws it and throws it over top of everyone. Not a great toss. I wonder if that slipped out of his hand.
No, I think
it's
it was
incomplete.
tipped. It might have been tipped here. The replay makes it hard to tell. They're just showing the TSN copy now. You've got a 3. Yeah, it was tipped by the looper. So you had Saskatchewan coming out with 3 D linemen. They put Carney back as the linebacker, and then they twist and they stunt him from right to the outside left. And Carney gets up just in time to knock the ball down. It'll be a 45-yard field goal.
52, Luke.
My bad.
That's all good.
Never good at math.
Jose Maltos Diaz, 37-40 on the year.
No, wait a second. That's 45.
Kick is up. And it is just through. Not by much, but it'll sail through from 52. Trust me. Ball was on the 45. 7 yards back is 52. And it's good to make it 3-0 Montreal with 12:25 to go. Yeah. We'll take our first break and come back with more Math with Luke. Yeah. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead. You deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-0 Montreal leads the Saskatchewan Roughriders as we go down to field level. So for someone we can always count on in Teagan Witko. Sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan.
Well, I can certainly tell you that, yeah, it's misty down here. No update really on Tees right now when it comes to the Alouettes sideline. They're still in the medical tent being examined at this point. But I will also mention that there was not a single rider seated on the bench for that first drive of this game. Everybody appears to be fired up in honor of course, the Plaza of Honor inductees that are in attendance tonight. They have their rings. They'll be enshrined on that cairn in the southeast corner of Mosaic Stadium in perpetuity. And then at halftime here, we will also see inductees Alex Smith Sr. and Chris Best and the family of Steve Mulner as they are officially inducted into that Plaza of Honor as the 2025 class. So it's a pretty special game for these players down here, Dave.
Indeed it is, Teagan. Thank you so much. 1st and 10 for the Riders, who scrimmaged the ball at their 40 after the field goal. Handoff on 1st down to Ouellette. Tries to go along the right side of that line. Bodies flying everywhere late, but only about a yard gain on the play for the Riders.
Yeah, so Montreal comes out. They run the ball on possession and 1st down, and they get some good yardage out of it. right away you put the run formation and run set in for Saskatchewan, including Albert Awachian. They don't get anything on it. 2nd and 9. And again, you got a revamped defense here. You got Ento back. You've got one of the better defensive linemen, in my opinion, in this league, Mustafa Johnson. See how the Alouettes do.
2nd and 9 for the Riders on their own 41. Alouettes rush 4. Harris back to pass. He'll fling it far side. That's complete. Wet ball. Joe hauls it in, and he'll fall forward near the 48, but likely a gain of about 7 leaves them 2 yards shy of the first.
It looks like the punt unit's gathering here. You got a 4-man front. Trevor Harris looks to his right. Joe's coming back to the football, and you're right. It just doesn't secure it right off the bat, and I'm not sure that even if he did secure it right away, Dave, it turns into much more than what he got. So again, and that's a positive thing for this. Listen to this, Dave. Do you hear anything? No. That's exactly what the Montreal Alouettes are. They want the crowd out of it as if they can take them out early.
So Joe Couch will come on for his first punt of the football game, standing just beyond his 33-yard line. James Letcher Jr., the returner for Montreal, with a 10.6-yard average per return this season, stands back to gather this at his 13. But
this is going to be interesting. Because it looked like long snapper Jordan Hughes did move the ball a little bit, but I'm not sure the referee on the far side caught it. This is going to be either a first down.
Well, the Rider offense is coming out, as is the Alouettes defense. Tim Croker is the referee, and yes, early movement prior to the snap. We'll wait for Tim Croker and crew to sort it out, but they still discuss it, as Malik Carney is providing some assistance to that conversation, and it is going to be against Montreal.
There you go. Well, Montreal squanders a really good opportunity. They come out here, the defense does their job, and I think that when you're a team that's really struggling, these are the things you run into, right? Mental errors, focus lapses, and now you take a really positive result on the Riders' first drive. You get them to go 2 and out, and you give them another kick if they can. You don't want to do, especially a team with the momentum that the Riders have right now this season, you don't want to give this green and white team a second shot.
First down for the Riders for Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. Rider ball now at the 53-yard line on their side of center. Riders have Ouellette in the backfield. Alouettes load up the line. Harris, play action, pass far side, complete. Tommy Neal has it, going to get pushed out of bounds just into Montreal territory up at the 46, good for another first down.
Neal's going to line up as a tight end on the right side, and he's going to go directly into the flat. Now what this does is the linebacker that's responsible for Neal, Tyrese Beverett, he's just behind Neal initially because of where Neal starts and where he's lined up. So by the time he gets back online with Neal, we've already got a first down.
11-yard reception for a first down for the Riders into Montreal territory at the 46, right-hand hash. Alouette's going to load up the line on first down. Riders send 2 receivers far side. 8 bodies on the offensive line for Montreal. Harris sees it, throws it far side, completes it. It's Joe down to the 38-yard line, a gain of almost 8 yards. It'll be second and short for the Riders.
It's a good job here by Joe. They recognize 0 blitz, meaning there's no safety. Too many guys on the line of scrimmage, one-on-one coverage. Lorenzo Burns, he's a younger player. He just got to understand that when they're in sending 2 more guys than the Riders can block, the ball's coming out quick. He doesn't get a jump on this, and Joe burns him.
Penalty-aided drive continues for the Riders, now 2nd and 2 at the Montreal 38. 6, 7, 8, 9 into the box for Montreal on 2nd and short. Harris back to pass, launches it, and it's going to be incomplete as he takes a big hit back at midfield. Is coming in was Mustafa Johnson, who you were excited for the Montreal Alouettes to get back into the lineup.
Yeah, you bring Mustafa Johnson back in. He understands Noel Thorpe's system of blitzes, and here again you have one more guy than the Riders can block. So when you're in this situation, Dave, especially on the line of scrimmage, you gotta come as if you're gonna be the free guy, because if you don't think you're gonna be the free guy and you are, you're gonna be late. Mustafa Johnson understands that, blows through the line of scrimmage and pressures Harris off it. Let's see if Lowther can get this. Hold on, I'm gonna 46-yarder.
Bang on for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today. The ball's on the right hash far side. Good snap by Jordan Hughes, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Good kick by Brett Lowther, who slides it through the uprights today. And we're tied at 3 with 9:26 to go in the opening quarter. Take a break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize, everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on, play now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, Rider Nation, we love hearing from you on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. That opening drive for the Riders, 7 plays. It started on their own 40-yard line, ends with a field goal by Brett Lother from 46 yards out. What that all means at the end of the day is the Riders, who've only put up 11 first-quarter points in their last 6 games, have now extended that to 14. And after the penalty assistance for a first down after what would have been a 2-and-out, the Riders, I'm sure, would have loved more than just settling for that long field goal.
Well, they're fortunate to even be in the situation, right, Dave? I mean, you come out here and you're 2-and-out, and it's an offside that gets you the jump, but
so 1st and 10 for the Alouettes. They'll field the ball at their own 40-yard line following the Lother field goal. McLeod Bethel Thompson, the lone quarterback in the game, as you would expect, as he'll hand the ball off. And once again, getting the carry is Stevie Scott III. He'll get across the 40, spins his way near the 48. Nice gain on first down for the backup running back, as we've yet to see Travis Tice, who exited the ball game after the first offensive play.
Yeah, you got the Montreal Alouettes bringing 2 guys across the formation from left to right, and then Steven Scott just sort of rambles his way through. He takes the long way to it, but the reason why is because he needed to find a gap. It was a good patient run. 2nd and 2. Right now, the Riders are not winning the first downs.
Ball on the 48 of Montreal. Pair of backs in the backfield for McLeod Bethel Thompson on this short yardage play. Riders put 4 down linemen. MBT hands it off. That's going to be a first down across the 50 up near the 51-yard line for Scott, as he was met by Roland Milligan Jr., but not before getting first down yardage.
2nd and 2. I mean, if I'm the Montreal Alouettes and I know that I'm going for it on 3rd and 2, probably I could take a shot there, but they elect to maybe just get them a little closer. It's a good run here again from Scott. You know, those young players, they get particularly excited when they get the reps that they don't necessarily expect, right? You sit there and you're like, okay, if the window opens, I'm going to go for it. Window opened early for Scott, and he looks good.
2nd-year pro out of Indiana. Lone back in the backfield as Montreal now loads it on up. Fake a handoff. MBT's got a man going deep, and it's caught down to the 20, 15, 10, 5. It's Philpott, and he's in the end zone. The Montreal Alouettes play action pass. Gets past the corner, Kerfella Exume on the far side.
Yeah.
And for Philpott, he's got his 4th touchdown of the season.
Well, Philpott is lined up to the left of MBT, and when they play action this, he takes an inside release. For some reason, Kerfella Exume just goes a little bit too far inside on his release, and when Philpott then gets vertical, Kerfella Exume is behind, and it costs them big. We haven't won the first downs, and right now, the Alouettes look good.
59-yard touchdown reception from McLeod Bethel Thompson to Tyson Philpott has moved the Alouettes right back in front. Point after attempt goes through the uprights, and it's now 10-3. Montreal has the lead with 7:35 to go in the opening quarter. We'll take a timeout and come back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B grain trailers and tri-axle hopper trailers. These Platinum grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum grain trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Replay, 65-yard drive for the Montreal Alouettes culminating in Tyson Philpott's 59-yard touchdown reception. Montreal out in front 10-3 as they've scored, have the Montreal Alouettes on both of their drives thus far. Coming into the ball game, Montreal had only scored touchdowns on 11.6% of their drives thus far this season. So a great start for the Alouettes, who you'd never know have lost 5 in a row, but they're going to lose something bigger, Luke, as we look to the south end zone, and we can see that Travis Tice is being taken off towards the Alouettes dressing room.
Well, I mean, you never want to see an injury, right? But Stevie Scott and the Alouettes have looked fine. They haven't missed a beat right now. Theis looks to be out for a while here. So it's Stevie Scott's game moving forward. And I really like what they're doing, too. They're loading up the box. They're in heavy run sets on first down. And then what happened there, that touchdown, they gave the same look as they did on the run, and they play action passes, but they kept all the guys in. So they really had like 8 guys pass proing for MBT to make sure he had the time.
Diaz kickoff taken by Dante Myers. He gets across the 42. Ball comes out. Montreal says they had it. The officials are conferring with one another. But indeed, it does look like the first Olympic RTM's turnover of the day might go the way of the Montreal Alouettes.
I think he was down when this ball came out. It definitely comes out. Montreal obviously is trying to convince the referees, and the referees are just going to say it's a Saskatchewan ball on about
ruling
42.
on the field is the ball carrier was down by contact. First down.
Yeah, but that's not a good sign. I mean, hey, what was the bonus fourth key we talked about? Ball security, Dave.
Yeah.
It's wet out there. I get it. You got to hold on.
67-yard kick, 29 on the return for Dante Myers. The Riders catch a break, have the football at their own 42-yard line with 7:27 to go here in the opening quarter. As you can imagine, Jason Moss is none too impressed on that far sideline, as he'll have a number of conversations with anyone willing to listen on that far side.
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to give his coaches time to see if they need to challenge it, right? So the more time you argue with the ref, the less time they take getting the stuff out.
So the Riders now line up with A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll stand to the right of Trevor Harris on first down. Alouettes put 6 in the box. Fake the handoff, first down. Harris over the middle, intercepted. Flags come out, though, at the end of the play. But Wesley Sutton was able to haul it in as he stepped in front of the target in being Keshan Johnson. But there is a flag down here on the near side.
Well, if this is a pass interference, it's the wrong call.
And indeed it is.
And look, I want the Riders to win this game, and I'm pro green and white, obviously, but this in my mind needs to be turned over immediately. They both have the opportunity to compete for the football. No, I don't agree with that at all. I'd be throwing the flag, and that's exactly what Jason Moss is doing right now.
Well, Moss is out.
Yeah, Sutton has every right to compete for a football that's in the air. As obviously the Saskatchewan Roughrider receivers do, and he just beats him to the spot. This is Keshan Johnson. He's running about a 5-yard post route here, so he cuts it off quickly, gets his head turned. Sutton anticipates it as well. Yeah, there's no way this is bad for him. He's going for the football. He's going for the football the entire way. I really think that this should be Montreal's ball, and I know Rider Nation agrees with me, and if it doesn't get overturned, whatever, but man, that's a tough call on a defensive back who's taught them to play it that way.
Replay brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. So with 7:10 to go, a pretty critical call very early in this ball game as to whether or not Wesley Sutton is going to be targeted with that pass interference call. It already looks like Tim Croker has got a decision from the replay center. No, hold on. He's talking to Montreal right now, and I thought that he had told them that the play was being upheld. And Croker is talking with the officials in Toronto as we speak.
Yeah, I just think that the conversation right now in Toronto, Dave, is who's got the right to make a play on the ball. And I think that both guys in this case, Trevor Harris throws a good ball. I just felt Keshan Johnson got outworked for it. And maybe that's my take as a former defensive player who saw his fair amount of great defensive back play. But in this case, I would question as to why this wouldn't be overturned.
Thus far this season, Jason Moss and coach's challenges is 2 of 6.
It looks like it's coming back.
7th opportunity, and yeah, the Montreal offense is starting to jog out onto the field. And
as they should. This is the right call, I think.
Trevor Harris continues the debate with Tim Croker. We'll wait to see. As again, the Rider defense is now jogging out onto the field prior to any call officially from Croker. Here we go.
After review by the replay center, the ruling on the field is overturned.
Yeah, that's the right call.
An interception by Montreal and a first down.
Rider Nation hates it, but it's the right call. Trevor Harris throws this. It's a good throw, but Keshan Johnson just gets beat to the spot.
So for Sutton, big interception for his team, his 2nd of the season, and it's a first down Montreal at the Riders 52. McLeod Bethel Thompson swings it out near side. That is complete in this near side flat up to the 48-yard line. And maybe not much more as Jameer Thurman comes up to make the tackle on Austin Mack after a gain of 4. 2nd down and 5 actually, as Mack is going to be given a great spot on that.
Oh, listen, I'll tell you what, man, this first down right now for Montreal, they're hitting on all cylinders. They're a team that was really struggling in converting the 2nd downs. And here they put themselves in really good positions very early on.
2nd and 5 for the Alouettes on the Rider 47. Right hash, Riders show blitz. Here it comes near side, though, as a pass to Philpott, and he's got some room, but the Riders do a great job of flowing to the football, negating the gain to about a yard, and it's going to be a kicking situation here for the Alouettes.
Yeah, I think Moss is going to want to take this play call back, and it's a great job by Saskatchewan's defensive backs. You got Milligan, and you've got the Benny Sapp III just walking through the block attempts of the 2 wide receivers. That's the problem with those screen games is especially if they're to the wide receivers, it leaves other receivers to block, and you got to have a different mentality if you're going to be the lead blockers. And that time, unfortunately for the Alouettes, their receivers were not up to par in terms of the physicality that Milligan and Benny Sapp were willing to play with.
So Maltos Diaz comes in with a 54-yard attempt.
Oh my God.
1 of 1 from 52.
Dave, I burped and I pressed the wrong button to quiet.
Maltos Diaz hits the upright.
Hey, maybe it was good luck.
There you go. Lots of leg, but it goes off the uprights, and the Riders' interception will do no harm, and they'll get the ball when we come back. 6:02 to go. 10-3, Montreal leads the Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
On the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. We love hearing from you and where you're at. And this is a new one here from me. Don Jr. from Iran. Is that right? ARRAN, listening in on GX94 today. So
there you go.
Don Jr., thanks so much for the text at 306-936-6262. I will be Googling that after.
Me too. And Rider Nation, I apologize. I had some French fries and I had a soda here before the game started. When I burped, I usually hit my mute button, but when I burped, I hit Dave's mute button. So not only did it cut off Dave's voice, it allowed me to just burp in everybody's ear. So I apologize for that, guys. Won't happen again.
Can I just say that there's probably a lot of people that are encouraging you to hit my mute button more often?
that's you know what, me too, though. That's the problem.
1st and 10 for the Riders on their 30 after the missed field goal attempt. Harris is in the gun. 5 receivers in this formation. Hand off to Ouellette, who comes to the near side. Waits for the blocking to set up. Cuts back to the 35 up near the 39-yard line. Gain of 9 for A.J. Ouellette. Best carry of the day.
Yeah, that's a lot better, right? That's what you're used to seeing. You got Jacob Brammer, the right guard, pulling around. He's got receiver Tommy Neal right behind him, so you got 2 extra blockers to the left. Brammer does a great job picking up at number 26 for the Montreal Alouettes, as he was the last guy in the line of scrimmage, Tyrese Beverett. And that's the first down production you want to see. Now, just like the Alouettes, it's the Riders that have a ton of options here going into 2nd and short. They can even take a shot with Tommy Stevens if they want to.
Alouettes have too many players on the field. Tommy Stevens is in under center, and now we've got whistles. Did Montreal call a timeout? We'll wait. Oh, no, we've got a player that went down on the turf for the Alouettes just prior to the snap.
Oh, got a pigeon call. Don't like this one. Don't like this one.
Injuries for work safe Saskatchewan, so the Alouettes will get an opportunity to recalibrate. We saw this last night in the Hamilton and Winnipeg game when the Bombers were able to capitalize on a late change by the Ticats that they were able to convert into a touchdown, and the Alouettes obviously saw that game and said, we're not having that happen to us tonight, so they will go ahead and recalibrate. As again, hopefully it isn't a serious injury or cramp or anything that we are making light of, but
it's been raining all day and it's cold out. It's not a cramp, trust me.
Fair enough. So again, getting some attention down at field level is, again, we've been watching and trying to see whether or not if the rain is persisting, and it appears to be so, as the raindrops on the Rider tent.
Yeah, doesn't look as bad. A lot of folks that aren't wearing their ponchos that they brought, so that's always a good sign.
Well, there's still a lot of fans you can see huddled up in underneath of the concourse as opposed to coming down to their seats today. Yeah.
You know, again, I think that if I'm the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I'm really considering taking a shot here, because you're going to go for this regardless. It's 2nd and 1, right? 3rd and 1, you're going to go for it. You got a really good short yardage team. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mueller pull something out here.
Well, Tyrell Richards is the player that was shaken up. He jogs off to the sideline to a mixed response from the east sideline as Tommy Stevens goes into the center on 2nd and short for the Riders. Lots of pre-snap movement. Stevens, as the flag comes down, Stevens is going to bowl ahead to about the 41, but yeah, there is going to be an offside call, but it looks like, I think it's Montreal they're pointing to.
I don't know. This looked like it was in Saskatchewan. It looked like one of the Riders, I think our tight end went early. Another Montreal Alouette down on the ground. This one looks warranted.
Montreal defensive line.
Montreal's line just lined up offside there.
And again, if you're Jason Moss, you just got to be scratching your head saying, what in the world is going on? So already Travis Tice, the running back, has left this ball game after 1 offensive snap. Also not on the field tonight for the Montreal Alouettes on defense, Sean Lemon and Sean Oakman, Arthur Hamlin, Deontay Ruffin, and Nate Boscheman. Offensively, you've got quarterbacks Davis Alexander and Caleb Evans. They are sidelined, as is running back Sean Thomas Erlington, receivers Alexander Hollins and Cole Speaker. And that's a pretty good group of players when you consider that those 10 are not in the lineup tonight for Montreal. Compounding
and again, you're not. I mean, if you're looking for sympathy from Rider Nation,
no,
based on what they went through last season, you're not going to get any, right?
No,
this is something you got to deal with in the Canadian Football League and in all of football, really. I mean, you see the rash of injuries already in the National Football League. Washington, you losing Austin Eckler in the Monday Nighter. It's just something general managers you're going to have to get used to.
We have procedure against Saskatchewan number 62.
Yeah, see?
It's a 5-yard penalty, and it's 2nd down.
So the replay center making an impact in this football game.
Yeah. I didn't think the Montreal Alouettes were offside.
So The question, however, is even if you had procedure and the Alouettes lined up offside, aren't the penalties offsetting then?
Yeah, look, Dave, the amount of time this has taken in the first quarter, we're going to get home by like midnight if this continues.
Well, head coach Corey Mace has called over Tim Croker to ask for clarification as well, because if the Riders didn't draw the Alouettes offside is what my point is.
Yeah, I see
however,
what you're saying.
Tim Croker has done this long enough, has officiated enough Grey Cups to understand exactly what the rules are and knows, but he is in communication with the replay center in Toronto. That replay center for Mazank Fuels is the Alouettes player is going to jog off on the far sideline, which is good to see. That is Jeffrey Canton-Arcou.
Yeah, that's one of their draft picks that they're really excited about. They use him in pass rushing situations, obviously on first down. Short yardage like they did there. 2nd and 6 now for Saskatchewan. Noel Thorpe's going to get up on the line here, and he's probably going to either show blitz or I really think that right now you got to threaten Trevor Harris with the blitz and then maybe drop back into coverage.
Well, let's see what he does. That being Noel Thorpe, the defensive coordinator of the Alouettes. It's now 2nd and 6, Saskatchewan at their 34. Near hash, Harris back to pass. Throws far side up to the 40, trying to get ahead to the 41, 42, and it will be complete for a first down. Nice work there by the Riders and Dante Myers.
You're really playing into the strength of Trevor Harris here by not threatening with the blitz. You got 4 linemen, you got 2 linebackers back, and what Trevor Harris does is he waits for the initial wide receiver to his left to clear, and then he hits, who was that?
Dante Myers.
He hits Myers coming in as a secondary receiver. It's a really good route combo, but more importantly, it's because Trevor Harris had time to assess.
7 on the line for the Alouettes on first down for the Riders from their 42. Handoff to Ouellette. He'll find some room, get across the 45, moves the pile near the 46 for a good gain of 4, maybe 5 for A.J. Ouellette.
And this is the Saskatchewan Roughriders. How many opportunities do you want to give the Montreal Alouettes to get into this game? And this is a massive 2nd down here, 2nd and 5. And the reason I say that is just it feels a little bit like you have a real opportunity if you convert this to get some normalcy back, to get your tempo back, and maybe have things starting to settle down, because right now it just seems off.
Call it a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd and 5, Saskatchewan at their 47. Right-hand hash, 5 receiver set for Harris, 3 near side. Alouettes rush 3 on the play. Dumped off near side. That's complete. Joe's got it up to the midfield stripe for another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, Noel Thorpe, for some peculiar reason, is just playing zone now on the 2nd and 6 or 5, and Joe just sits down there as the slot receiver to the left in tons of space, and it's an easy conversion.
Riders go quick, going to hand the ball off to Ouellette with only 3 down linemen. He's got a hole into Montreal territory up to the 47-yard line. Nice gain of 8.
Now you're starting to see the Saskatchewan Roughriders impose their will a little bit, right? You're going to give them 2 easy targets on 2nd down, and then you're just going to get right back in it with A.J. Ouellette. Down the middle, it's 2nd and 3, and this is why we talked about winning those first downs, right, Dave?
Yep.
Taking the Montreal offense, sitting it on the sideline for extended periods of time, starting to wear out, grind out those defensive linemen that have been struggling against the run as of late.
2:20 and counting to go in the opening quarter. Montreal leads 10-3. 2nd and 3 for the Riders. Handoff to Mario Anderson Jr. He's going to move the legs forward near the 45-yard line. He had to get across it for a first down. He's going to be just short.
Saskatchewan's going to send out their goal line team that it looks a little bit bigger nowadays because of the return of Daniel Johnson, who takes his spot as one of the tight ends in this set. You have Ali Saad as well as Micah Johnson, the 2 defensive linemen, as your wings on this set. And Mario Johnson gets the carry.
Tommy Stevens comes in for the Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. It's at the Montreal 46. Riders have got a good 1.5 yards to go for this first down. Big bodies, though, are in. With Stevens under center, pre-snap movement, goes to the left. Stevens gets across the 45. Ball comes out. Montreal has it. Stevens was popped at the end of the run when he had the first down, and it's going to be the 2nd Olympic RTM's turnover of the day for the Riders, and the fumble falls into the hands of the Montreal Alouettes, who get it back.
Yeah, there's a lot of hats around the ball, and you've got number 42, Tyrell Richards, a linebacker. I think what happened here is when Tommy Stevens went to the left, Tyrell Richards was able to essentially confront him and punch this ball or get his hands on this ball before he actually went in on the tackle. Stevens just presents it to him essentially, and they turn it over.
Marc-Antoine Dequoy on the fumble recovery for Montreal, who start the drive. 1st and 10 at their 45. MBT in the gun, fakes the handoff, looking over the top, has got a man again, and it's Philpott down to the 30 of Saskatchewan in front of Kerfella Exume.
Yeah.
And again, another big reception for the former Canadian Grey Cup MVP.
Well, this is a good job. Another play action look from Montreal, and this is Philpott winning another one-on-one against Exume. He approaches him in the waggle, fakes him to the left, and then cuts inside, and Kerfella gets turned around. Montreal with some great play calling, but more importantly, unlike the first time we played Montreal, MBT has time to throw.
19-yard reception for Philpott. 1st and 10 for the Alouettes on the Riders' 26-yard line. Thompson back to pass, has time, settles far side, finds his man. That's Dallaire out of the backfield to the 20, 15, mates a man, and Exume at the 10. Big pop there, but it's going to be a Montreal first down inside the 10-yard line.
You've got 7 people initially here in on the pass protection. And then what happens as their fullback, Dallaire, who starts in the protection, realizes that he's unmarked. He sneaks out late. That's exactly where MBT goes as soon as he gets pressured from our front finally. And they are knocking on our door on about the 7-yard line.
1st and goal from the Ashdown Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw red zone. Ball on the 7 after the 19-yard reception. MBT hands it off. Scott dances up to the 5, down to the 4, gain of about 3, half the distance to the goal that the Alouettes need.
You know, when you're from Indiana and you're a Hoosier, you're used to Big Ten weather. This is Big Ten football weather, and you got Scott who's running like he's got 2 hands on the football. He's not making long, exaggerated cuts. It's 1 or 2 steps and go. 2nd and goal.
And we'll have it for you when we come back. The first quarter's in the books. It's Montreal 10, Saskatchewan 3 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The second quarter is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton and Weyburn today, or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Thomas Luc Mullinder with you in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Montreal Alouettes are inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. They've got them. And right now, the Montreal Alouettes, who come in with the worst red zone offense in the Canadian Football League, look to find a strike to extend their 7-point lead. Ball set up right between the goalposts. For McLeod, Bethel Thompson, he's back to pass. Going to be flushed far side, dumps it off underneath to the 4-3, down to the goal line, but the Riders and Roland Milligan Jr. do a nice job of keeping that receiver out of the end zone all the way down to the goal line, but not breaking through was Regis Sibasu. And it looks like Montreal is going to send out the heavy team. Yeah, for it will be 3rd and goal from the 1.
They pass pro'd it, Dave, and then again tried to leak the fullback out late. This time we covered it up a little bit better, but it's a 1-yarder. And again, you're going to have to stay on side here. That's the first job. Make sure you're not above the white line.
Short yardage in. Under center, pushing forward is Shea Patterson, and it's a touchdown. Shea Patterson will score his first touchdown as a member of the Montreal Alouettes in his second go-around, and you can see the elation on his face as the Alouettes make good in the red zone.
Well, it's a really good job by Shea, and he just continues to work. A.J. Allen tries to grab him by his back late here, and I feel like when he tried to do that, it actually helped Shea Patterson get in a little bit easier. But right now, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are reeling. Montreal's come out. They've max pro'd it. They've clearly said, look, we've got to give MBT a chance, regardless of how many yards we need when he's throwing the football. They have had 6-7 guys in a lot in pass protection.
Maltos Diaz to come on and try the extra point attempt. He's 17 of 18 on converts this season. Kick is up, and the end-over-ender splits the uprights, and it's 17-3. The Montreal Alouettes leading the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Just a minute 8 here into the second quarter. However, whistles do sound. How about we go downstairs? Teagan Witko is standing by for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Ritchie Brothers, of course, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan.
Doesn't matter what you think the weather's going to look like, it can always change in 5 minutes. And I will tell you, gentlemen, that it is absolutely misty and soggy down here. But that does not impact these players, right? I mean, Jamarcus Hardrick, an 11-year veteran, celebrated a milestone last week in Winnipeg. The Labor Day Classic rematch was his 150th CFL game. And what a way to do it, by winning in Winnipeg. Now, given all the talk about this potentially being a trap game right before the week off, facing the Alouettes, who are currently on a 5-game losing skid. I mean, earlier this week, Yoshi even told you, Dave, they continue to have that 1-0 mentality. As he said, and I quote, you can't celebrate the bye week 2 weeks in a row, as he remains laser focused down here on the sideline.
You know, Teagan, I probably should have taken that as some words of advice in my collegiate career.
You and I both.
Just saying. Kickoff from Diaz, lands in the arms on the far side of Mario Alford, gets across the 25, wrapped up from behind, up across the 26 near the 27. So familiar territory, dare I say, as the Riders in their last victories have come from 10-point deficits. This time they're down 2 full touchdowns and need to make something happen offensively, as they've been shooting themselves with an interception, a fumble, and now they're backed up at their 27 yards on the green and white offense.
Well, the only positive sign right now, or positive thing about this, is it's still really early on in this game, right, Dave? We're about 1 minute and 15 seconds into the second quarter. The Riders have all day. No need to panic or change the game script.
68-yard kickoff, 15 yards on the return. 1st and 10 for the Riders at their 27. 13:33 to go here in the second quarter. Going to pitch it out far side for Ouellette, and he's got the corner and more across the 30, up near the 35-yard line for a gain of 8, almost 9.
Well, this is a great call, and it's also a tendency breaker here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I mean, I don't think we've seen that play dialed up at all here in the last 5-6 games. That's a great call. You got the 2 pulling offensive linemen. You've got down blocks from the receivers on the left, and it gives A.J. Ouellette a couple options to run wide. You're looking at 2nd and 3 now.
Ball is on the 35 of Saskatchewan. Left-hand hash for the Riders, who send 3 receivers in formation. They've got an extra tight end in along the offensive line. Harris calls out the cadence, hands it off to Ouellette to the 35, still going up to the 40. And then he'll be brought down for a Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down, your first choice for insurance.
You got a little bit of push here in the interior, and you've got just enough of a block from Tommy Neild as the tight end on Isaac Adiyami Berglund to just slow down Berglund enough to where he can't get in initially as A.J. Ouellette gets the handoff. And because Berglund wasn't able to get there, A.J. Allen is afforded the first down.
12-10 and counting to go in the second quarter. Riders trailing by 14. It's 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Alouettes load up the box with 6 bodies. Handoff goes to Ouellette. To the right, cuts to the left, gets across the 45 for a gain of 5. It's 2nd and medium for the Riders.
Yeah, and again, this is where you want to be in Saskatchewan, right? You want to be 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6. Trevor Harris is really good. Now if I'm Noel Thorpe, I need to remember how I approached these last 2 downs in this situation. For some reason, I played zones and just afforded all sorts of space in the number. I can't see him continuing to do that.
Quick huddle for the Riders on 2nd and 5. They use stop motion. The Alouettes don't declare their defense with 4 down defensive linemen. 6 back in coverage for the Alouettes on 2nd down as Harris takes the snap, back to pass, pumps once. Now he'll throw it near side. That's going to be short of the intended receiver. Looking for a Joe coming back to the inside, and Harris kind of looks down at his hand, and I wonder if he may have lost some grip on that, as it'll be a kicking situation for Joe Couch and the punt team.
Well, initially here he wants Keshan Johnson on the out route towards the 50, and Keshan isn't able to get off the coverage, and he is forced to come all the way back and just can't get a firm throw in, and the Owls are returning our punt.
So Joe Couch stands back at his 30 to get this one away for the Riders with 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. Montreal 17, Saskatchewan 3. Good snap, right to Couch.
Couch has been better as of late.
Yeah, spiraling kick that Letcher Jr. has to run up on. Takes it at his 26 flag, comes out right away, likely for no yards, as Letcher will get across the 30 to the 32, but that'll be advanced thanks to the no yards penalty. We'll talk about it when we come back. 10:58 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new F-150.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,975 in total price adjustments on eligible 2025 F-150 models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Shout out to Cindy Fuchs, Michelle, and Murad Al-Khatib, and all the organizing committee of the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation's organizing committee for the Plaza of Honor Dinner, the premier fundraising event for the Roughriders Foundation, which of course helps youth in our communities through their Win with Wellness mental health campaign. They're of course Reading with the Riders program, and it's not possible without your support. Great event. Kate Burness was there. You heard Wes Cates talking about it, and of course at halftime we'll hear from Steve Smith Sr. as well as Chris Best and Steve Molnar's family, who will be formally recognized for their induction into the Plaza of Honor. But you can also get in on the fun and the fundraising with the 50-50, the jackpot over $210,000. Go to riders5050.ca for yours. Handoff on first down goes to Scott, and he'll get across the 45 up near the 48-yard line. There's a football on the field that Kosi and Yeka comes up with, but they'll say the whistle sounded first, so it'll be a gain of about 6.
The Alouettes are able to just seal off Ali Saad just enough before he gets back in on this play. By then, Scott had a little bit of momentum going for himself, and again, the Owls find themselves in a 2nd and 4, really manageable down.
Ball on their own 49-yard line with 10:27 to go. McLeod Bethel Thompson at the helm of the offense, back after a 3-week stay on the 6-game injured list. Signals the receivers to the line, drops back to pass, has time, looking far side, has a man, and Mack has it, but did he stay in bounds? They'll talk about it, and they're going to say he does for a first down Montreal.
My word, this is another great route by an Alouette receiver. You've just got a little bit of a low high here. You got a shallow route, and then you've got number 81 for the Alouettes, Austin Mack, running right inside the line, and then breaking out at about 15 yards. And I'll tell you what, man, McLeod Bethel Thompson, he must have been on a serious program while he was hurt, because he's come out here and he's looked like Anthony Calvillo.
Well, that is the offensive coordinator he works with. It's 1st and 10 at the 46 of Saskatchewan. Flag comes out, all kinds of pre-snap movement, and that might have been the left guard, Pierre-Olivier Lestage, number 66. That looked like he left from his left guard spot to pull to the far side of the field.
Tap out of knack.
Procedure.
Can't do it.
Montreal number 66. 5-yard penalty. It remains first down.
And to build on your point of McLeod Bethel Thompson coming out firing, he's 8 of 9 for 166 yards and a touchdown already.
You know, they've been struggling so much on second down, but it's because they've been in 2nd and 7+ so many times. I mean, today they've come in here and they've been in what, it was 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5, almost all first half. This, obviously, they're going to have to take a chunk out.
Well, so far on first down, the offense is number 6 in yards gained by average first down for the Alouettes. And you're right, they've done a nice job. 1st and 15, the offside flag comes out as the ball's completed to Rambo here on the near side, up to the 44 of Saskatchewan, but it's not going to matter as the Alouettes were about 5 to 7 yards offside before McLeod Bethel Thompson threw that.
Yeah, and Montreal, despite a 14-point lead here, Montreal has given every chance for the Saskatchewan Roughriders to stay close here.
Offside.
They've really taken some unfortunate penalties. This is one of them. I mean, they're going to be backing up now to 1st and 20. And again, this is probably, I mean, they probably feel like they're playing Hamilton right now last week, right? They were in these long downs far too much.
So 1st and 20, the ball moves back to the Montreal side of center, right between the hashes on the S of Mosaic at midfield.
Well, I go right at Kerfala Exume if I'm the Montreal Alouettes. I max pro it and go at Kerfala.
3 receivers near side. That's where MBT looks. Ball is complete. Up to the 50, 55. Finally spun out of bounds of the receiver after some big contact on Tyler Sneed after that little screen pass. It's going to net about 4 yards on the play.
Yeah, so you're going to get Sneed. He's going to be bubbling out. And again, DeMarcus Fields just such a good job against Mac, number 81, just bubbling this screen, not allowing Sneed to get any running room. I mean, if you're willing to play more physical against these receivers when they're trying to throw those bubble screens, you're going to win it every time. And right now, Montreal in 2nd and 15. They're going to have to get the ball out quickly. Look, the Riders are trying to figure out what type of stunt they're going to run here.
4 down linemen for the Riders on this 2nd and 15 play from the Saskatchewan 51. MBT dumps it off underneath. That's complete to Rambo to the 45-40, and he might have a first down to the 38-yard line. This is going to be close as Charleston Rambo came up with a big reception, and the yak yards after catch going to be huge.
This is a really good call from offensive coordinator Jason Moss. They're going to send out the field goal team here, but I mean, they did everything they could to get in it. Normally, you'd see a running back screen here, but what they do is that they essentially run the one running back to the right, hopefully take the eyes out there, and then they bring the receiver in and put him to where they'd normally run that screen. They almost got it.
46-yard attempt for Jose Maltos Diaz. He's 1 of 2, made from 54, or pardon me, connected from 52, missed from 54. Ball left hash. Good snap. The ball is down. The kick is a driving kick, and it's wide to the left. Going to take a bounce and skip by Mario Alford in the end zone for the Rouge. So Montreal builds on their lead. It's now 18-3 with 7:57 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA for Regina Lakeview, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. I want to give a shout out to the boys in green and white and send my condolences to Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe. We spanked Winnipeg's team, not once, but twice already. The Labor Day Classic, the Banjo Bowl, and our boys are going to do it again October 17th on your home turf. 10-2, best in the West. Try to keep up. Contact me 306-522-1333.
Highline bale processors lead the industry, and that's no accident. Every Bale Pro is engineered, tested, and refined to deliver the best results for cattle production. When you choose the Highline Bale Pro, you're investing in a smart, long-term solution, boosting productivity, reducing operating costs, and supporting healthier livestock. With 4 models, each offering unique advantages, there's a Bale Pro built for your operation. Young's Equipment, your authorized Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca today.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, as I alluded to those yak yards, they're brought to you by Pump Jacks Cathedral. Now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. Rider offense coming back out onto the field. Luke, they'll have the ball at their 40-yard line, and it just seems off. Whether it's the vibe with the rain, things just aren't clicking. As even Trevor Harris has taken off the glove that he usually wears on his non-throwing hand. He hasn't used it at all today.
Well, it's probably that's
with bare
hands, right? You got wet leather on the ball you're trying to throw. He hasn't been exactly accurate to this point, so.
As Chris Getzlaff here on Legends Day comes out to salute the crowd, looks like he's going to launch some footballs into the stands. Is it just me? But Getz looks like he could still play. No?
These receivers, they just grew up like that. They don't take anything to look like a wide receiver.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, man. Getty stays active. He's a heck of a golfer. That's for sure.
And gives back to the community in a lot of different ways. Played in the charity hockey game up in Saskatoon.
Yeah, he does. Labor of love. Many people, legend has it, many people thought that Chris was actually the better hockey player back in the day than his Hall of Fame brother. He just didn't have the size.
Wow.
Yeah. Just add to the family drama right there,
Yeah, that's right. A coach has heard that story somewhere.
Yep.
1st and 10 for the Riders. A little stop motion, but they'll hand it off or fake it. And now Harris looking near side. It's up. He's got a man. It's Dante Myers, but it falls incomplete. Great coverage by Lorenzo Burns as he was able to break it up.
Sorry, Dave. Lorenzo Burns is beat here one-on-one. This is great pass pro, first of all, allowing Trevor Harris to step in. But he puts on a clinic film on how to react when the ball's in the air. He waits to see which receiver is that? Is that Del Duncan Busby?
Dante.
That's
Myers.
Dante. So he waits to see when Dante gets his hands up to catch the ball, and then he comes through with his hands up through his chest. Perfect defense.
2nd down and 10 for the Riders at their 40. Right-hand hash. Keshan Johnson, Mr. 2nd down, stays in the backfield to block as Harris loads it up, fires it complete. Joe down to the 44 of Montreal for a Riders 1st down.
Yeah, Joe just gets lost by the two safeties here. And what I mean by that is Joe is between the numbers and the hash, and we run a long route right in front of him, and both safeties go with the the longer route, and then a Joe just sort of dips down in underneath where those safeties have vacated, and Trevor Harris finds him.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Another Bazandowski Agencies 1st down up to the Montreal 44. 6:56 to go before halftime. Harris is in the gun, calls the receivers to the line, hands it off to A.J. Ouellette. Goes left, cuts it back right. Going to get down to the 39, maybe the 38-yard line for a gain of 6 where there looked like there was nothing.
Yeah, initially A.J. Ouellette bounces to the outside. The edge collapses a little bit, which is why he bounced out to the outside, but he got talked out of it. He saw a white jersey as soon as he bounced out, cuts back in, and ends up doing a good job. Picks up 5.
2nd and 5 for the Riders at the Montreal 39. Alouettes put 6 on the defensive line.
Yeah.
Harris sees it and is going to change the play.
Well, Harris wants his receivers to know this ball's coming out quick, but look at Montreal. Now they're backing off.
Harris, as only 4 will rush for Montreal. He'll throw it far side. It's complete. Down to the 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Keshan Johnson, 4th touchdown reception and the 200th touchdown toss of Trevor Harris's career, and the Riders find the end zone.
This is the 2nd time they've found a hole in the zone, and this is Marc-Antoine Dequoi's fault. Antoine Dequois, for some reason, hesitates. I don't know whether he was trying to figure out whether he wanted to go for the interception or the big hit. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't pick either one of them. Keshan Johnson catches it right behind him and then makes his way to the end zone. The Riders can pull within 8 with the conversion here. Great execution. That's the first good drive of the day.
Well, Trevor Harris got a little pep in his step as he comes off with that 200th touchdown toss of his career. As Joe Couch gets set to hold on this point after attempt, it's a clean snap from Hugh Sand. It goes through the uprights. Make it 18-10. The Alouettes lead the Riders with 5:45 to go before halftime. We'll take a timeout and come back with more in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Harvested, the work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast, seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Touchdown drive brought to you by Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. The Roughriders took the football after that failed field goal attempt by the Montreal Alouettes, moved it 4 plays after starting at their 40. They culminate with the 39-yard touchdown pass to Keshan Johnson, as mentioned, the 200th touchdown toss in the career of Trevor Harris. That is the Nelson GM touchdown drive for the Riders, who are now down by 8 after the touchdown.
You had the run game working, but more importantly, great pass protection. Trevor Harris, to get the initial ball into scoring position, needed time to throw. He's gotten it, and to a Joe just sort of coming underneath the safeties and over top of the linebackers. Then they needed a little bit more protection when they threw to Keshan Johnson. So I think that hopefully that gets whatever jitters or whatever, emotions that they weren't feeling prior to that going, because they need to get back in the game.
End over end kick by Brett Lothar on the ensuing kickoff. Going to be taken by Letcher Jr. He'll get up to the 35. Tries to find some room, but the room he finds is into the arms of Albert Awachi, who just falls back and brings him to the turf. And it's good downfield coverage. Pardon me, that was Nick Weeb, not big Albert Awachi. So the Alouettes will start 1st and 10 at their 36 after an 18-yard return on the kickoff.
Yeah, and we talked about special teams, right? When you're in a close game like this, especially on the cover units, you just can't let your opponent spring one on you. To win every football game, you need to win 2 out of the 3 phases: offense, defense, and special teams. It's never been an issue for the Riders, but you don't want it to be an issue in one of these games.
1st and 10 for Montreal. Left-hand hash with McLeod Bethel-Thompson at the helm. 5:28 to go before halftime. Low snap, he takes it. Now he's looking, going to dump it out far side. It's going to be, is it caught? Up to the 35-yard line. The officials are conferring. It would be a loss of about 1, so it might have been better to drop it if you're David Dallaire, but
you've got more Max Pro here for Saskatchewan. We finally got a little bit of pressure, but we get it. The MBT goes to the fullback.
It was an incomplete pass. 2nd down.
You're right. I think Montreal was praying that it was actually incomplete.
Yeah.
Right.
No one's going to challenge that, I'll tell you, as the ball moves from the 35 up to the 36. Following the incompletion, a full 2nd and 10, as the Riders are going to look to get the defense off the field to let the offense have another shot at it with 5 minutes to go. And 20 seconds, as a matter of fact. As Montreal breaks huddle, ball left-hand hash.
For Montreal, right? 2nd and 7 plus. Riders looks like they're just going to play a zone at the sticks.
4 down linemen for the Riders. MBT back to pass, feels the pressure, going to pull it down. Now he's going to go for a run to the 40, 45. He'll have a 1st down up across the 45 to the 47-yard line as he dives ahead and is able to get a 1st down.
Yes, it's great coverage by Montreal, but more importantly, we get some pressure from Haba Baldonado and Mike Roses, and it flushes MBT down. And when there's nobody open, when he gets the line of scrimmage, he just says, hey, let me try to go get this myself, and he does.
12-yard run for McLeod Bethel-Thompson, his 10th carry of the season, now for 61 yards. As Shane Ray was shaken up for the Riders on the play, he jumped off onto the sideline, and it looks like the officials aren't happy with how far away he is from that stripe, so they are going to stop the play, as here comes referee Tim Croker with 4:37 to go in the 2nd quarter. Shane Ray getting some attention down at the Rider bench right below us. But again, a key carry by McLeod Bethel-Thompson. And let's face it, Montreal's been challenged all week.
Timer, please reset the game.
Yeah, they've been challenged all week. But here's the thing. I mean, the Riders finally get them in one of those 2nd and 7+ situations, right? You're not in 2nd and 4 to 6. And for McLeod Bethel-Thompson to get that with his legs, that was a little bit of a gut punch.
Well, you look at what the Alouettes have put up offensively. It hasn't been a lot, and they surrendered 234 rushing yards last week. So obviously the gauntlet has been laid by Jason Moss thus far. The Alouettes have responded. They're 1st and 10 at their 48. Following the WorkSafe Saskatchewan injury timeout, the handoff goes to Scott. He's going to make the first man miss and then get up near midfield before finally being spun to the ground by Benny Sapp III.
Yeah.
And it'll be a 2nd and medium for the Alouettes.
Scott gets to the outside of the line, and Sapp finds himself one-on-one. He cuts inside, gets some help from Jameer Thurman at the end of that.
2nd down and 3, carry of 7 for Stevie Scott III. Huddle breaks for the Alouettes. Ball just shy of midfield. MBT calls for it. Hands it to Scott. Goes to the right. Has some room. Back to the left. Through the middle. Ball comes out. It's on the turf, but it looks like Montreal able to fall on it in 1st down territory to move the sticks.
This is a good play call again from Jason Moss, right? Get all your blockers in, and Scott makes a really good cut initially. The Riders are actually on their line of scrimmage, side of the line of scrimmage, and Scott sees it, cuts to his right quickly, and that's what gets him the space.
Scott able to recover his own fumble and falls on it at the Saskatchewan 49. 1st and 10 for the Alouettes. They have moved the ball terrifically in this opening half. And they continue to do it as time runs down. Going to pitch it underneath. That's to Philpott, trying to look to get the corner. He does, up across the 45 to the 40. Finally going to be pushed out of bounds. Keshan Johnson comes over to do the honors, but not before 9, almost 10 for Philpott.
Philpott does a really good job here when he gets the hand. As an end around, he starts from the left slot, and he does a good job of manipulating his own blockers, right? He influences to the inside on when he finds himself at the surface of his guard and his receiver. He feints inside, and that's what sort of takes the defenders inside, and then he gets back out. It's a good job of manipulating the blockers in front of him.
Likely to be the last play before the 3-minute warning. 11-yard pass, they'll call it for Tyson Philpott for the 1st down. McLeod Bethel-Thompson guns it far side, wide open. It's going to be dropped, and the Riders are going to recover it, but they'll call incomplete on the pass attempt to Austin Mack, and Charleston Rambo was right in there as well, but not going to be an Olympic RTMs. It will be a 2nd down, and we'll have it for you following the 3-minute warning. 2:40 to go before halftime. 18-10 Montreal leading the Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Morning for Brett Young Seeds in the final minutes or the middle of the growing season. Performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca as we go downstairs to Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers.
Well, as you heard not too long ago, Shane Ray was shaken up at the end of a play, and he was sitting on the sidelines, crouched over, kneeling, and the trainers were looking at him ever so briefly there. He did not go to the medical tent. So that, I guess, is a good sign right now. However, he is on the bench, and he's looking at his right arm, wrist, hand, somewhere over in that area, and he is wincing in some pain. So he has not left. He has not gone to the medical tent. That's just kind of what we're seeing right now.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Of course, hang on for Teagan. She's coming up at halftime with the YAC Auctions halftime report. That's coming up here on the Rider Broadcast Network. But first, the Montreal Alouettes are facing a 2nd and 10 from their own 39-yard line. The ball will be spotted on the left-hand hash for this second down play. Riders are going to put 4 down linemen, now 5 along the line as they'll rotate Malik Carney from the outside to the inside. Bethel Thompson in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass. Carney drops out. Bethel Thompson's pass near side, but it's not going to be complete despite the best effort of Tyler Sneed to stay in bounds. Can't do so. And another kicking attempt coming up for Jose Maltos Diaz.
They're such a different team, aren't they, Dave? When they're in 2nd and 10, you can see just the anxiety that it feels like it puts them in. When they're in 2nd and 4 to 6, they're a lot more confident. They're even protected better for some reason. I'm not sure why, but I was going to say before that, the one thing that's been absent in this rematch between these guys in 2025 is Saskatchewan just hasn't gotten the pressure on McLeod Bethel Thompson that they got when they played in Montreal.
Well, don't forget the Alouettes didn't get beyond the 45-yard line in that game. This is going to be a 47-yard attempt for Jose Maltos Diaz. Has missed 2 of 3 to start the football game. Clean snap. Maltos Diaz this time is going to be able to split the uprights and extend the lead 21-10 with 2:23 to go before halftime, and the Rider offense coming back out onto the field, trying to build on some momentum from that last efficient drive that found Keshan Johnson in the end zone from 39 yards out.
Yeah, and offensively, you kind of feel like you turned the tide, right? You got plenty of time here to close out the half with a great drive. With a great drive and a score. It's just, unfortunately, you've given a little bit of a lead to the Montreal Alouettes, and they look, offensively, they look like a team that's come in here with a focused game plan that's based on the run, not the pass.
Well, Riders going to try to go for the twofer, if you will, as they're going to get the ball to start the second half. But for now, it's 1st and 10 from their own 40. Backfield empties for Harris. Slings it near side. High pass taken by Dante Myers, but not going to get much. Maybe a couple on that screen pass to the near side. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Well, Tyrese Beverett, the weak side linebacker, does a great job of just fighting through the blocks. And again, these wide receiver screens are so much depends on how your wide receivers are able to block these up. And Beverett does a great job fighting down. And now it's the Riders that are in 2nd and 8. I'm not sure how we're going to play this one if you're Montreal. They started out blitzing a lot. Now they look like they're probably going to drop back into a zone defense here with 8 yards.
Tommy Neal moves in motion near snap for the Riders on 2nd and 10 to the far side. Harris back to pass. Looks that way. Has it complete. A Joe up to midfield for Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, and when they have played these zones that they've been dropping into in this second quarter, Harris has had success. And more importantly, the Alouettes, much like the Saskatchewan Roughriders, if we're being truthful, they're just not getting any pressure on Harris either. Right, so both quarterbacks here today are able to sit in the pocket and make throws.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball right at midfield. 1:49 to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan down by 11. Here comes the pressure from Montreal. 2 extra blitzers throwing near side. That's complete to the 50. Dante Myers went up the ladder to bring it down, and he'll have a gain of about 5.
Kebion Ento's come back. He's out here. He's got Myers in man coverage. Myers just slants to the inside off a couple steps, and Kebion Ento sees it. He's in there, meeting him at the ball height, 2nd and 5.
Ball on the right-hand hash for Trevor Harris. 3 receivers come near side. And Del Duncan Busby, a Joe, and Tommy Neal, the 3 Canadians to the right. Here comes the blitz from the outside. Harris back to pass, feels it, gonna get tackled. Ball comes out. A.J. Ouellette scoops it up, but not, and then will fall back at his 50. He's gonna lose about 10 on the play, but another drop ball by the Riders. Fortunately, this time not into the hands of the Alouettes.
What they do is they overload the right side after the ball is snapped with blitzers. And you got A.J. Ouellette, we got a guard going down and blocking the inside route, and eventually it's just too many guys. And Harris is in the middle of, I think, trying to make a throw here, and that's why the ball comes loose. We're fortunate to jump on it and still be able to punt this away. Montreal's going to have about a minute on the clock.
So Joe Couch goes all the way back to his 35-yard line to kick this football away. James Letcher Jr., the returner, standing back at his 13. Riders draining every second of the clock before now they snap it. Coach takes a clean snap and a high spiraling kick that Letcher is going to run onto at the 20. Gets to the 25, 30, looks for a hold, gets spun around at the 35 up to the 36, and that'll do it. And here comes, with 49 seconds left before halftime, Trevor Harris and the Montreal offense.
You know, this is interesting. You got 49 seconds. I just don't think that Montreal Alouettes, their offensive approach is conducive to going and airing it out in these last 49 seconds. But again, maybe if you max pro it and try to keep the pressure off MBT, you'll get him some time. The Riders, if you go into man defense, obviously it's Kerfalla versus number 6, Tyson Philpott, the matchup we'll be watching.
16-yard gain on the return up to the 35 of Montreal on first down. Hand the ball off to Scott. He'll get away from an arm tackle and then up to the 50 near midfield. Huge run for Scott. A carry of 19 yards, and that might change Montreal's game plan.
That'll change Montreal's game plan completely. We came in here, the number one key was you have to dominate first downs, and right now, this first half, I would say that the Montreal Alouettes have had a better first down game plan than the Riders.
So 1st and 10 for the Alouettes at midfield after the carry by Stevie Scott III. Thompson back to pass, gonna look, he's got a man wide open. It's Rambo to the 25. He'll step out of bounds at the 23. Huge first down for Montreal with 30 seconds to go.
You got a bust here. Benny Sapp is playing with his back to the sideline, and he lets number 14, Charleston Rambo, go by him because he thinks he has safety help. So he is assuming the safety's over there. The safety was on the hash mark, nowhere to be seen. So that's a bust and a 31-yard gain for the Montreal Alouettes.
Ball at the Riders' 29-yard line. 1st and 10, 30 seconds to go. Clock won't start until the ball is snapped. MBT in the gun. Hands it off. Coming to the near side and going to jump up near the 14-yard line. Nice play by Stevie Scott, and a gain of 9 again is the Alouettes running game having their way here.
I'll tell you what, this Stevie Scott kid has taken this opportunity, Dave, and he's ran with it, pardon the pun, but you're seeing chunks taken out of the Riders defense, and now the Alouettes are going to call a timeout.
Coach's timeout brought to you by Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So the Alouettes well inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. We'll have a 2nd and 2 on the 16-yard line of Saskatchewan. Ball will be on the left-hand hash as the water personnel are being escorted off the field to either sideline, and Tim Croker is ready to blow this one in. And really, for the Alouettes, without Travis Tice in the lineup, again, shaken up on the first offensive play, went to the sideline and has not returned. It's been a so what as they've just carried on. 2nd down. Bethel Thompson pumps, looks to the corner of the end zone, has a man, has a touchdown. Philpott is 2nd of the game, this time from 16 yards, and Montreal scores a huge touchdown at the end of the first half.
Well, and this is Philpott versus Kerfalla Exume again. And stop you if you heard this before, Dave. He has beat one-on-one. It's a double plunk. Philpott sells Kerfalla on a low slant. Kerfalla jumps it, and then MBT gets behind him, and so does Philpott. Rider Nation, the ones with the ponchos that did make the game, are absolutely shocked. But again, we told you this was a game that looked a lot tougher closer to game time than I think a lot of people gave the Alouettes credit for.
Maltos Diaz on to attempt the point after to extend the lead to 18. His kick is up and does sail through. It is 28-10. Montreal with 20 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Riders, dare I say, would love to see some kind of spark on this kickoff return.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see 5 minutes added to the half. Right now, you're looking at a lot of people in Rider Nation that don't quite know what to do. But you know what? At halftime, the beer's always cold.
True that. So the Riders are going to send out their kick return team with returners Dante Myers and Mario Alford. Of course, Alford, a former Montreal Alouette, as he'll receive this kick.
That seems so long ago now when
it
Mario
does.
Alford was.
Alford, of course, in his 4th season with the Roughriders, 8th in the Canadian Football League. As Maltos Diaz will put the ball on the tee at the 30, approaches and kicks it. Going to be going to that far side, and that's where Mario Alford will take it at his 19. Slow run, going to bring it up to the 30. Cuts towards the near side, not much room, to the 34. And with 15 seconds left, the Rider offense is going to jog out onto the field, and we'll see how aggressive Mark Mueller and head coach Corey Mace want to be after that 61-yard kick with a 15-yard return.
I think that you got to be aggressive. You got to throw something up here. Hope it doesn't get intercepted. Or do you take the let's just get into halftime and talk about it mentality?
Do you run it on first down and find out? I don't think you're taking a knee, are you?
No, I don't think Montreal.
Well, the Riders have got A.J. Ouellette and a 5-receiver package out on the field on first down.
You got one-on-one Bento versus Dante on the right.
Harris drops back to pass, gets some extra blocking, going to throw it up far side. It's up, and it's batted down. Nice play on that far side as Lorenzo Burns had an opportunity covering a Joe one-on-one, but he bats it away, and it's incomplete.
This is good coverage by Lorenzo Burns. I mean, he's given the opportunity just based on the situation because he lines up in man coverage about 15 yards off of Joe because he knows that Joe isn't going to run a slant, right?
Yeah.
They're going to want to press if they do throw it, So
second down and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their 34. 10 seconds to go before halftime. 5 receivers set, 3 to the near side for the Roughriders. Harris going to hand it off to A.J. Ouellette this time. He'll scamper up near the 38-yard line. Going to be spun to the ground there. And then we got a late shot delivered. No flags with 4 seconds to go before half. It'll be a 3rd and 6 for the Riders.
Yeah, so if you're Saskatchewan right now, you got to figure out, okay, like how do I get the last 4 seconds of this clock off? And the answer is probably
it should run down because Montreal did not take a timeout.
You're right, and A.J. Ouellette ran the football. So my genius as a color commentator is,
hey, it's okay.
Once again on display.
So Harris is going to take a knee, and that'll do it on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. It's Montreal 28, Saskatchewan 10. The YAC Auctions halftime report is next. This is the Saskatchewan Roughrider Football Network. Yes, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
Yes, so of course, Saskatchewan Roughriders trailing right now 28-10 in favor of the Montreal Alouettes, but let's talk about how we got here. It's a halftime rewind brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
It's kickoff time as Brent Lothar marks off his approach, puts the arm in the air, and here we go. We're underway at Mosaic Stadium. Good snap by Jorgen Hughes. Good kick by Brett Lother, who slides it through the uprights today, and we're tied at 3. Harris, as only 4 will rush for Montreal. He'll throw it far side. It's complete. Down to the 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Keshan Johnson, 4th touchdown reception, and the 200th touchdown toss of Trevor Harris's career, and the Riders find the end zone.
They are currently honoring those legends that are being inducted into the Plaza of Honor this weekend on the field. But you know what? We are going to take a quick break here on the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report. For YAC Auctions, your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Now, as I mentioned, 28-10 in favor of the Montreal Alouettes. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders down by 18. Justin Dunk and I will take you through this and have a little bit more of a conversation here on the other side of the break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag World Equipment in Kinistino today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Since 20, CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
The latest on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've got it anytime you want it at sportscage.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, where we're staying dry a little bit here, as are many fans who are walking in with their ponchos here. The Saskatchewan Roughriders trail the Montreal Alouettes right now 28-10. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Okay, Justin, for Saskatchewan Roughrider fans, not a ton to be celebrated in that first half. However, Trevor Harris did get his 200th career touchdown pass.
Into this game, the last 6 first quarters, the team had scored 11 points. In the first quarter today, 3, and they were down 10-3. It could have been even more because Jose Maltos hit the upright on that field goal attempt. So this team's got to wake up. Like, I don't know if Tavon Campbell and Marcus Sales being out with the late injections into the lineup, Exume starts, Benny Sapp III starts, and then Joe Robustelli out, kind of told this team that, hey, it's the bye week early. But you got to wake up, fellas. If you want to play high-caliber football and host the West Final, this is just not good enough. Like, look at McLeod Bethel-Thompson, looking like an all-star out here. He's looked flat-out terrible for the Alouettes this season, but in the first half, 13 of 17 for 242 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, quick math tells me he's on pace for almost 500 yards and 4 touchdowns in this game. That is flat-out not good enough. It is clear, though, that the Alouettes made the quick adjustment, whether they knew it was coming or not, to go after Kerfalo Exume, because the matchup has been Tyson Philpott on Exume. Philpott in the first half, 5 catches, 126 yards, and 2 touchdowns, both times beating Exume on deep balls. There needs to be some major adjustments by the Riders at halftime, and it starts in the secondary.
Absolutely, the defense needs to be better. You got to shut down Tyson Philpott if you're going to have a chance in the second half of football. But I also do want to say another flash, maybe another silver lining. I'm trying to be the positive person here, right? We did also get that pass to Keshan Johnson. He wasn't really able to, Trevor Harris being he, wasn't really able to find him early in that game, but eventually did find him, and it was in the end zone.
It was on a second down yet again, of course, so that's going to count as a first down for him. A beautiful throw from Trevor Harris. We need to see more of that in the second half. He's been a little careless with the football in this first half. We saw the fumble late in the half that A.J. Ouellette recovered. Of course, the interception as well that I think you could argue Wesley Sutton probably got there early, but that pass to Keshan Johnson for the touchdown, quintessential Trevor Harris, driving it in there before Marc-Antoine Dequoy, the safety, could get there. Keshan Johnson, though, set up that route beautifully, gave a little corner post move to get open down the seam for the touchdown. Keshan Johnson doing his thing.
I will also say, I mean, you look at Joe's numbers here, 7 targets, 5 receptions, 62 yards, but I mean, at least he's actually, Trevor Harris is finding a Joe this game. Maybe you feel like they're finding their groove a little bit more?
Definitely. There was an out ball early on that really stuck out to me that Trevor Harris let go before Joe was even out of his break. So that shows me already that they're back in sync despite Joe being in training camp with the Indianapolis Colts the entire month of August.
And in addition to that, I will also add here, unfortunately, towards the end of that second quarter, Shane Ray down after a play. It was on the sideline, so you might not have been able to, see too much of that if you were in the stands, but he was wincing and in some extreme pain there. He didn't go to the medical tent, so that is, again, maybe some good news. I'm also not a medical professional, but he did seem to be in a lot of pain somewhere in his right arm, hand, wrist, somewhere in that vicinity. So hopefully they can figure this out. How much do you think, Justin, the weather is playing a factor in this game tonight?
I don't think much at all. I mean, we've seen McLeod Bethel-Thompson shred the secondary. I think the Riders just cannot turn the football over, and they need to come out with energy immediately in the third quarter. They've been really good in the second quarter and, especially third quarters this entire Canadian Football League season. They're going to need a big one to get back in this football game.
Absolutely. I mean, we still have plenty of football left to be played here. 28-10. The Montreal Alouettes lead your Saskatchewan Roughriders right now. We are going to be tossing things back up to the gentlemen in that broadcast booth. So Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder standing by with the second half play-by-play action. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new F-150.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,975 in total price adjustments on eligible 2025 F-150 models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com as the Plaza of Honor inductees are circling the field here at Mosaic Stadium after a great halftime ceremony, formally welcoming them into the Plaza of Honor. And your guy, your teammate, Chris Best, goes in.
I can't tell you how good it is to see Best. I remember his first year in the locker room with us. You know, we knew him as a kid who went to Duke, right? And we used to rib him for that all the time. He just the smartest guy in the locker room, right? And he's an engineer. He's got a great family. But more importantly, man, he was a great dude and one of the best teammates I ever had. And the nice part is, I remember Dan Clark talking about him at the Plaza dinner video, you know, like he turned into another person on the field, right? Yeah. But off the field, man, one of the absolute best dudes I could ever share a locker room with, man. And it's unbelievable to see him go and get his flowers. And that's what we're into, right? You got to give the guys their flowers when they're here with us.
Well, the Riders lost the opening half, if you will, by 18 points. It's 28-10, Montreal leading. The Riders, when trailing at halftime this season, are 2-1. The Alouettes, when leading at halftime, are 4-2. The Riders have got their work cut out for them. Shane Ray, who was shaken up in the latter stages, has made his way out onto the turf. But I'm not sure if we're going to see much of him here in the second half. We'll have to wait and see. No Travis Tice returning to the field for the Montreal Alouettes. The running back was shaken up on the first offensive play of the game and has not come back for the Alouettes as we get set for the second half opening kickoff. For Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. Maltos Diaz approaches the ball, end-over-end kick, going to go right into the arms of Mario Alfred at his 11-yard line on that far side as he'll bring it back for the Riders. Up to the 33-yard line, snowed under there. Darnell Sankey gets down to make the tackle, and here comes the Rider offense, but you were talking about Tice. And that adjustment, right?
With Tice going down, it opened the door for Stevie Scott III, and he's made the most of his opportunities. I think that one of the things that we look at when you talk about those three keys, right, we definitely didn't dominate the first downs on either offense or defense. But more importantly, you go to the second key, the Montreal Alouettes were allowed to get into rhythm. Right, we weren't able to disrupt them. They got into rhythm. So here's a big opportunity. Let's start this third quarter fast here and force the Alouettes into a response mode.
1st and 10 for the Riders at their own 34. On first down, the handoff goes to Ouellette. Cuts to the left, back to the right, room to run. To the 40, now a flag comes down from 50 miles away after A.J. Ouellette appeared to have a first down.
We just spun one of the defensive linemen around from the fullback position. I believe it was Morgan Runge. Just gets too much of the shoulder pad of number 94, Mustafa Johnson, who I told you I thought he was going to be a big factor here today if he was allowed to be. And
Saskatchewan number 39.
Made a play, and now that Saskatchewan starts off this drive with a hold.
So 1st and 10 becomes 1st and 20, and the ball marches back to the Riders' 24-yard line. Trevor Harris in the opening half, 10 of 15 throws for 126 yards, a touchdown and an interception. So Ouellette the lone back in the backfield for the Riders, moving left to right as we see it. 4 receivers on this near side, and that's where Harris looks. He'll sling it underneath to Ouellette. Not going to get much as he'll get to the 25 for a gain of maybe a yard. Joe didn't get his man, and they had a free shot at the tackle on Ouellette, who's going to march his way off the field with Mario Anderson running on.
Yeah, you've got Robert Kennedy III playing at a high level right now. More importantly, this Alouettes defense they smell an opportunity here against the Riders, and they're flying to the football. They look like they're picking up where they left off. They'll probably back up into a deep zone here at 2nd and 20. Harris has got to be careful where he goes with this football.
Early movement by the Alouettes. Flag flies as Harris looks for the free play. Going to throw it out far side. That's complete. Del Duncan Busby is going to run up near the 38-yard line for a gain of about 13. Still 6 yards shy of the first down. The Riders don't care. They'll take the penalty.
Yeah, they're gonna go to 2nd and 15 here.
Offside. Montreal number 91. It's 5-yard penalty.
And again, it's been funny, right, Dave? We saw that in the first half where the Riders would do something good, or and Montreal they would make a stupid penalty, or they would jump off sides, and it would just open the door a little bit wider, crack the door a little bit for the Riders to step into. They've got to burst this door open with these opportunities here. But this one obviously is still tough at 2nd and 15.
So now we've got whistles as there's a problem with the chains, it appears, on the far side, or the spot of the football, as the Alouettes have got the ear of the official, and now they'll sort that out, back off, and with 13:29 to go here in the third quarter, the Riders down by 18. They'll get a 2nd and 14 opportunity. Ball right-hand hash, pre-snap motion with Tommy Neal moving near to far side. 5 rushers come for the Alouettes. Harris underneath, that ball complete to Dante Myers to the 35. Can't get away from the initial contact, and he'll be dragged down there at about the 37, 38-yard line. Still well shy of the first down, and the Riders are going to have to punt the football.
Yeah, didn't want to interrupt you, but I noticed that the Alouettes, one of the things I liked about them, they didn't just back off into coverage here, Dave. They actually sent 5-man at the line of scrimmage. They ran a stunt with Canton Arcou down low, and it added a little pressure at the top there of Trevor Harris's drop back to where he didn't make a comfortable throw.
So Joe Couch back to kick this one away from his 22-yard line. James Letcher Jr. awaits this kick, standing at his 24. Good kick by Couch. Letcher comes up on it at the 34-yard line. Starts to the middle. Now he's going to be dragged out of bounds right at the Rider bench. Good downfield coverage by Benoit Marion. And the Montreal Alouettes will get their first opportunity with the football in the second half when we come back. 28-10, Montreal leads the Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
McLeod Bethel-Thompson in the Montreal offense jogs onto the field. MBT 13 of 17 in his return to the lineup for 242 yards and 2 touchdowns in that opening half. How about Scott, the third? Not expected to get a lot of touches today, but Stevie Scott has had 9 carries for 63 yards. But the big player today has been Tyson Philpott, 5 receptions, 126 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
We'll see if the Riders have made some adjustments.
Well, I don't know what I mean, the only adjustment you can really make is put someone else on Austin Mack, right, or play zone. And the Riders don't like necessarily leaning on zone defenses. I think one of the fixes here is you got to find a way to get pressure on McLeod Bethel-Thompson. That's the biggest thing. He was not under pressure very much in the first quarter, and that's what allowed him to drill into our secondary.
So 1st and 10 for the Alouettes at their own 40-yard line, left-hand hash. Their initial possession of the second half is a handoff to Stevie Scott, who cuts outside, has room up to midfield and into Rider territory to the 54-yard line. Gain of 16 as, again, Stevie Scott just finds the hole and then exploits it.
Well, again, we wanted to dominate the first downs, and Malik Carney here just goes far too far inside when he sees his tackle block down, and that's what collapses the edge and allows Stevie Scott to break to his left, and then he runs hard, runs over a couple green jerseys, and it's a first down.
Riders show 4 down linemen on this first down play. Going to bring extra bodies on the outside. Fake the handoff, toss the far side, and that's where it's caught. Philpott's got it for a gain of 9.
Well, and do you see what first down success does to change the dynamic? Now you're seeing the Saskatchewan Roughriders on these play action. They're going down with the running back because of that success he's having, and that allowed McLeod Bethel-Thompson to pull it for the first time and find someone right over the middle. So their first down success is now breeding more success in the pass game.
So 2nd and 2 for the Alouettes at the Riders' 47-yard line. Alouettes huddle will break. 3 receivers start to head to the far side. Now everybody coming in and under center. Handoff, Philpott, far side edge, gets it, gets the first down, tackled at about the 41, but again, we've got a flag from the back judge from 50 miles away, and I'm not kidding you. He is going to wear out his arm and need Tommy John at the end of this for the amount of yards that he's thrown his flag tonight.
Well, and you'd hope last time he threw his flag from there, it was holding on the offense, and maybe it's holding on the offense again. That would be a good thing if it was against the Alouettes. Not sure right now. It's first down.
So it looks like we'll get the call officially from Tim Croker.
Maybe he just wants some camera time.
But again, that's a heck of a throw, and they don't.
It's a heck of a jog too, Dave. I mean, look, he's 10, 20. He's about 35 yards out.
Yeah. But they don't say that the penalty flag was picked up, but clearly that's the case. 1st and 10 for Montreal at the Riders' 41. Handoff to Scott, tries to get around the right side, does. Going to be upended by C.J. Rivas, but not before a gain of almost 8. It's another carry inside the 35 up to the 34.
Again, great execution here by the Alouettes front. The Riders actually have 5 guys on the line of scrimmage, but they pull the left guard, and he catches the corner shoulder pad of Caleb Saunders and slows him down. And that's what allows Scott to just come off the edge of that pulling left guard to the right side, get to the second level, and now the Alouettes, again, dominating first down. down. They're in 2nd and 3. They've killed the Riders when they've been in this situation.
And we've got another injury timeout on the field. Of
Let's
course,
just hope this isn't in the secondary, Dave.
No, it's a defensive lineman for WorkSafe Saskatchewan, brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. As again, it's right at the conclusion of the play where the player was shaken up and down on all fours in that far side of the field, trying to figure out who it is. Looks like getting some assistance up in and around the shoulder area. I don't want to take a guess. I haven't seen Shane Ray in this second half at all. He has been seated on the bench beside Thomas Bertrand Houdon right below us.
Yeah, and now, so have you identified the down? He's wearing sleeves, so this might be. Is that CJ Rivas?
It is CJ, yeah.
So like when you're looking at CJ Rivas being down, you got Dalkey who can potentially fill this spot, right? Dalkey hasn't played much, and let's see if my binoculars serve me correct here.
Well, it might be Antoine Brooks Jr. that comes in.
Yeah, Antoine. There's guys on the roster here that weren't on the roster to begin with, right? Like, I'm not imagining things. I did not see Antoine Brooks Jr. on the roster today.
No, but there was a series of late changes made, not only because of game time decisions, but also because of the game time decisions that affected the roster. So Antoine Brooks Jr. looks to have checked in on that far side of the defense as the Alouettes are 2nd and 3 at the Saskatchewan 34. Right-hand hash. Riders show 5 down linemen, going to bring some pressure up the middle. Handoff goes to Scott. He'll jump into the midst of that pressure, but it's the arms of Jameer Thurman that are going to bring him down at about the 31. This will be close to a first down, if not beyond the stick.
I think they got it, and the one thing that you got to be careful with here, this time nobody went with McLeod Bethel Thompson, and if he would have pulled this ball, he would have had the edge on the defense. They get a good spot from the refs. The Alouettes don't like it.
No, obviously, it's a good rider spot for this.
Shea Patterson's going to come in here and
Olympic RTM's third down gamble. Huge opportunity for the Riders.
You know, here's the thing with Shea Patterson. Unless he's changed his habits, one of the things that I think that he didn't do well when he was a rider on these third down, I felt he went too lateral when it came to the line of scrimmage. He's got to get his pads low and just drive forward here. If he goes lateral, we got a chance to stop him.
Patterson under center does get those pads low and does get the first down inside the 30, near the 29 with 9:21 to go in the third quarter.
That's a good job by Shea, right? You got to be low as a quarterback in those situations. That's what Tommy Stevens does so well.
Yeah.
Right? You can see he makes big plays because he gets lateral and stuff all there, but he does everything with his pads low.
So first down for Montreal. They lead 28-10. This is the Alouettes' first possession of the second half, and we've already gone 6 minutes into the third quarter. Ball right-hand hash for McLeod Bethel Thompson. He's got Stevie Scott moving to his right pre-snap. Alouettes going to bring in extra blockers on this first down play. MBT calls for it, hands it off to Scott. He gets behind the right guard, Donnie Ventrelli, and he gets a nice gain across the 25 to the 22.
Man, I wish our radio listeners had a replay system access here, unless you're watching it on TSN and muting the Scott is just, his ability to cut early has been bang on, and he's managed to find second-level gaps a lot better than any running back here that has played against the Saskatchewan Roughriders in the last few games.
The Alouettes have the second worst rushing offense in the league thus far this season.
Not today.
Yeah, 13 carries for 94 for Stevie Scott so far. It's 2nd and 4. MBT to pass, far side, that's complete up to the 15. Now it's incomplete, fell through the fingertips of Sneed as it looked to be a step, but instead the ball slips through and it falls incomplete.
That's a massive win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I don't like the call, first of all. You can't run a slant in on a cold receiver. Who's into about 3 Rough Rider defenders. So I would have thought that they might have just stuck on the ground that time or utilized an RPO. They don't. They bring Maltos out here to kick another field goal.
31-yard attempt from the left hash. Maltos 2 of 4. Good from 52 and 47. Again, left-hand hash for this. No measurable wind. Rain still trickling down at Mosaic on a soggy Saturday. Clean snap and a good hold. And Maltos Diaz splits the uprights. And it's 31-10 Montreal with 7:42 to go in the third quarter. We've got flags down at the end of the play. We'll sort that out when we come back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
Mark your calendar. October 21st to 23rd is the Team Auctions online unreserved real estate auction for 25.5 quarters of prime farmland in Saskatchewan's RM of Purdue. Selling in 25 parcels, mostly fenced, with the majority being a mix of quality pasture, hay, and cropland, well suited for cattle, grazing, and farm operations. Don't miss this exceptional opportunity in West Central Saskatchewan. Visit teamauctions.com for more details and registration. Consign now and get it sold.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
7:42 to go in the third quarter. The Alouettes extend their lead to 3 scores. Let's head down to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan Witko.
Earlier in this third quarter, Dave, you painted the picture quite well, talking about CJ Rivas going down on that play. He did walk off the field and then go into the medical tent there. Ever since then, he was checked out by the trainers, and he has since walked off to the locker room. No status yet if he's questionable to return or he will be coming back out here today.
He gone.
Thank you, Teagan. Appreciate that. So things have gone from bad to worse in that defense for the Riders already without starters Tavon Campbell and Marcus Sales prior to the opening kickoff. Now CJ Rivas is out of the ball game, or at least for now, as Montreal was able to move that ball 9 plays, settling for a field goal of 31 yards at the end of it, and the Riders trailing by 21 points and need to find something, as this being their second possession of the second half. Backfield empties, ball thrown near side, but it skips off the turf in front of Dante Myers, incomplete. It'll be second down.
The Alouettes and Noel Thorpe, he's doing a great job anticipating calls here. You're looking at 2nd and 10 now here, but Noel Thorpe felt like that was a pass play the entire way. And I'm not sure whether he's got a key in on it, but Montreal came out with 3 D linemen. They played pass the entire way no matter what they did pre-snap, so it's like they got a bug in the huddle at the moment.
So it's 2nd and 10 for the Riders at their 44 rushers for the Alouettes. Harris has time, feels the pressure. Now he's going to dump it off underneath to Ouellette. Up to the 45. He drops the football. It's on the carpet. The Riders say that he was able to fall on it. It'll be a couple of yards shy of the first down. And we'll have a decision for head coach Corey Mace and see how aggressive he wants to be on third down. And here comes Tommy Stevens to answer that question.
This is a long 1.5/2 yards.
Good job on the recovery by A.J. Ouellette.
And the Riders are sending a mix of short yards. No, they're actually leaving their starting offense on now. So maybe you try to get them to jump. They've jumped a couple times, right, Dave?
True.
You try to get them to jump maybe, or you run the football on 3rd and 10. You just got to trust your defense is going to hold up. And, I mean, there hasn't been much inclination that the defense is going to be holding up if they don't get this here.
See if Trevor Harris is
get him offside.
See if Trevor Harris is stretching for a punt. He's done that before, but no, he's going to call for the football. Hands it off to Ouellette, to the 50, up to the midfield stripe for a first down for Bazandowski Agencies Insurance and Financial Services. Your first choice for insurance.
Well, they get a great block here from Logan Ferland and Zach Fry over top of the right defensive tackle. They carry him about 4 yards off the ball and pancake him, and that's exactly where A.J. Ouellette follows his offensive lineman right behind the Garden Center, and it was a great job. They needed that strong second-level presence there, and they got it.
1st and 10 for Saskatchewan, ball at midfield. 3 receivers spill to the near side of the formation for Trevor Harris, who's in shotgun. 4 down linemen for the Alouettes. Harris calls for the ball. Flag comes out. I think this is Roughriders jump pre-snap. This is uncharacteristic of the Riders. They usually avoid these types of penalties.
Well, when it rains, it pours.
Number
Hey!
52.
Look at that.
5-yard penalty.
Sneak in a rain reference. Hey, you know what, though? I mean, it doesn't look like it's raining much at all anymore. Nobody's wearing their poncho anymore, Dave. You got a few ponchos. Never mind.
Procedure of the call, 1st and 15 for the Riders. Now the ball moves back to their 50. 5 receiver formation for Saskatchewan on this long first down play. 1 receiver far side as 3 come to the near. Harris back to pass, looks to that far side. It's up, caught by Keshan Johnson. He'll step out of bounds after a gain of 6, so it'll be a 2nd and 9.
Well, they don't get a switch here is what they were wanting. So Keshan Johnson's the slot back to the left, and they get a wide receiver out. He runs deep. And what they want is they want the defensive back who's playing low to go with the deep route. He doesn't. He stays right on the line and plays the flat. And Keshan Johnson catches it, but there's nowhere to really go. 2nd and then 12.
Wow, didn't get the spot that I thought he would as he extended the ball heading out of bounds. Instead, as you mentioned, it is going to be 2nd down and at least 11. But
well, the clock says 2nd down and 10, so there is a discrepancy.
There is a discussion right now as the Riders are going to go back and huddle up. And
oh, no, they're going to.
Somebody hurt on the far side?
No. They're fixing the maybe the replay booth just
moved the ball.
Yeah, moved the ball
That's
up.
potentially correct.
Yeah.
So
well,
5.
I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be Andy Fantuz because he's taking the day off, he said.
There you go.
He's got nothing to do with the great calls that they had in the first half, which were good. I thought the replay booth really corrected a couple major mistakes that the refs didn't catch. But here they give the Riders an extra 2 yards.
So 2nd and 10, as you mentioned, Luke, ball just shy of the midfield stripe. 5 receivers set for Saskatchewan, 3 to the near side. That's Trevor Harris's right as we see it.
Going to see zone here from Montreal.
4 down linemen for the Alouettes. Early movement, no flags. Harris throws it across the middle of Joe. Joe's got it up to the 48-yard line. Going to be a short by a couple of yards, and we'll see if Trevor Harris will stay on and Coach Mace is ready to gamble again.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, unfortunately, this season hasn't been one where we've gotten like money from the kicking position, right? So I think that when it comes 3rd and 2 here for Corey Mays, he's got to say also going into his decision is, can our kicker make this in the moment, right?
4:25 and counting in the third quarter. Riders trail by 21. It's 31-10, and this is a 3rd and 2 play with Harris in the gun, and now we've got more movement pre-snap, and we've got the official coming in to grab the football, and it looks like the replay setter is going to spot this ahead about 4 inches.
Oh.
As the fans...
Timer, please reset the clock to 4:30, please.
Well, what that's going to allow, though, is it's going to allow Montreal to put Mustafa Johnson back in the football game and take out rookie Corey Robertson Jr. They're going to rush this with 5. And this is how they turned over or they got the pressure on them the last time.
3rd and 2. Riders in the gun. That's Trevor Harris. He's back to pass this time. Going to load it up. Looks far side. Has got a man. Has got a completion up to the 20-yard line. Hauling in is Tommy Neal. Yeah. Big catch of 27 yards on a 3rd down play.
Yeah, Neal's about 5 feet inside the numbers on Trevor Harris's left. We get some good pass protection here. It allows Trevor Harris to complete his drop back. And the defensive back over top of Tommy Neal just stays on top of him the entire way. So when Neal busts into this corner, he's open because the defensive back is just on top of him and not on his insides.
1st and 10 Riders at the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. Here comes the extra pressure from Montreal on 1st down. Harris throws it, and it's batted away. Almost intercepted. Robert Kennedy II had a shot on it and got his mitts on it in front of Keshan Johnson.
Yeah, Trevor Harris had to throw this early because Montreal was throwing more pressure off the edge, and they were looping one of their linemen. So they were trying to get additional pressure up the middle as an addition to the pressure they wanted to throw off the edge. Trevor Harris airs it out. They tip the football, and nobody can come up with it 2nd down. Do the Riders go for this if they get 5 yards?
Good question. We're about to find out. It is 2nd and 10 from the 20. 3 receivers come to the near side. Alouettes load up the line. They're going to bring him. Harris, far side, complete. Keshan Johnson trying to stiff arm a man. Then he gets pulled down from behind, and that's going to be a 1st down on the horse collar tackle.
I don't know.
Yeah, referee Tim Croker saw it from a long ways away, but he called it. However, we have seen these plays return.
Well, yeah, the horse collar,
recalled.
I mean, it kind of looks like he's got him underneath the jersey line. He doesn't look like his hands were inside.
Horse collar tackle. Montreal number 37.
But again, that's positive if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I mean, you get a first down instead of having to stress out going for it on the third. You see where his hand is, Dave? It's kind of underneath the collar line.
Looked like he had a hand on that name bar, though.
Is it the name bar you're not allowed to grab?
Yeah, it's right up there.
Oh.
If it's on the back and you pull him down,
the
right?
definition of horse collar has changed since my time in the league.
So they're going to move the ball all the way up to the goal line. As again, this year, infractions that are major penalties, you don't go half the distance. You take it right to the most devastating point, which would be the 1 yard line, and that's where Tommy Stevens is. He's under center. First and goal from the 1. Pre-snap movement goes to the left. Stevens follows. He gets there, and he gets in. Touchdown, Tommy Stevens from a yard out. His 4th touchdown rush of the year, and the Riders are back to within 2 scores with a convert pending.
You see Ali Saad adding to the motion and picking off the end man on the line of scrimmage. In this case, it's number 42, Tyrell Richards. And Tommy Stevens is coming to the left side, so they don't have the collapse that they want. Montreal, I'm talking about, on that left side where Stevens is. And it looks like he barely got in there, if he did at all. The Alouettes are out there. Noel Thorup is trying his best to change the call.
Well, it is automatically reviewed, and it has been confirmed by the CFL Replay Center. So Joe Couch comes out for the hold. Clean snap from Hughes. The kick from Lothar towards Pilk Country. Splits the uprights. It's 31-17 with 2:45 to go here in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead. You deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Luke, we've got some business to take care of. First of all, the 50-50 is nearing $307,000. Support youth in our province with the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation's 50-50. Go to Riders 50-50. That's riders5050.ca to get your ticket draw coming up after the game. Also on the Nelson GM, of course, Nelson GM in Assiniboine and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. A 10-play rider drive, 4 first downs, 5 minutes off the clock, culminating in a 1-yard touchdown run by Tommy Stevens. That is the touchdown drive for Nelson GM. But also, the Riders are good in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. The Riders are 1 for 1 in the red zone thanks to making good on that opportunity and cutting the deficit to 14.
Plenty of time here left in this football game. Down 14. Got to find a solution, though, unfortunately, for this Montreal Alouettes run game. Again, that first key is always one of our most important ones, right, Dave? And dominating the first downs, we have not been doing on the defensive side specifically, and Montreal has been putting in the work.
So Lothar going to kick it off, taken by Letcher at his 15-yard line. He's going to try to get to the far side of the field, able to get the corner and more up to the 45, to the 40. He's going to be hit there. Boy, he had a road to run, did James Letcher Jr., and He's going to get excellent field position for the Alouettes, who will have the ball when we come back. 2:38 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan trails 31-17. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, as I scan the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262, B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. There's a lot of Rider GMs in Rider Nation tuning in tonight, from wanting to change up personnel in the secondary to giving our head a shake on what we're doing on first downs to making sure or implying that we are not as good as we think we are. All I can say is that come the radio roundtable, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates are going to have a very interesting conversation, albeit with a quarter and 2 minutes to go in this football game.
Yeah, there's a lot of football left here. We still haven't we just got to figure out a way to, A, stop the run game, and B, I mean, Montreal, they're just, right now, they're in motion.
First down for the Alouettes. Fake the handoff. McLeod Bethel-Thompson just throws it to nobody after he takes a big hit at the conclusion of the play. Malik Carney was there in MBT for the first time. Shows some distress tonight in emphatically pointing where he wanted his receiver to go.
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, this is one of the few 2nd and 10 downs we've seen, especially one in the Montreal part of the field. And you're right, I think that MBT was expecting a deeper sideline cutting route. So this is a big down here, obviously, and for the first time, Rider Nation is into it.
2nd and 10, Alouettes with the ball on their own 34. McLeod Bethel-Thompson still gazing at the armband on his left wrist. Now he signals the offense to the line. Back to pass. Pressure comes. Dumps it underneath. That's complete, but nowhere near a first down as Tyson Philpott is wrapped up by his opposite, number 6, Jameer Thurman, after a gain of about 6.
Really good call. I mean, you look like you're coming with 4, and then A.J. Allen times it really well from the weak side and joins, making it a 5-man surface. McLeod Bethel-Thompson feels pressure, throws low, and there is nothing going for Montreal after that, so they are punting.
Well, Joseph Zima thus far has collected the easiest game check of his life, as this is the first time he's punting the football. The punt return with Mario Alford awaiting is brought to you by E. Baressa and Sons. Alford stands back at his 16. Zima going to get this one away. It's a pretty good towering kick. He had lots of leg strength there as Alford takes it as 14. Going to jog out of bounds up at the 26-yard line. Eberassa and Sons, find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at eberassa.com.
That completely flips the field. That was a great kick. Mario Alford unable to really get anything after he catches it, and this drive starts on the 26th. I was kind of hoping that they would start around the 40.
58-yard punt, 6 on the return for Mario Alford, who got a pep talk going onto the field from quarterback Trevor Harris. So the Riders start at their 26. 1:14 to go in the third quarter. Riders trail by 14. 5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. 5 on the defensive line for the Alouettes on this first down play. They'll all come. Harris hands it off to Ouellette to the left. Got room across the 30 up near the 33-yard line for a gain of 7 on first down for Alouettes.
They get the Montreal defensive front moving lateral. Mustafa Johnson is the nose tackle here, and they do it. Wow. They do a great job just moving him off of his spot, and that's exactly where AJ goes, is behind where Mustafa Johnson vacated. Now Zach Fry is down, but you pointed something out at half that might help this situation right here.
Well, Braden Knoll is dressed tonight, and he wasn't on the initial depth chart nor the revised depth chart that I was able to locate, but that means that there is some extra offensive line depth, as the Riders are carrying 7 offensive linemen tonight, which they don't normally do. They normally carry 6. So Braden Knoll is on the sideline, and Daniel Johnson is jogged out onto the field with Zach Fry down at his 29-yard line. Injury timeouts are brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. WorkSafe Saskatchewan is... Fry is sitting on his keister, and they're looking at his legs on that far sideline. Have to see is Jamarcus Hardwick coming over to check on his teammate. You heard Jamarcus Hardwick talking with Teagan Witko in the pregame show, and Teagan was sharing the story of his 150th game last week. And I asked him what it would mean to clinch a playoff spot, which of course the Roughriders have done thanks to the out-of-town scoreboard. I said, what does it mean? And he just looked at me. I thought he was going to hurt me. He looked at me and he says, absolutely nothing.
It doesn't look good.
He goes, it doesn't mean if you clinch a playoff spot and then lose, it doesn't mean anything.
No.
So you can know that Yoshi is going to be definitely fired up as Zach Fry.
It does not look good for Zach Fry. He is laboring. He's trying to get off the field, though. He's walking off. And
it's a big hug from Jamarcus Hardwick.
Now he's starting to move a little bit better. Seems like he's starting to trust it a little bit more under his weight. What they're going to do, though, is they're just going to shift Peyton Collins down. Or no, they're not. What they're going to do is they're going to throw Daniel Johnson, who's new to the roster this week, not obviously new to the roster overall, but they're going to throw him in at left guard. So they get Daniel Johnson out of Purdue in at left guard versus throwing Braden Knoll into the fire.
So as we exit the injury timeout, it will be 2nd and 2 for the Riders. Ball at their own 34-yard line. Lots of pre-snap motion as the handoff goes to Ouellette. Room to run to the 40, 45, up across the 45 to the 47-yard line before he's upended after a gain of 13 for a first down, and A.J. Ouellette.
And I'm not sure what essentially the defensive line is doing here. Number 91, Isaac Adeyemi Berlin, for some reason, he's lined up at the left edge, and he just vacates. He runs over to the right side. And it makes it so easy for AJ to just sort of cut where he's vacated. There's nobody there. Not sure why he would do that.
It's 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their 47 after the A.J. Ouellette run. Going to fake a handoff, throw it near side. That's complete. Tommy Neal has it. Makes the first man miss and then escapes up near the 53-yard line for a gain of almost 6, and that's how the third quarter will end. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, Montreal 31, Saskatchewan 17. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The fourth quarter is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, John Hoffman, all in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Riders trail by 14 points entering the fourth quarter. When trailing after 3, the Riders are 1-2. When leading after 3, Montreal is 3-2. The Riders have been moving the ball effectively their last couple of drives. They'll start with a 2nd and 5 from their own 52-yard line to get this fourth quarter underway. As again, they look for another comeback victory, which they've done in the last 6 games, and of course the last couple where they've erased 10-point deficits. This time, the Mountain has been much larger with a 21-point deficit at one point. 2nd down and 5. Right-hand hash of the 52. 5 down linemen. Here comes the 6 for the Alouettes. Harris back to pass. Pumps. Looks. Far side. It's up, and it's just incomplete. He tried to find Dante Myers, but the coverage was tight from Lorenzo Barnes, and it falls incomplete. 3rd and 5.
And the offense is staying out, and I don't know about this. Yeah, okay. That's more like it. The punt team's coming out now. I just felt like going for it on 3rd and 5 there. You got so much left in the fourth quarter that there's time. I thought maybe we had a chance for a pass interference call, just maybe, but I don't think Lorenzo Burns made enough contact on Dante Myers. I think that he just played it well, boxing him out at last minute, or at least trying to. If you're the Alouettes right now, though, you're listening again for that language that you're not used to hearing in punts, because that means that there's something on.
3rd and 5. You can hear the Montreal Alouette bench yelling from here.
Yeah, they're saying stay on side, right? Like stay on side.
It is a 3rd and 5 play. Joe Couch ready to kick this one away, standing at his 37. Hughes with a good snap. Gets the kick away. It's an end-over-ender. Going to chase James Letcher Jr. to the far side. He'll take it at his 12. Looking for room, but just goes straight ahead. Going to go up 10 yards to the 22, and that's where Montreal will have the ball with 14-16 to go in the fourth quarter with a 14-point lead. 46-yard punt, 10 on the return. 1st and 10 for the Alouettes and McLeod Bethel Thompson.
Well, now, if you're the Montreal Alouettes, you got to get back on the horse here. That third quarter, the Riders really did a good job, again, of disrupting their script, right? They did not allow the Alouettes to get into rhythm, especially on 1st down. So let's see if the Alouettes come out with something different.
1st and 10 for the Owls. Stevie Scott III, the lone back in the backfield, is now we've got whistles as the back official is coming in once again. May have been a situation where the Alouettes moved the football. As Tim Croker is also calling, oh no, we've got an injured player in the backfield for the Riders. So just before the snap, is that CJ Rivas?
No, CJ Rivas is out.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This looks like
but getting some attention. Yeah, right at the 36. It was just before the ball was about to be snapped. Injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan, brought to you, again, workplace health and safety, everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. So they say that it's DeMarcus Fields.
Down, yeah. Well, he's looking to the sideline like, hey.
And he's pumping his arms, so. Coming off on the near side is the Riders are going to have to reshuffle things around. That's Jaden Dahlke. So the Riders scratched tonight Marcus Sales, Tavon Campbell, and Malik Straker from their defense prior to the first snap of the game as Fields is coming off. Roland Milligan Jr. checks on him and now going to run to the huddle and get everybody lined up. Kerfella Exume is on the near side talking with defensive coach Josh Bell as Jaden Dahlke also comes in.
Well, now Exume's, yeah.
So we get the call in from the sideline. It is a 1st and 10 after all of that for the Alouettes with the clock counting. It's at their 23. Thompson in the gun, fakes the handoff, back to pass right away, gonna go deep, looking up for Phil Pott, and he's got it! Down to the 40 of Saskatchewan, foot race, 30, 20, finally gonna be tackled up as it's gonna be a horse collar as well, as Antoine Brooks Jr. was able to haul him down, but Good coverage by Exume to start, but then Philpott got away.
Well, Philpott was running down the sideline.
Major foul, horse-colored tackle.
And then what he did, Dave, is he cut in on Exume as Exume was trying to go for the football. And when he cut inside, that's when he positioned himself. But it was a great job pass proing for MBT there. What they did is they pulled the guard and essentially gave him an extra blocker on the right side so that they could step into that right sideline throw.
77,
that is fantastic football from the Montreal Alouettes.
77-yard pass from McLeod Bethel Thompson.
The Raymond Bork special. How you like that there, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't think I knew who Raymond Bork was, did you?
I appreciate that.
Brother. Yeah.
McLeod Bethel Thompson already 2 touchdown passes. That last one was the 100th of his career. And now it's 1st and goal for the Alouettes following the penalty.
Kerfala Exume is having a rough day.
And Shea Patterson of the short yardage team in for the Alouettes in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. Line loads up. Shea Patterson to his right and gets into the end zone. Touchdown. Alouettes restore their 3-score lead thanks to Shea Patterson's 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Alouettes are feeling it right now.
Well, hey, again, you have to give credit. Jason Moss, Anthony Calvillo, pulling the guard and essentially sliding the offensive line to the right. What it does is it nullifies any stunts inside, right? And it forces defensive ends and defensive tackles to backdoor a block versus just playing straight up. And so you get an extra guy on the right side, the right side of the launch point, and then you get the one-on-one that's been working for you. And I'll tell you what, you got some shocked folks here in Riderville.
Folks starting to head to the exit in some instances on the far sideline.
They're just like me and want another hot dog.
Fair enough. As the point after attempt will sail through, it's now 38-17 with 13-14 to go in the 4th quarter. Riders have a huge hole. We'll see if they can climb out of it when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
38-17, the Montreal Alouettes extend their lead thanks to the 1-yard touchdown plunge from Shea Patterson, his 2nd touchdown of the day, but it was all set up by that 77-yard reception by Tyson Philpott that after penalty moved the ball down to the 1-yard line. Those yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. The Riders need to find an answer and find it quick if they want to crawl back into this football game.
You not lying, Dave, that's for sure. Got to do something here.
Well,
here's the problem, though, Dave. I mean, when you're an offense that is predicated on having first down success, more importantly, run success.
Yep.
Going into pass, and make no mistake, Noel Thorpe knows what time we're entering, right?
Yep.
Noel Thorpe is probably saying, hey, look, this is probably one of the last drives that the Riders can still rely on their foundation, right? They're going to have to go into pass mode eventually here.
So here comes the kickoff from Maltos Diaz. It's an end-over-ender, but it's short. Going to be fielded by the Riders. Up back, drops it on the turf. He'll be able to fall on it, though, at the 39-yard line. That was Ollie Saad, the big D lineman who does a nice play of just falling on it. and the Riders will have possession of the ball with 13:11 to go.
You know, as a guy who's had experience catching those things, the first thing you got to do is you just got to secure the football.
Yep.
Right? Do everything you can to secure the football, and then go from there. Then beat one and just get down.
60-yard punt, 5 on the return. Ollie Sod's a tall guy as he just fell on it. 1st and 10 for the Riders at their 39. Harris back to pass. Has time. Looks near side. Ball complete. Dante Myers up to the 50-yard line. And congratulations to Trevor Harris, as that was the 3,000th completion of his CFL career.
That's a really good completion, too. He has a nice pocket, gets to watch his progressions, and he waits for Dante Myers to come back down towards the first down stick. Great throw for his 3,000.
Riders going to go quick on 1st down at their 50. Harris back to pass again. Looks near side. Olet out of the backfield to his 50. Initiates contact. Going to get up near the 53 for a gain of 3, maybe 4 on the play.
Yeah, Olet just sort of takes his forearm and jams it into the face mask of Lorenzo Burns, who I think has played a good game today. I've enjoyed watching this Alouette defense come together today. You know, obviously we support the Riders, right, Dave? But we also like seeing good football, and today we're seeing some of that from Montreal.
2nd and 6. Riders with the football just shy of midfield on their side of center. 4 down linemen for the Alouettes on this 2nd down play. They're going to drop back into coverage. Harris bounces, sees a guy over the middle, and he's got it complete up to the 40. Tommy Neild survives a clothesline from Tyrese Beverett over the middle, but gets a Bazandowski Agency's 1st down.
Yeah, and it's another fantastic throw from Trevor Harris. Just going through his progression and finding Neild about 15 yards over the top in between 2 defenders.
1st down. Here comes the blitz from the Alouettes. Harris sees it, dumps it off to Myers, who steps out of bounds at the Montreal 32-yard line after a gain of about 8.
Yeah, Montreal, one of the things that the Riders do there by getting in and out of the huddle quickly is Montreal's not able to dial up a blitz. They just got to play base defense here.
A.J. Olet moves in under center on 2nd down and 1. A little wildcat as he'll take it to the left, get across the 25 to the 24-yard line. Another Bazandowski Agency's 1st down. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
And the Riders still going no huddle, which I like. Again, you're not allowing the Alouettes to call anything exotic. They're calling things from the sideline. It's putting a lot of pressure on their ability to communicate.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Harris back to pass. Looks, and that's batted down at the line of scrimmage as shaking his finger and coming up after making the play was the big defensive lineman, Mustafa Johnson. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, Mustafa Johnson, again, he's added another element to the Montreal Alouettes they've been missing for a while. He's a presence in the middle. He can get some push in there. He just pushes up and gets his hand on the football. They've missed him. They also got KB and Ento back today. He's looked good. 2nd and 10. Now, again, I ask you, if they don't get this 1st down, Dave, if you get 5, do you go for it? My answer would be yes.
2nd and 10. Ball on the Montreal 25-yard line. 5 receivers for Harris, who's back to pass. Looks to the far side. It's complete. Del Duncan Busby, 1st down and more. Inside the 10 to the Montreal 9.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a miscommunication here between the cornerback and the halfback. You've got Del Duncan Busby all the way at the top, and he's just running a little bit of a comeback route, and Montreal just not sure who needs to be in that space between Robert Kennedy and Ento, who we just talked about.
1st and goal for the Riders from the 8. Handoff goes to Olet. Gets up near the 5. Going to spin away from contact down to about the 4, but it'll be 2nd and goal inside the 5 for the Riders.
Yeah, now you're just in 3-down territory, right? You're no longer worried about where you are. You've got 25 yards essentially to score here, right, Dave? Because you got these extended end zones in the Canadian Football League. So you've got a lot right now. This essentially becomes a 2nd and 4, just like as you would play it regularly because of the size of the end zone.
Ball inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. Harris calls out the cadence. 3 receivers near side. 2nd and goal from the 4. Here comes the pressure offside as Montreal encroaches, and Peyton Collins alertly stands up to point towards the Alouette encroaching rusher, and that's going to be an automatic 1st down for the Riders down to the 1, as now we've got an Alouette player who's going to take a knee as well.
Yeah, Montreal has had some timing issues when they've sent a couple of their blitzes in the 2nd half, and they haven't got there. So right now you're seeing them push themselves a little bit, and Najee Murray, who's a defensive back, he was going to come directly off that left side, and he was trying to time it up, and it was a good job by Peyton Collins, like you said, just being aware that he jumped offside and getting up out of his stance.
Should mention that
Montreal number 12. Top it, hits the goal. It makes it a first down.
Should mention that Zach Fry hasn't returned to the ball game. Instead, it is Daniel Johnson playing left guard. Daniel turned 26 earlier this week and, of course, missed 7 games with that shoulder injury, so he's back in at left guard. Half the distance to the goal. First and goal from the 2 now for the Riders.
And now you can just run the football, right? So.
Well, the Riders are still in shotgun formation, and now A.J. Ouellette moves in under center. Ouellette to his right, pushing the pile ahead, gets to the goal line, but not going to get in. He'll be stopped at the 1, just inches shy from scoring, and it'll be second down and goal from the 1. Tommy Stevens looks like he wants to dash onto the field, but he's not going to get to. Riders going to remain with their offense out. Go hurry up.
Well, that's what I think that the one big victory here for Montreal is just keeping the clock going, right?
Ouellette goes in under center. Harris stands behind him. Play whistled in. Ouellette going to go to the right again. Gets to the goal line, and he gets in. Touchdown, Riders! A.J. Ouellette scores from a yard out to get the Riders a little closer, but a lot of work still to go.
Yeah, you said it. There's a lot of work to go, but this is good. Initially, obviously, just and I think that for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the fact that they had to essentially go into no huddle formation, the big sort of win there was it also didn't allow Montreal to slow it down, rotate their players, rotate their packages, and call anything that I think that they probably would have wanted to in some of those situations.
6th rushing touchdown of the year for A.J. Ouellette. Point after to come from Lothar. A kick that sails through the uprights, and it's 38-24 with 8:48 to go in the 4th quarter. We'll take a break down the scoring drive for you when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, folks. Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 8 plays for the Riders, 6 first downs, and a drive that started at their 39-yard line. 5 carries for 13 yards for A.J. Ouellette along the way, including his 6th touchdown run of the year. 38-24, the Riders trail Montreal with 8:48 to go here in the 3rd quarter, and Brett Lothar about to kick off into the arms of James Letcher, who's joined back by Rambo.
Well, right now, what Montreal and Jason Moss and Anthony Calvillo are trying to do is just figure out, hey, look, we need to continue to press the pace. This isn't one of those deals where we start running out of the clock, but let's also dial up plays that are going to run the clock, right? So I think that's, if you're Montreal, you want to fight to stay in rhythm, right? It was our second key, disrupting the rhythm, not allowing these guys to, but they've done a great job staying in a rhythm and getting into a rhythm. So I think that if you're Montreal, you continue to press right now.
Lothar kickoff, a good one down inside the 10-yard line for James Letcher Jr., who brings it across the 25 to the 30, tripped up there at the 35. He'll slide ahead near the 38-yard line, and that's where Montreal will start with the ball. Let's go downstairs for another sideline report for Ritchie Brothers. Roughriders. Born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. It's Ritchie Brothers where Canada bids. Teagan Witko.
Well, you heard a little bit earlier that we did have Zach Fry banged up on a play, and then he went into that medical tent. Now he is back on the sideline. However, he does have ice taped to his left knee, and he is walking around with crutches. He's currently chatting with the rest of the O-line.
Thanks so much for that, Teagan. 71-yard kickoff, 29 yards on the return. 1st and 10 for Montreal with the crowd the loudest. We've heard them all day. 1st and 10, Riders load up the line. MBT back to pass over the middle. Got Philpott again into Rider territory up at the 54. Rolls ahead near the 50 for a big first down.
Well, right now what you're seeing is the run game having a massive psychological effect. This team is expecting run here, and when MBT drops back, I think it catches them off guard, right? Philpott is having a monster game. He just fits himself into the space between the hash and the numbers to MBT's right, about 10 yards up.
1st and 10 for Montreal after one play. They're already in Rider territory up to the 50. Ball right in the middle of the field. 3 receivers go far side. Handoff to Scott. He'll come around this near side to the 45. 40 going to be near a first down with a massive carry for Montreal.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic job by Scott, just patiently waiting for the best option. He's got a fullback in front of him, then he sees a pulling guard. A.J. Allen does not attack the line of scrimmage when they see the pulling guard, so Scott just continues out wide, right? A.J. Allen's hesitating. Scott takes advantage, and this clock continues to roll.
First down for the Alouettes at the Saskatchewan 39, 7:17 to go. Montreal leading 38-24. 5 receiver package for the Alouettes. Scott, the lone back in the backfield, standing to the left of McLeod Bethel Thompson. Going to shovel it underneath to Sneed, who tries to get around the corner. Won't, as the Riders do a nice job of stringing it out, and Sneed might have actually lost a yard on the play.
Well, this is just a great job by A.J. Allen. This time he doesn't hesitate at all. A.J. Allen, He attacks the line of scrimmage. He's got a pulling guard in front of him, and he just submarines the pulling guard. And what that does is it takes Sneed completely off his running line. The guard's mad that he got cut down, but this is a great play from A.J. Allen. Or is it DeMarcus Fields who made the play? No, I'm pretty sure it was A.J.
No, it was Fields. You were right. It was Fields that came out, but Allen extended it.
Yeah.
So 2nd down and 10. The Alouettes are some kind of upset on their sideline.
They're not happy.
See what the Rider offense can do. 2nd down, they're going to call it a loss of 2. 2nd and 12 for the Alouettes. And now we've got Tim Croker stopping the play, and is he talking with the review center again?
He might be.
Or is this going to be a timeout, Montreal? Tim Croker has not made an indication yet. We'll wait to see as here comes the official from the bench.
Think it was a chop block. I'm not sure that you can. This is a pulling guard against a linebacker.
So we'll wait for the announcement. Here it comes, and now we've got a flag that comes out late.
That's disastrous.
Wow. And it is going to go against the Roughriders.
Man.
The CFL Replay Center. Don't hate Mazank Fuels. They just sponsor the feature. Mazank Fuels proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery. And all your oil needs, trust local, trust Mazank.
Saskatchewan number 33. This penalty will be assessed 10 yards from the previous spot, and it's first down.
So it's going to be a first down, and this might be a point of conversation. No, indeed it is a first down, as it would have been 2nd and 12. So the replay center has been very active in this football game. First down for the Alouettes now at the Saskatchewan 29. McLeod Bethel Thompson, 353 yards passing. And he's just going to let the clock drain, as it's going to be under 6 minutes when he finally snaps the ball with Stevie Scott standing to his left. Scott gets the handoff, gets through the line, going to get to the 25 near the 24 for a gain of 5.
Yeah, and now you're seeing frustration on behalf of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You've got 2 defensive linemen on the right swimming the blocks, and it might look good initially, but realistically what it does is both defensive linemen on the right side remove themselves from the gaps they're supposed to be in. And Stevie Scott Jr. just goes into the gaps that have been vacated. So you've got some unsound defense there that puts the Alouettes into a 2nd and 6.
So the Riders are going to call a timeout with 5:42 to go. Coaches timeouts for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refuel, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So the ball is spotted at the 25-yard line. It's going to be a 2nd and 6 for the Alouettes offense. Again, McLeod Bethel Thompson, 17 of 23 for 353 yards and 2 touchdowns. Stevie Scott III, 15 carries for 109 yards. And the Alouettes on average run the ball for 84.7 yards per game, so well above their season high on that, 25 yards indeed above that average. And they're not complaining in a moment. 2nd and 6, big play for the Riders defense, 5:42 to go. Riders have 4 down linemen.
They got Mack over top of Benny Sapp Jr.
Here comes the rush. MBT over the middle's got his man. It's Sneed down to the goal line. Austin Mack, and he'll get it down to the 5-yard line before he's tripped up at the 4.
Well, I told you had Mack versus Benny Stats, against DeMarcus Field in the slot. You got Philpott against Mack. Benny Steele. Wow, this is just a quick little post route over the top. More of a slant, if anything, probably about 8 yards, and then slanting in, and MBT well protected again. They're just carving up the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 1st and goal on the 6.
Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. That's where the Alouettes find themselves at. Ball in the left-hand hash. Riders need a stop. Lots of pre-snap movement by the Alouettes. MBT takes the ball, going to throw it, and it's caught in the backfield, but wrapped up immediately as the receiver Sneed. It looked like it was Caleb Sanders that got there, and it's going to be a loss.
This is fantastic recognition by Caleb Sanders. He's playing on the tackle spot to the left, and he sees this screen developing the whole way. And he stays with number 86, who ends up getting the screen and brings him down. 85. Tyler Sneed. 2nd and goal.
Ball on the 9-yard line after a 3-yard loss. 4:19 and counting to go in the 4th quarter. And Jake Mayer's warming up on the Rider bench. McLeod Bethel Thompson in the gun. 4 receivers far side. Backfield empties. MBT throws it underneath.
What a
complete. Sneed. Goal line. Ball out.
Call.
Riders don't get it.
What a play call. This is a
touchdown Montreal.
So you've got motion in. You've got a motion from the wide side down into Sneed, number 85. And the way this screen develops is it's almost impossible to see coming. That was a fantastic call. So you got a wide receiver motion all the way from the sideline into 3 pulling offensive linemen. Sneed actually does the Alouettes a favor by fumbling, Dave, because then the offensive lineman jumps on the football. Touchdown. 4:01 left to go. People heading to the exit.
Point after attempt to come as the replay center reviews the play. Jesse Gibbon, who's a 7-year pro out of Waterloo, was the offensive lineman, that jumped on that football as it was crossing the end zone. I think they're still going to give credit to the play to Tyler Sneed on the 9-yard touchdown reception, but the point after attempt is about to come off the foot of Maltos Diaz. It goes up and he splits it, and that extends the lead to 45-24. The Montreal Alouettes lead with 3:43 to go in the 4th quarter. Take another break and come back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA for Regina Lakeview, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. I want to give a shout out to the boys in green and white and send my condolences to Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe. We spanked Winnipeg's team, not once, but twice already. The Labor Day Classic, the Banjo Bowl, and our boys are going to do it again October 17th on your home turf. 10-2, best in the West. Try to keep up. Contact me 306-522-1333.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with you. 3:43 to go in the fourth quarter. The Riders about to get the football back after the Montreal Alouettes continue to march the ball and do it effectively and efficiently on a touchdown drive that started after the Riders had scored. And the Alouettes able to march it all the way down the field. 72 yards, 8 plays, started at their own 38, 3 first downs, and a 9-yard reception from Sneed after an impressive drive by the Montreal Alouettes to basically put this one away, 45-24.
We talked about this in the pregame, man. The Alouettes saw Hamilton win last night. They found out Toronto beat Edmonton right before this game started, and they knew they needed to win, and they came out, and they've played a fantastic game. More so on the offense, obviously, but again, our 3 keys were predicated more directly to the offense, right? We had to dominate first down, which meant limit them, but also we needed to succeed. We didn't do that offensively, and they came out behind Stevie Scott III and absolutely dominated. And we weren't able to disrupt the script at all at any point today. The Alouettes were allowed to stay in rhythm.
Altos Diaz kicks it off to Mario Alford. He'll come up the near sideline near the 35-yard line, and here comes the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense with 3:38 to go, trailing 45-24, and Jake Mayer is coming into the ballgame for the Roughriders.
Yeah, and by the way, another team that's particularly interested in this game is the Calgary Stampeders.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right? They're sitting there, and they're like, oh, this is great. We're 1 game behind the green and white after this loss.
So Mayer into the game, as is Mario Anderson Jr. in the backfield. 5 receiver set for the Riders. Backfield empties for Mayer, who's back to pass. Looks far side. That's up, and it's complete to the 35, 40, 50. Midfield still on his feet. The receiver finally is Del Duncan Busby, forced out of bounds at the Montreal 47-yard line.
Well, you don't want to say it's lipstick on a pig, right? Because this is a well-executed play to the sideline. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. I've really enjoyed watching Jake Mayer play when he's gotten the opportunity. I think he's been good.
27-yard gain, first down for the Riders for Bazandowski Agencies. 5 receiver set for Mayer, who's back to pass. Looking to the near side, loads it up, guns it, fires it complete. Dante Myers, 20, 15, 10, 5. Dante Myers, touchdown, Riders! Jake Mayer's second touchdown pass of the season into the arms of Dante Myers for his 7th touchdown reception. Is there life?
Myers is just coming across the field at about 20 yards. Montreal falling asleep. Half of those guys are on the plane. They need to wake back up because there's a lot of time left in the CFL. But the problem is as fast as that touchdown was scored, now the Riders got to come out and stop the Alouettes. And so far today, that has not happened.
Well, one step at a time. 47-yard touchdown reception from Dante Myers. As the point after attempt coming from Brett Lother. Good snap, and the kick sails through, and Brett Lother is perfect on the night. As it's now 45-13 Montreal with 2:50 to go. We'll take a break with a 3-minute warning imminent. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
2:50 to go. The 3-minute warning issued to the benches, of course, brought to you by our friends at Brett Young. Of course, in the final minutes or the middle of the growing season, performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. That's Brett Young Seeds, and brettyoung.ca is again the text line for B&A Petroleum is humming at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. The Riders effective and efficient on that last touchdown drive for Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years as Montreal is anticipating an onside kick from Brett Lawther, and judging by the way he's standing, I would say that that's a pretty safe bet. As he's got the ball on the tee at the 30, looking right at us on the near side, and that's where the Riders look like they're going to line up for something onside with 2:50 to go.
Well, he re-angled himself, though, when he stepped back.
So here it comes. He's going to squib it on the ground. It's going to take a bounce, go by everybody, and jump out of bounds. That'll be an illegal kick as Lawther claps the hands together, and Montreal, I'm sure, will decline the penalty, take the football with 2:50 to go.
Well, they're up 2 scores. They're going to take the football. Fantastic field position.
Legal kickoff out of bounds. Saskatchewan. Montreal take the ball. We're way out of bounds. First down.
So that drive, 2 plays, 74 yards, engineered by Jake Mayer, ending with a Dante Myers 47-yard touchdown reception. Again, the Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea touchdown drive recap. So the Alouettes get the ball on the Saskatchewan 47. McLeod Bethel Thompson had himself a night, stands in the gun.
He sure did, man. He sure did.
Stevie Scott III stands in the backfield beside him. He'll get the carry, go to the left, gets a stutter step right at the line, and then is going to meet DeMarcus Fields and Kosi Onyeka, who probably have the biggest hit of the ball game, albeit a little late, up to the 41-yard line of Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and again, he's just continuing to run hard, making solid cuts. I think the Montreal Alouettes have found themselves a running back. I'm not saying that Tice wasn't going to come out here and do good, but I don't think he was going to have a game that Stevie Scott did.
Malik Carney shake it up on the play.
Scoop is down. He's got to fight his way back up here.
Well, that defensive line already without Shane Ray, who did not return in the second half. You got Zach Fry on crutches on the sideline.
Yeah, this. You know what? You a Avengers guy, Endgame guy?
Sure.
You know when Thanos finds out the Ma's been killed, and he goes, "This day has extracted a heavy toll." I just thought of that when you said. You got Fry on crutches. You got Malik walking off slowly now. This day has extracted a heavy toll.
Well, and the positive outlook on this game from the Riders' health perspective was that both Kian Schaefer-Baker and Samuel Emelis seem to be very, very close to returning to lineup, as does Thomas Bertrand Houdon.
Well, so hold on a second, though. Even if if that is the case, right? Like, what do you do?
Well, you've got decisions, right?
Yeah, it's a good decision to have if you're the general manager of this team, right? But it's a tough one for the fan base, I think.
2nd and 3 for the Alouettes on the Rider 40-yard line. Clock is ticking down with 2:32 to go. Snap goes to Thompson, hands off to Scott. He's going to be met in the hole, but he's still going to have enough to gain 4 yards and a first down.
And another sneaky good run here, because I think that you have a right defensive end that thinks Scott is going to make a cut into him. As a matter of fact, we're looking for the football at this point too, which is another problem. And because we're looking for the football, we're standing up too high. Haba Baldonado just got pushed back about 9 yards. You don't want to see that on film.
1st and 10, 2:18 to go in the fourth quarter for the Montreal Alouette offense. Just looking to drain this clock away. They lead 45-31. MBT hands it off to Scott once again. He loses his footing and then jumps ahead across the 35 near the 34-yard line for a gain of 2, maybe 3.
I don't think he lost his footing here. I think he's diving to get as many yards as he can. Again, he's been very just sort of shifty. He's been decisive once he's made his decision on where to cut, and I think that he knew that he was only going to get about a yard, so he lunged, ended up getting 3. But again, I mean, look how long the Alouettes are taking. They're just pleased as punch to just sort of walk up to the line of scrimmage once this whistle blows. Time starts.
2 minutes and counting. 2nd and 7 for the Owls on the Rider 33. Break the huddle. Montreal very clearly inside the range of Maltos Diaz. See if they can convert on 2nd and long. Riders show blitz. They're going to bring it. Handoff goes to Scott once again looking for a hole. Not going to find one as he runs into A.J. Allen after a gain of maybe 2. It'll be 3rd down as Maltos Diaz comes jogging out onto the field to attempt his 6th field goal of the day.
Well, I think that right now is a perfect time for a blocked field goal for a touchdown.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dave? What do you think, John? Think we got a blocked field goal for a touchdown in us?
Well, we've got a shaken up player by the looks of it on the field, or the Riders, pardon me, are going to call a timeout. So the timeout is brought to you by Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So it looks like it's going to be about a 39-yard attempt. Maltos Diaz has been good from 31, 47, and 52. Missed from 54 and 46.
Yeah, let's go blocked field goal for a touchdown here. You got to come up the middle with pressure. The problem is it's not a long field goal, Dave, so the trajectory of the ball isn't going to be as low as you would like.
Maltos Diaz is good. 26 of 28 attempts inside 40 this year. This will be from 39. Clean snap. The kick is up, and Maltos Diaz puts it through the uprights.
How rude. What
to
the
make
heck,
it
48-31. Dave. He's supposed to either get that blocked for a touchdown or miss it so we have a chance. Look, Jake Mayer's going to come out here and he's going to score in 3 seconds.
All I'm going to say is there will be a kickoff on this, but isn't it fascinating with the downpour that occurred prior to kickoff, when you thought this was going to be a low-scoring, tight defensive battle with two teams that would look to exert themselves along the ground, that the teams combined for 79 points.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't bet on the over or under, huh?
No. McLeod Bethel Thompson has only missed on 6 pass attempts. He's 21 of 27 for 369 yards in this game.
Jeez.
That's 2 touchdowns.
I'm telling you, man, guys have their pride. McLeod Bethel Thompson probably had this one circled as a get-back game because, man, we just dominated them in Montreal, and they've come out here and they've dominated us in Saskatchewan. Look at the French broadcast crew. Look at these guys. And they're French. They're just feeling so good about themselves. Look at them having a grand old time over there.
I just don't want them looking at me, Luke, as the kickoff is up in the air, and it's going to be taken by Mario Alford back at his 12-yard line. He's going to start up the near side, looks for a seam up to the 30, 35, has some room to the 40, fences out of bounds at the 47-yard line with 92 seconds to go in the ball game. And here comes Jake Mayer in the offense once again.
Look at him.
68-yard kick, 35 on the return. You know the Montreal Alouettes tonight have only punted the football once.
Yeah, and I remember it was a rocket. Like, they even did that well.
In the third quarter, yeah, absolutely.
Look at these French broadcasters. They're just in their nice suits.
So 1st and 10 for Jake Mayer, who's again back at the helm of the Rider offense. 5-receiver look.
I think he's looked good every time he's played this year.
Zipped a couple of balls in on that last drive for a touchdown. Now he's back to pass, feels the pressure, scrambles far side underneath. That's complete across midfield up to the 50-yard line. A first down catch for Joe.
You know what I didn't see today? And I'm not complaining, by the way. I'm not complaining. But we didn't see the I want to be a pirate on the real Saskatchewan. That didn't.
Yeah, it did. You missed the fourth quarter stretch? Were you getting popcorn?
No, I was with you the whole time.
Oh, we're getting hot dogs. First down for the Riders at the 50 of Montreal. Fired by Mayer, complete again. That's to Joe down to the 38-yard line for another first down.
You know, there's going to be some unhinged Rider Nation fans here that are going to be calling for Jake Mayer to start next game based on what we're seeing right now.
I'm not sure about that. We'll wait and see.
Hey, he's looked good, man. He's out here throwing it.
1st and 10 for the Riders, now at the 38 of Montreal with 1:07 to go. Mayer back to pass. Looks going to run out of time, and he'll just throw it at the feet of Mario Anderson Jr., who didn't escape as
Guess who?
the rush was able to get home from the guy that you talked about, Mustafa Johnson. You, before the game, were all over about him being into this lineup.
I'm telling you, man, he's one of the more underrated defensive tackles in this league. And when he came back, it's just added a dimension to this defensive line that I think that they've been missing. I think that's why they sat Sean Oakman. Sean Lemon wasn't doing much. But granted, that's not Sean Lemon's fault. He's my age. We're up in the booth, and Sean Lemon's out there playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that he's sitting down. And Montreal, they looked good today on all phases.
1st and 10 for the Riders on the Montreal 38. Alouette's going to load up the line, and they'll rush 5. Mayer has time. Now he runs out of it. Looking, trying to find somebody. He's going to have to dump it off far side to Keshan Johnson. What a move to the 30. He's going to be upended there, but still able to fall forward for a first down to the 27.
You know, the Montreal Alouettes are up 3 possessions. Saskatchewan hasn't stopped playing. That's a positive.
Well, in the words of Trevor Harris, he calls this yards after beatdown.
YAB, YAB.
Yep. 51 seconds to go in the football game. 1st and 10 for the Riders on the Montreal 27. Mayer to pass again. Going to swing it underneath. That's complete to Mario Anderson Jr. He's got it. Takes a shot as he gets across the 20 near the 19 for a gain of 8.
And the linebacker and defensive back who are involved in that are a lot more shaken up than Mario Anderson is. That's number 43 is getting up gingerly.
Yeah, it's Tyrell
Scott
Richards.
Hutter.
Oh, is it Hutter? Pardon me.
Scott Hutter, he had some good reps in Edmonton while he was there as their starting safety. Yeah, just catches his, I think he's probably just strains his neck while making, I think at this point the only thing that is frustrating about all of this is that it's delaying us from leaving.
Well, a lot of folks are going to head across the parking lot. There's a big Keith Urban concert tonight.
Are you doing that?
No, I'm not. No.
I'll tell you, Luther's grandmother, she was saying that, did I tell you this? I was telling the Sports Cage boys this. I didn't know who Keith Urban was.
I heard you didn't know that, yeah.
And I got scolded for it. You know, and
well, what would you like to know about Keith Urban? He's married to Nicole Kidman. They've got a couple of kids. They're Australian. He's a heck of a guitar player.
Yeah, I don't get
So we can go ahead and.
He's Australian.
What do you mean?
I'm from the land of the long white.
Oh, I guess so, right? There's a little rivalry there.
Yeah. We don't deal with those Aussies that much.
Fair enough. If that's what you want to go with.
Nicole Kidman.
Coming up, it is
more
going to.
plastic in her than that screen, that Maxtron screen up there.
Well, I think you just got taken off Keith Urban's Christmas card list. Congratulations, Luc Mullinder.
He's Australian. He couldn't afford a Christmas present anyways.
2nd down and 2 for the Riders as the injured Hutter is going to make his way off the field as Jake Mayer remains at the helm of the Rider offense. 5-receiver set. Going to hand it off to Mario Anderson Jr. Makes a man miss to the 10. Puts the shoulders down to the 5. And he's wrapped up there with 30 seconds to go. Riders going to hurry up to the line inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. This ball's actually going to be spotted at the 6. 1st and goal for the Riders, 30 seconds to go. Mayer in the gun. Anderson stands to his left. 3 receivers to the near side. Mayer, pass, end zone, incomplete. Tried to find Keshan Johnson, who wants a penalty flag called as he was held on to out of his break. None forthcoming. 2nd down.
Montreal's had quite enough of Jake Mayer, by the way. The last 3 reps, they've blitzed.
Yeah.
And this one was a 0 blitz. And I wouldn't be surprised to see another one.
So 2nd and goal from the 6. 24 seconds to go. The clock will not start until the ball is snapped. Again, tough night on the injury front. Tough night all round for the guys in green. We're going to go down to the locker room coming up in the 5th quarter postgame show. Get you inside that dressing room. That is coming up. Plus, we'll get to your calls with the radio roundtable, all following the conclusion of this one. 1st at 2nd and goal. Mayer back to pass. Looks far side. It's up, and all kinds of contact on Keshan Johnson as Mayer threw into double coverage. No penalty flags. Ball incomplete. 3rd and goal from the 6 with 20 seconds to go. Riders going to try one more time, leave the offense out onto the field, and why not?
Yeah, what do you got to lose?
Play whistled in. Mayer calls the play and going to break the huddle.
If I'm Montreal, I end up blitzing this. Yeah, they're going to load it up.
Well, here comes everybody from Montreal. Mayer in the gun. Calls out his cadence. 3 receivers to the far side of the field. Mayer looks near side. Guns it. Complete to the goal line. But they're not going to say that Dante Myers got in.
No.
The ball came out.
Yeah, he couldn't even maintain the possession. It's going to go down as a turnover.
So the ruling is, well, they're going to talk about it right now, are the officials, and they're going to say that it was a completed catch, but Myers didn't break the plane of the goal line as he tried to catch it behind him on the back hip. So the ball came loose at the end of it. Is it a fumble? So I don't think we're going to get a challenge or anything as the Riders' offense comes off dejectedly.
I think at this point, everybody just wants to go into the locker room, Dave.
Well, McLeod Bethel-Thompson, what a return to the lineup.
Oh, my goodness. McLeod Bethel-Thompson came in here and looked like Joe Burrow. As this team continues to wait for Davis Alexander to return.
Yeah.
That's exactly the type of performance. And more importantly, too, I thought the Alouettes, Moss and Calvillo, called a great attack.
Well, and Montreal's got a huge game coming up on Friday night as they'll take on the Toronto Argonauts. And if any indication from Davis Alexander, he was out pregame and he was firing the ball 50 yards downfield, playing catch with the receivers.
Yeah, but it's hamstring that we're worried about there for him, not his arm. So, and the thing is, I mean, we talked about this. Montreal had a lot of reasons to be up for this game, right? And I think seeing that Argo win against the Edmonton Elk right before this game kicked off probably gave them that extra juice. They came out here and they absolutely dominated. We talk about these 3 keys, Dave. Those first 2 keys, they won handily.
Well, McLeod Bethel-Thompson takes the knee and the game is over. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 31, Montreal 48, Saskatchewan 31. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The Alouettes improved to 6-7. The Riders fall to 10-3. Of course, Saskatchewan will be headed out on a bye week following this game before returning with a trip to Edmonton at the end of the month. We will have to wait for that to happen for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So the bye week, you never want to go in after a beating, but maybe you have an opportunity to get healthy as there's a number of guys that are question marks.
Well, you got an opportunity to get healthy, and then realistically, what you also have is you get to get your mind right, because as soon as you're back for good. You know what I mean? Unless you get that first round bye that comes with the West Finals. But again, I think that this team, you just need to get in here and you need to figure out, hey, you know, what do we do that we can learn from here? But again, once they declared that Campbell and Sales were both out, they were in a tough spot.
Well, absolutely. But again, the standard is what Corey Mace is going to preach, and I'm sure he's not going to look for an excuse, as we will speak to him exclusively in the post-game coverage, as we are just about to go downstairs to Teagan Witko with a special guest. We'll get to that in just a couple of moments' time. But we can tell you coming up, we are going to revisit those 3 keys in the 5th quarter post-game show. We'll, of course, have your replay of the game and replays of the game, the game stars and more from the Roughriders locker room following this 48-31 setback to the Montreal Alouettes tonight as we go down to field level with Teagan Witko.
Teagan Witko down here with a Joe. Obviously not the result you were looking for tonight, losing 48-31. But how do you find that you're integrating back into this team, only being here for your 3rd game?
I got a lot of work to do. I still got a lot of work to do. This was not you see the result. We lost. Our goal is to go 1-0 each week, but we just got to learn from it and get better. As of integrating back into the offense, you know, it's surreal to be back. I love the guys, but we got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work to do. This was, I have no words, honestly.
Heading into the bye week, injuries definitely impacted this team tonight. How important is that bye going to be?
A bye week is going to be really important. You know, we got to stay locked in and stay one step ahead of the opponent. And we just got to keep working. We just got to keep on working. I have no words. That's not what we wanted, but we'll be better, Rider Nation.
11 targets, 8 receptions for 95 yards. A Joe, really appreciate you doing this.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Teagan Witko downstairs with a Joe at field level. Of course, he was targeted 11 times, 8 receptions, 95 yards, and held off the touchdown board tonight for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll take a break. 5th quarter post-game show is next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Your Co-operators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered. One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Roughriders lose 48-31 at home on Legends Night at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders fall to 10-3, but still stay atop the West Division at the current moment, ahead of those Calgary Stampeders. Let's hear how this one happened. It's time for the post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
It's kickoff time as Brett Lothar marks off his approach, puts the arm in the air, and here we go. We're underway at Mosaic Stadium. Jose Maltos Diaz, 37-40 on the year.
No, wait a second, that's 45.
Kick is up. And it is just through, not by much, but it'll sail through from 52. Trust me. Ball was on the 45, 7 yards back is 52, and it's good to make it 3-0 Montreal with 12:25 to go. Yeah. We'll take our first break and come back with more math. Good snap by Jorgen Hughes. Good kick by Brett Lother, who slides it through the uprights today, and we're tied at 3. Lone back in the backfield as Montreal now loads it on up. Fake a handoff. MBT's got a man going deep, and it's caught down to the 20, 15, 10, 5. It's Phil Pott, and he's in the end zone. So the Riders now line up with A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll stand to the right of Trevor Harris on first down. Alouettes put 6 in the box. Fake the handoff, first down. Harris over the middle, intercepted. Flags come out, though, at the end of the play, but Wesley Sutton was able to haul it in. Maltos Diaz comes in with a 54-yard attempt.
Oh, my God.
1 of 1 from 52. Maltos Diaz hits the upright.
Hey, maybe it was good luck.
There you go. Lots of leg, but it goes off the uprights, and the Riders' interception will do no harm. With Stevens under center, pre-snap movement goes to the left. Stevens gets across the 45. Ball comes out. Montreal has it. Stevens was popped at the end of the run when he had the first down. Short yardage in. Under center, pushing forward is Shea Patterson, and it's a touchdown. Shea Patterson will score his first touchdown as a member of the Montreal Alouettes in his second go-around, and you can see the elation on his face as the Alouettes make good in the red zone. Good snap. The ball is down. The kick is a driving kick, and it's wide to the left. Going to take a bounce and skip by Mario Alford in the end zone for the Rouge. Harris, as only 4 will rush for Montreal. He'll throw it far side. It's complete. Down to the 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Keshan Johnson, 4th touchdown reception and the 200th touchdown toss of Trevor Harris's career, and the Riders find the end zone. It's going to be a 47-yard attempt for Jose Maltos Diaz, has missed 2 of 3 to start the football game. Clean snap. Maltos Diaz this time is going to be able to split the uprights and extend the lead 21-10 with 2:23 to go before halftime, and the Rider offense coming back out on the field after the carry by Stevie Scott III. Thompson back to pass, gonna look, he's got a man wide open. It's Rambo to the 25. Again, left-hand hash for this, no measurable wind. Rain still trickling down at Mosaic on a soggy Saturday. Clean snap and a good hold, and Maltos Diaz splits the uprights, and it's 31-10 Montreal with 7:42 to go in the third quarter. Riders in the gun. That's Trevor Harris. He's back to pass this time. Gonna load it up. Looks far side. Has got a man. Has got a completion up to the 20-yard line. Hauling in is Tommy Neal. Yeah. Big catch of 27 yards on a third down play. First and goal from the 1. Pre-snap movement goes to the left. Stevens follows. He gets there, and he gets in. Touchdown, Tommy Stevens from a yard out. Lots of pre-snap motion as the handoff goes to Ouellette. Room to run to the 40, 45, up across the 45 to the 47-yard line before he's upended after a gain of 13. Go deep, looking up for Phil Pott, and he's got it! Down to the 40 of Saskatchewan, foot race, 30, 20, finally going to be tackled up as it's going to be a horse collar as well. Line loads up, Shea Patterson to his right and gets into the end zone, touchdown. Alouettes restore their 3-score lead thanks to Shea Patterson's second touchdown of the afternoon. And the Alouettes are feeling it right now. Ouellette goes in under center. Harris stands behind him. Play whistled in. Ouellette going to go to the right again. Gets to the goal line and he gets in. Touchdown Riders! A.J. Ouellette scores from a yard out to get the Riders a little closer, but a lot of work still to go. McLeod, Bethel, Thompson in the gun. 4 receivers far side. Backfield empties. MBT throws it underneath.
What a
complete. Steed. Goal line. Ball out. Riders don't get it.
What a play call. This is a
touchdown Montreal. 5 receivers set for Mayer, who's back to pass. Looking to the near side. Loads it up. Guns it. Fires it complete. Dante Myers. 20, 15, 10, 5. Dante Myers. Touchdown Riders. Jake Mayer's second touchdown pass of the season into the arms of Dante Myers for his 7th touchdown reception. Is there life? This will be from 39. Clean snap. The kick is up, and Maltos Diaz puts it through the uprights.
How rude.
Pardon me, Montreal 48, Saskatchewan 31.
And we go down now live outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. Head coach Corey Mace after a 48-31 loss. Coach, leading into the game, you made some changes in the secondary. Marcus Sales, Tavon Campbell were ruled out. In come Benny Sapp III and Kerfala Exume. Can you take us through those changes in the secondary?
Yeah, those were two guys that were dealing with some stuff from the previous game. And they were attacking the rehab all week to see if they can give themselves a chance to go out there and get it done. Ultimately, they weren't able to do that. However, Kerf and Benny, they've been repping all week at those spots. So, we have confidence in those guys to get the job done.
Benny Sapp III looked pretty good in his first career CFL start. On the other side, it seemed like the Alouettes attacked Exume, especially with Tyson Philpott on the night. 9 receptions, a career high in a single game, 238 yards and 2 touchdowns. What did you see there from that standpoint?
Yeah, it's Tyson though. Whether X is out there or not, he's a really good receiver. But early we gave up some huge explosions, just mental busts, and that falls on my lap as a coach. Can't put too much emphasis on those guys. We got to make sure that we're coaching them up to execute it better. But Tyce had a hell of a night. Matt got the ball there to him. It's never just one person though. We got to cover with 12. We got to get after the quarterback if he's throwing it, and we got to make sure that we cover down in the back end.
Coach, it seemed like there was a lack of rhythm in this football game. Did you feel that?
Yeah, man. I thought early, again, we fell behind. Defensively, we didn't do a good job. I thought holding their offense and slowing their rhythm down offensively. We marched the ball a little bit, then we turned the ball over. So things were kind of piling up against us. And I thought in the second half, offensively, man, we got into a bit more of a rhythm. We were putting some points on the board. I mean, I don't care what you say. We put up that amount of points as an offense. We got to be able to hold an opposing team to less points than that. So, yeah, man, I agree. I didn't think that there was good rhythm for us as a team. But ultimately, I was proud of how hard the guys try to scrap and fight to stay in that and try to get over the hump.
Trevor Harris couldn't hide his frustration yesterday when he spoke to me about the slow starts and how it was definitely in his mind that the team was starting slow. If it was as easy as saying we need to start fast, you do it. But any reason behind why this team is coming out of the locker room maybe a little slow on offense, or maybe all 3 phases?
Yeah, I think certainly from, it's a team thing, man. I just don't want to pin that on the offense. I know Trevor's going to hoist all that on his shoulders being the guy that he is, representing the offense. But as a team, I think we've been starting slow. What I will say is, silver lining, if you're down 10, I mean, previous 2 weeks we were down 10 in the game. We found ways to make it win. Tonight, there's no panic in those situations. It's just like, shit, we wish we can get it going. We got to go deeper dives on of the whys, and usually it's something different each week. See what it is this week, but yeah, if nothing else, it was just another reminder, be a humble reminder. We got to be on our stuff constantly, man, or it ain't going to work in our favor.
Head coach Corey Mace joins us outside the Roughriders locker room. Coach, there were a number of injuries tonight. I'll run down them one by one, starting with Shane Ray. What's his outlook?
Yeah, I don't think anything terribly serious. I would expect him back after the bye week.
And then CJ Rivas went out in the third quarter?
Yeah, same thing. He came out in street clothes, just talking to him. He seems in decent spirits. He was battling through something anyway. So I'll end up getting a little bit more on how serious that it was. But I just judging by talking to CJ, it doesn't sound like anything that'd be crazy.
And Zach Fry appeared to have some ice on his left knee. What's the situation there?
Yeah, that one I don't know. So that's the one I got to jump off of here and go get some information once I'm done talking to everybody. But that's the only one I didn't know for sure. So.
And then is Malik Carney okay?
Oh, yeah, he's fine. I think he just got winded.
Coach, the last one for me, bad time for a bye week or a good time?
Truthfully, yeah, I think it's a good time. We got some guys that are beat up a little bit. Other than that, it allow us to go and refocus. And then, another task for us is just being able to handle some of those things we got to fix as it pertains to fast starts and playing good off the bye week. I think the last one, we didn't find a way to get it done. So just a time for guys to reset, refocus till we go to this last stretch here.
Coach, did you get an explanation as to why Antoine Brooks Jr. was called for an illegal block on that play? It looked like just a great defensive play on his part.
No, they don't. I'm going to get too many explanations. No.
Coach, I'll get you out on this. How do you go into the bye week in terms of the messaging to the team after this loss?
What I love about these guys, man, is they're pissed off, just like I am and anybody else, because we know all the implications of other things that happened in other games that ultimately led to us achieving something. But we don't care about that, man. We wanted to go out and do things our way, and we didn't do that. But living in reality, like we always talk about, we still believe we're a good team. We know we're a good team, but it's just about us being able to understand that we gotta be on it constantly. Nothing matters in this league, man, other than showing up and proving it every freaking week. And when you don't, and these guys don't, we just developed the culture that it's gut wrenching, brother. So. Love the passion from these guys. Excited to see how they're going to respond to it.
Do you take any positive away from the fact that the Riders have clinched a playoff berth?
I mean, if you sit back and look at it, sure, but it's just the way that we want to do things around here. We didn't do that. So,
all right, thanks for the time, Coach. We appreciate it. Enjoy the bye week.
Appreciate you guys.
That's head coach Corey Mace outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room, and I believe we're going to stay right there is what I'm being told to go to our offensive game star. It is A.J. Ouellette in this one, 16 carries for 90 yards and a touchdown. He was running pretty well there, even had some snaps as a Wildcat quarterback in this one. Our game star selection brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. AJ, can you take us through these Wildcat snaps that you had? How long have those been in the playbook?
We kind of put it in last year in the playoffs, right? We had one against BC. Finally got the opportunity to call it this year. Trying to keep them from subbing to the bigger packages.
And in terms of, AJ, this game overall, Trevor Harris talked about it leading into this one, that the offense in particular wanted to try to avoid slow starts. How can you guys get rid of those?
We just got to kind of start off with the energy that we need. I think maybe getting a little bit more team plays there during warm-up, just getting everybody accustomed to the physicality and the hits and all that. Once we get rolling, we're good.
AJ, tell me a little bit about this football game. When you look at the offense that came out, you wanted to start rolling right away in this rain. Did that affect you in any way whatsoever?
Rain? No, not as a running back, right? I know quarterbacks, receivers, they feel it a little bit more. I just felt like we could have established the run a little bit better at the beginning. The first run went for like 1 yard or whatever. So I got to do better for the offense, just so keeping the defense guessing on what we're going to do at the beginning.
Talk to Coach Mace about rhythm, and Trevor Harris always talks about making sure the offense is in rhythm. Coach said maybe you're out of step a little bit tonight. How do you regain that rhythm, or how does the rhythm go away?
Just kind of come together as brothers. We got a bye week right here. So spend time, love up on each other, and get in the meeting room when we come back and get to work.
AJ, can you find any positive on this day just from the fact that the team has clinched a playoff spot?
Positive, we got to look at the health side of things. I think we came away pretty healthy. I got to check in on Fry, see how he's doing. Hope he's doing well. Positive is we get to play football in the future.
It's true. 10-3, still leading the West Division are the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Trevor Harris told us that one of the team goals this year, AJ, was to sweep the Labor Day Classic in the rematch. What is left in terms of checking off those boxes as we go down the stretch run?
Just building confidence as a team, right? You want to go into playoffs playing your best football. We don't want to peak too early. So we want to just continue improving, go 1 week at a time, and make sure we're the best team going into playoffs.
You had an interesting bye week the last time we talked to you. You met Elvis Stoico, and I think got up to some other stuff you were telling us. What do you have planned for this one?
Chilling for the first couple days. I'm going to hang out here, watch a little bit of film, recover, and then I think we're going to go on a little cabin trip with a couple of the guys 3 hours northeast of here, still in Saskatchewan, not Manitoba. So just going to enjoy, some of the land. Hopefully there's a lake around there. I'm not too sure about the area yet. Fishing, hunting, maybe.
Sounds like a pretty good time in Saskatchewan. AJ, enjoy the bye week, get rested up, and we'll talk to you when the Riders are back on the field. Thanks for giving us some of your time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll stay right here. We have our defensive game stars. We roll through head coach Corey Mace, AJ Ouellette, to now our defensive game star. It is Micah Johnson for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Oh, excuse me. We're going to go to a break here, I'm being told. Give me 1 second because...
Before we go to the break, how about we bring in Luc Mullinder for his 3-key recap, brought to you by McNougal Auctioneers, the official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Luc, break it down.
Yeah, well, the first thing that we talked about was the Riders needed to dominate defensively and offensively on first down. And I think that one of the reasons why the Alouettes were able to stay in rhythm, which, by the way, was the second key, is not allowing them to get into a rhythm and continuing to disrupt them in terms of getting on schedule, was the fact that they came up with a great game plan. They ran the ball really hard. They were not in 2nd and 7 plus. Like you saw them in Hamilton and you saw them in other games. And because they were in these manageable second downs, they managed to get protection for the quarterback, but more importantly, then they were also allowed to take their shots. And near the second half, you saw a lot of the play action passes then start to roll out. So I think that, the first key is always the most important. And dominating the first down, unfortunately, we just weren't able to keep them in 2nd and long. And unfortunately for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, very early on in the first half, they weren't able to really generate a lot of things in the first on first down either. And obviously you didn't want to sleep on special teams as the third key. We didn't see any drag on special teams in terms of the cover units. Still haven't seen a big return since Mario Alford's been back. But again, at least it didn't hinder the squad.
There you go. The recap brought to you by McNougal Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I understand Roland Milligan Jr. is set to go down at field level. Roland, take us through this tough one for the defense here tonight, giving up 48 points to Montreal.
We just gave up too many explosions. We just got to make our plays when our players come to us, whether it's in the box on the run game, downfield, deep passes. Too many balls going up top early, and it's hard to dig yourself out of that hole after you give up that many points.
Roland, you are the defensive game star for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. I know you're a proud leader of that secondary. How much did the lineup adjustments affect the secondary coming into this game?
The standard is the standard. It don't matter who's playing defense. You got to know what you're doing. And like I said, you got to make your plays. They're going to see other guys come in the game. They're going to try them. They're going to see guys who've been in the game for 13, 14 weeks, however many it is, and they're going to try you. You got to be a football player and make your plays, and we didn't do that.
McLeod Bethel Thompson had a heck of a night, throwing for over 350 yards. Were you surprised by anything that he or the Montreal Alouette offense threw at you?
No, not really. He's a good quarterback, and if he see guys one-on-one downfield, he gives guys a chance to go get the ball. And they capitalized, and we couldn't make the plays to stop him.
Roland, Tyson Philpott had a career single-game career-high 238 yards, if I can actually spit the words out. But what was it that Tyson Philpott was doing to be able to get those chunk yardage plays against the secondary?
Just some miscommunications on defense. and guys just not being in the right spots when we were supposed to be. And kudos to him, man. He caught the ball.
Roland Milligan Jr., our defensive game star on the night, had 5 tackles in this one. It seemed like, though, Roland, there was some fight from this team, especially in the second half. There's no give up. What did Corey Mace say to the group at halftime?
We put ourselves in the hole, and we just got to keep fighting. Game ain't over yet. So fight until it's over, and that's what we did.
Can you take a positive away from this day, Roland, in the fact that the team has clinched a postseason spot?
No losses, just lessons. Go back, watch the film, see where we can be better at, because we're still not perfect, and you're always striving for perfection, even if you can't reach it. So just back to the drawing board again.
That's Roland Milligan, our defensive game star. Roland, enjoy the bye week, and thanks for coming on with us.
No problem. Thank you.
That's Roland Milligan as we roll through Corey Mace, AJ Ouellette, and Roland Milligan, the standout defensive back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the 5th quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates breaking down a 48-31 setback. The Montreal Alouettes score a big victory here in Regina tonight over your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've heard from our game stars, of course, offensively, AJ Ouellette. Defensively, it was Roland Milligan Jr. The unsung hero tonight, we also heard, speaking with Teagan Witko following the game. Of course, if you missed it, don't worry. You can find it under the podcast tab at sportscage.com or check out our YouTube stream. But unsung hero of the game for SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace. Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West, your SEIUWest.ca, and click on join. The unsung hero tonight was a Joe. Had himself a heck of a night. 70 receptions for 90-plus yards. So big night tonight for a Joe, your unsung hero of the game for SEIU West. Still lots to get to, including a breakdown. Wes Cates, Justin Dunk. They'll talk about what happened during this ball game as well. We'll get to the happy honker and more. It's all coming up in the fifth quarter postgame show here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
I'm here with Mike, a Ford employee, to hook me up with a deal on a new Super Duty.
Oh, with Ford employee pricing on now, you don't really need me. You pay what we pay.
So I just get your price?
Yep. Tell them Mike sent you. Or Maria, or Namig.
Ford employee pricing is here, where you pay what Mike pays.
Or Genevieve, or Elise, or Kevy.
Right now, get up to $12,835 in employee price adjustments on eligible 2025 Super Duty models. For details, visit your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportsgauge.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lose 48-31 to the Montreal Alouettes. It's the first non-Calgary Stampeders setback for the Riders this season as the green and white dropped to 10-3, but still managed to clinch a playoff spot on the day thanks to the Toronto Argonauts. If I can actually speak tonight, that would be great. Beating the Edmonton Elks on a last-second field goal, getting the Riders into the playoffs. The Riders still lead the West Division at 10-3. Calgary Stampeders were on a bye week this week. They're 8-4. Lots of intrigue going down the stretch. Let's get to the stats, if I can spit them out correctly. On the night, Saskatchewan, from a quarterback perspective, Trevor Harris, 23 of 32 for 252 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Jake Mayer, 6 of 10 in yab time, as Trevor Harris would say, yards after beatdown, 118 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception near the end of the football game. A.J. Ouellette, 16 carries for 90 yards and a touchdown. Joe was the leading receiver, 8 receptions for 95 yards in this one. Dante Myers had 7 catches for 89 yards and a touchdown, while Keshan Johnson had 4 receptions for 61 yards and a score. Tommy Neild also had 4 catches for 59 yards in this one. Defensively, Roland Milligan Jr. led the way with 5 tackles. Benny Sapp III, Jameer Thurman, Kosi Onyeka, and A.J. Allen all had 4. But the story was the Montreal offense. especially McLeod Bethel Thompson and Tyson Philpott. MBT, the law firm, 20 of 26 for 379 yards and 3 touchdowns with no interceptions. Stevie Scott III became the Alouettes' first 100-yard rusher this season after the departure of Walter Fletcher. Scott III had 19 carries for 125 yards in this one, and then it was Philpott, the Canadian, having an absolutely massive night. Check these numbers out. 9 catches for 238 yards and 2 touchdowns, averaging 26.4 yards per catch. A number of those receptions coming against fellow Canadian cornerback Kerfala Exume. Really, it looked like Wes Cates a lot of time in one-on-one coverage. Defensively for the Owls, Tyrese Beverette, 10 defensive tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble in this one. Former Saskatchewan Roughriders linebacker Darnell Sankey, 7 tackles, also had a special teams tackle in this one as well. There were only 1 sack registered by the Alouettes on the night. But Wes, quickly, when you look at this one in terms of what Tyson Philpott was able to do,
yeah,
what do you think?
No, it was wild. It was interesting to see. Obviously, Montreal had a game plan. They definitely realized if they moved around a certain way or had the receivers do a certain motion, they might be able to get some single coverage. I think they were able to maybe get Saskatchewan out of some zone into some man, just with some movement at times. If not, they just knew that maybe they were going to play man to certain looks. But, yeah, definitely ended up with Tyson out there on Exume in one-on-one coverage a lot of times with pretty much that whole side of the field to work with himself. So it was just crazy. The first score was like a sluggo, like a slant or inside move to back corner fade, and then they hit him with the post the next time and threw it over the middle, but everybody else was running short routes. So they definitely had a game plan to single up Tyson Philpott on, I guess, they couldn't have known that it was going to be Exume out there. Maybe they made some adjustments.
Seemed like they had an idea.
Yeah, but sales was a game time, right? So that maybe they were hoping. And then they said, yeah, we got what we were looking for, so we're going to go ahead with that game plan and try to see if Tyson can have a day. And Tyson was up for the challenge and really, basically schooled Exume. I think definitely, obviously, it's a team sport, and there's some things that they probably could have adjusted or maybe helped him out a bit. But it was good, basically just good scheming by Montreal coaches.
Tyson Philpott, a single-game career high. 238 yards in this one. I'm being told to go to break, so let's do it. More post-game coverage on the 5th quarter on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming live and in color on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
Winter will be coming in hot, well, cold, and if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Don't look now, Rider fans. Maybe close your ears. That was the Shea Patterson revenge game, if you will. Patterson comes in with the Alouettes, scores his first 2 touchdowns in a Montreal Alouettes uniform. Of course, I'm joking. McLeod Bethel-Thompson, it was a bounce-back game for him. That is a fact. 20 of 26, 379 yards and 3 touchdowns. No interceptions in this one. For whatever reason, he seemed to be able to find a rhythm, absolutely changing the narrative about him. You know, in a key contract year, he was a backup in Montreal. There was all this talk, Wes Cates, about the quarterback switch in the offseason. Cody Fajardo going to Edmonton, McLeod Bethel-Thompson going from Edmonton to Montreal. How was McLeod Bethel-Thompson able to put this game together?
I'm telling you, we talked about it in the first matchup when the Riders went out to Montreal. McLeod Bethel-Thompson, I said is a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of QB. He's had some big games in this league, so if you go into a game against him thinking he's a slouch, you're probably going to get fried up. And I'm not saying that's what the Riders did, but obviously McLeod Bethel-Thompson, the law firm, thought they said something funny because he came out roaring, ready to go. And he was throwing it around, and he knew Tyson Philpott was his main target. Threw it to him 9 times, and he got 9 catches out of the kid in the biggest day of his career, right? So there was a clear game plan. McLeod Bethel-Thompson was ready. Tyson was ready. And then, I mean, honestly, there was some crazy turnovers that kind of started the ball rolling and gave them some short fields and gave them the opportunity to kind of get into a rhythm. But they took full advantage, so I mean, really hats off to them. If you look at the numbers, honestly, both offenses were really hard to stop today. It was just that the Riders didn't hold on to it, turned it over, and McLeod took advantage of every one of those. And if he didn't, they still were in field goal range. And other than the doink we saw right before half, put most of those through, right? So just one of those games where, the ball didn't bounce your way, and they gave Montreal opportunities to take advantage of. McLeod Bethel-Thompson took advantage of all of them, and the Riders really didn't get those chances with a couple of fumbles of Montreal, but Montreal ended up recovering.
I mean, it's easy when you're throwing to wide open receivers.
Yeah.
Like, it was clear that Tyson Philpott was the key for the Alouettes tonight. Whether they knew it or not, when Kerfala Exume was named the starter, his first career CFL start, by the way, we've seen him in spot duty come in when there's been injuries in the secondary. To be honest, look pretty good. But this is a completely different situation when you get forced in as a starter, and Jason Moss has at least a little bit of time from the time that he got the official depth chart. Man, I cannot speak tonight. Like, I need a bye week, okay? But when he got that official depth chart, to the time the game started, because right off the bat, MBT, play action, deep ball to Tyson Philpott, wide open.
Man.
Let's get it straight, though. It wasn't even a double move. It was an inside release by Philpott down the field for a 59-yard touchdown after it was tied 3-3, and then it was off to the races from there. The guy averaged 26.4 yards per catch, and the majority of those catches came on the outside. Like McLeod Bethel-Thompson out here throwing essentially like a go ball down the right sideline to the wide field receiver. Like showing he's still got some arm strength. It was a little short. Philpott made him look good, but that, to me, was where the Alouettes clearly wanted to attack.
He was getting the separation, and I do think it was a little bit to do with a slippery field, the DBs being a little tentative about wanting to break on the ball or when to kind of react to the receivers' stem moves and that sort of stuff. But Tyson came out and he was routing them up, as we say. The receiver was running some great routes and he was getting separation and really making it easy to just drop it in the bucket for McLeod Bethel-Thompson. So there was something there. They saw an opportunity to expose and get into some one-on-one situations, and they did a great job of taking advantage of it. I mean, you talk about the chances of a receiver getting close to 10 targets and catching everything, and then their longest was 77. I don't even know if that was the touchdown. I think that was the one up the sideline, but still ridiculously efficient. And you got to clean that up on the back end for the Riders.
You know, to think that there was some question coming into the game about who the Alouettes should start at quarterback. Jason Moss might know a thing or two because he put Grecian man McLeod Bethel-Thompson, whatever you want to call him, the law firm, back in there because James Morgan had his moments, looked pretty good. There were some people who thought when he was on the practice roster he could be a dude. I think that's still to be determined. And there were others that thought, okay, Shea Patterson helped the Riders get some wins in that tough stretch last year. He could perhaps factor into the equation. You had Cam Dukes on the roster as well, who started a bunch of games for the Argos last year, but they go back to McLeod Bethel-Thompson, and it pays off. Coming up on the other side, Dave Thomas's favorite segment. You know it. You love it. You got to stick with us for it. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's your jack-of-all-trades tractor. The Fendt 700 Vario is hard-working and versatile for maximum productivity. Go from farm to field with extreme comfort and durability to handle any job you face. From mowing to baling to hauling to loading, this series can do it all. Invest in your farm with a Fendt 700 Vario Series tractor. See the Fendt 700 Vario Series tractor at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out, or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow, it's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back one final time upstairs at Mosaic Stadium. The Saskatchewan Roughriders fall to the Montreal Alouettes 48-31 tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. It is time for the Happy Honker Award, brought to you by McBids. Of course, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. The fans on the field have just cleared out, so why don't we go ahead and let's have some fun, Saskatchewan. If you agree, get ready to honk your horn on the counter of 3 when it comes to the Happy Honker Award. And tonight, you heard Luc Mullinder express his disbelief to me that he doesn't have any Keith Urban on his playlist. If you think that Luc Mullinder should be adding Keith Urban to his playlist, get ready to honk on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Keith is playing across the parking lot. You're going to time things over to you, Saskatchewan. The Happy Honker, of course, brought to you by our friends at McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk, they're going to take it over with your calls, Saskatchewan. What do you think? 48-31 the final score tonight at Mosaic Stadium. Coming up, it's the Radio Roundtable here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your days are numbered. From the moment the seed is planted, your days until harvest are numbered.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
One decision builds on the next to produce greater returns for your farming operation. So when it comes to harvest, you rely on the only machine built to deliver the numbers you deserve. The Kloss Lexion Combine gives you the quality, efficiency, reliability, and precision that makes every minute count. Because when the countdown ends, you need greater return. Lexion, let the numbers drive the decision. Kloss, made for more.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nicksservice.com.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup. Plus premium agronomic traits like Straight Cut Plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You heard the man. Give us a shout. Let us know what you thought. Saskatchewan Roughriders fall for their third time this season to the Montreal Alouettes. 48-31 was the final at Mosaic Stadium. Now, this is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable for Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. So what do you think about the Rider loss? They're 10-3 now, heading into the bye. What do you think went wrong? What do you think they did well? We'd love to hear from you. You can always text us as well on that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. This is the point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. One of the texts here is from Ted and Esther Hazy. Defense lost the game. Mace should have made a change at half and got Exume out. Onyeka at corner and Dalkey at safety. Jason Moss coached circles around Mace all night long. At least give us a chance. Harris seemed off. Couldn't complete anything past 10 yards. Again, that is from Ted in Esther Hazy.
That's a valid point. I think at some point you either got to get Exume out or give him a little bit of help. I realize Onyeka is young too. Like, he just made his first career CFL start a week ago in the Labor Day rematch. But there had to be something changed there, although that was made difficult when C.J. Rivas left the game in the third quarter because then Antoine Brooks Jr. had to go in as strong side linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see where possibly you say let's make a change in the secondary. But talking about Trevor Harris not being able to complete anything, he had 250, and he was 23 and 32. So, I mean, he still had a pretty efficient game. He had the interception, but it was really a good play by the defender, kind of playing through the throw and the receiver to kind of intercept the ball, and it was a tough pick anyway in that situation. So I don't think Trevor was really off today or by any means or struggling to complete the ball. It was really just both offenses were really high octane, playing at a high level, and the turnovers kind of shortened the field for Montreal and gave Montreal a couple easy scores.
And guys, I called it. I said this right before we came back on the radio. Someone was going to text in about Brett Lawther, but it's actually positive. It's good.
Right,
it's
cool.
Good this time. 306-936-6262. Paul texted in saying, here's a positive. Brett Lawther was perfect. Joe Couch hit some good punts as well. So I think, yes, that is something that we should be looking at the positives from. We also want your phone calls, not just your texts. So give us a shout. We have Mark on the line, so let's say good day to our friend Mark from Sydney, Australia.
Good day, Mark. Luke was talking trash,
G'day,
man.
Wes.
Did you hear him? I'm starting. I'm getting
Called out.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
G'day.
Go ahead.
G'day, Wes. G'day, Teagan. G'day, Justin. How are you?
Good.
Doing well, Mark. Thanks for asking.
Good. Justin, Teagan, you got to start following me on Twitter. I've started following you two, so get on there and look for me, Mark Eccleston. It's all there.
With all due respect, I got my fill of Aussie rules football whenever you call in. I don't know how much more I can handle, Mark.
Well, we're in the finals at the moment, and unfortunately my team, Sydney Swans, didn't make it to the finals. But it's getting really good. I mean, they had my third team, the Gold Coast Suns, went up against the Brisbane Lions last night, and unfortunately Brisbane won, and there was like 54,000 people at the ground. So that's a pretty good crowd for Brisbane because you had a lot of people from the Gold Coast up there. So we're getting into the final season, so it's real exciting at the moment. And I would say, with regard to Luke not liking Keith Urban, I'd say Luke really needs to get into Keith Urban's music because he's really good. Because I went to a concert of his in the early 2000s here in Sydney, and he got me up on stage singing his song Only You with him, and people really liked it. And Keith's not only a talented guitarist, he's a nice guy, he's really classy, and he really cares about his fans. So any chance any Canadians get to go see Keith Urban, I'd say do it.
What kind of hookups do you have, Mark? How you just going to drop that story like that's nothing? You know, I was up on stage with Keith. I was rocking it, you know.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Well, I do country music, and I'm working on my first EP at the moment. I've got a good friend in Saskatchewan, Chris. What's his last name? Chris. He's a Saskatchewan country singer. But I work with a lot of country music friends I have, like Swing Kennedy and friends all over the country. We've been working on songs for my EP, so keep an eye out. Should be coming out in the next year or so.
Love that. Hey, Mark, we do have people kind of hanging on here to talk football, though. So do you mind chiming in, giving us what you thought about tonight's game?
I was going to tell him, good job distracting us from the loss.
Well,
good job, Mark. You talking about some other stuff, but go ahead. Comments on the game.
I think with today's game, despite the loss, we played well. I just think the coaches need to really develop new plays to counter all the great plays that Anthony Goveia and the Montreal team called, because they just wiped the park with us, especially with their O-line moving right, and our guys not doing the same, and they got their running back through for a touchdown. And when we get our stars back into weeks after the bye week, I think we can really get another win on the board. So overall, I'd say we're in good form, and we're in the playoffs, so things are good for us.
All right.
Fair enough. Well, really appreciate the input. As always, Mark from Australia, thank you so much for the call.
No problem. Thanks.
Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262 if you would like to talk about this Rider loss at Mosaic Stadium this afternoon. Toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. We're going to take a quick break and be back on the other side with more of your opinions. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportsgates.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates talking to you, Rider Nation, about dropping this one to the Montreal Alouettes 48-31. If you want to give us a call, feel free. Echo Sound hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. And you got to keep it quick, okay? So let's throw this over to Hunter. Hey, Hunter, what did you think about the game?
Oh, what did I think of the game? That was absolutely horrendous.
How so?
I can't believe how bad our defense was that game compared to any other game that we played this year. It's like I watched a whole different team. This was I couldn't believe how bad we were. But, give credit to the Alouettes, I guess. They played a hell of a game, putting up that many points on us. But they definitely exploited our secondary because we had our two main guys out of the game. And Exme just got beat 4 times and led to 3 of them getting touchdowns. I couldn't believe it. We need to beef up our depth in our secondary. And if we don't, we're probably, not going very far in the Grey Cup.
I mean, they did drop over 500 yards on us, and there was definitely some things to clean up from this one. I think the depth is there as far as the roster, but yeah, I mean, you're making valid points. They definitely didn't show it today, so yeah, they're gonna have to look in the mirror, make some corrections, and obviously the coaches are gonna have to make some adjustments because it did seem like they got outcoached at times, if not really for most of the game.
Heading into the bye week, losing their 3rd game of the season. What did you think, Rider Nation? And thank you again to Hunter for giving us a call here on the Echo Sound hotline. Do we have time for one more? Okay, let's go to Tony from Regina. Tony, what did you think about the Riders' 48-31 loss to Montreal?
Well, it was honestly a little difficult to watch, but I'd rather now than in November, the first week or second week of the playoffs, what have you. Good to see Lauder's got the stroke back there. Everything seemed to look good there. And Moss, he seems to have a thing with quarterbacks. Kudos to him. He, unfortunately, Patterson runs in for a couple, which he couldn't do for us last year. I don't know how many times he failed, but tonight he did well. And like I said, better this week than in 4 or 5 weeks down the road.
I think he's right. Wes probably agrees with me. As much as a player you don't want to have it, there are burn-the-tape games. You move on. Better to have it now, not in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and the Riders put up almost 500 yards offense too. So it was those turnovers, man. Those turnovers gave Montreal the short field for the scores and really stymied a couple Rider drives that probably would have ended in scores, and that was the difference. But yeah, you can't have it regardless, and they got outplayed today.
Yeah, there is a lot of game tape to watch, of course, with this bye week and then heading into...
Or burn. Just burn it.
What, just burn it?
Yeah, just burn it.
Sometimes you do. Every now and then you do just say screw the film. But, I mean, there's probably some good stuff to watch. There's a few people that need to watch it. But
there was still some fight
Hold their
there.
eyes open whether they want to watch it or not.
There was some fight at the end of that game, right? It's just, now can we do that in the first quarter? Is the thing. Okay. Yeah. Well, we do have to take a quick break here. We're going to be back with more of your opinions, Rider Nation. That Echo Sound hotline, once again, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here again. And let me tell you something. My yard was so ugly, I had to throw pork chops on the lawn just to get the dog out there. Kind of ironic that it was Barkman Concrete landscaping products that fixed my problem. I got mine at Wood Country, natural. Paving stones, retaining wall blocks, patio blocks, pretty up your yard. Come take a gander at Barkman Concrete products from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Winter will be coming in hot. Well, cold. And if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Streaming live at sportscage.com as well as our YouTube. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. What do you think about this 48-31 loss for the Saskatchewan Roughriders to the Montreal Alouettes? Give us a shout. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free 1-866-767-0620. I'm Teagan Witko alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Let's hit that phone line. Leanne from Regina. Leanne, what did you think about the game?
I didn't hear what anybody else was saying. How come we hear the commercials on here and when people are phoning in, it's just dead air, I can't hear anything? Is that normal?
I'm not too sure, but we got you on the radio. We have you on our stream, so do you want to let us know what you thought?
Sure. I just thought the team was really tired. I mean, you look at the two back-to-back games against Winnipeg, that was probably the two most intense games we'll probably have all year, and especially beating them at home last week, I think. That took a lot out of them, and the injuries in the secondary really didn't help. Like, what are you going to do? They're just like shuffling chess pieces, and and Macbeth happened to come back for this game, of course. We could have had the rookie for one more game, but he played really well. So, you got to give the other guys credit, too. Montreal played really well, and I think it's just a case of the Riders being tired and the break will do them well. And we're still 10-3, so I'm not jumping off any bridges, and I don't know why anybody should.
Leanne, the voice of reason for Rider Nation.
Right. No, those are good points, though, because definitely I'm sure they are a little tired. And then the scrambling of kind of having two guys be down in the secondary is definitely nothing you want to go into as a D coordinator. So for sure, I would say that probably had a bigger impact. Well, it clearly had a bigger impact on the game than the Rider coaches would like.
I'm sure they'll definitely have some time to reflect over the bye week. But Leanne, thank you very much for the call and really appreciate it. Again, do you agree with Leanne? What do you think? Give us a shout. Echo Sound Hotline is 306-936-6262. Let me try that one more time. 306-936-6262. Up next, we have Dawson from Saskatoon. Or maybe we don't have Dawson from Saskatoon. Hi, Dawson.
Hello, how are you?
Lovely, thank you for asking. What did you think about the game tonight, Dawson?
Well, I thought it was a good effort. I thought everybody played well. I just want to ask one question. Where was the evidence that Tavon Campbell had concussion protocol put against him in the last game, and why was he out? And second, my point exactly, I said at the beginning of the season, Tavon Campbell is going to be our difference maker on defense. He was with us 9 years ago, and he was outstanding. Furthermore, NFL experience only makes players better. We need to get him back ASAP. So, yeah, that's my only question. Where was the evidence of concussion protocol?
The Riders listed him as being out with a head injury, let's say. So I don't know what other evidence you're looking for. Can you be more specific?
Just wondering when that came in, because the injury report came out a couple days ago. I didn't see any evidence of him in the Labor Day Classic going out with concussion protocol, so I'm just wondering if it happened in practice.
It was the Labor Day Classic rematch. I believe Dave Thomas said it was prior to his second interception in that game.
Oh, okay. So helmet came off, something like that.
I don't know about helmet coming off. I'm just telling you what Dave Thomas has reported.
Well, I was curious about that because I didn't see anything. But yeah, no, I said at the beginning of the season, Tavon Campbell, outstanding player. We are very, very blessed to have him and can't wait till he comes back.
It will definitely help the Riders. Still leads the CFL in interceptions with 6.
Awesome. Dawson from Saskatoon, thank you very much for calling in. Sure appreciate it. We do have to take a quick break. We're going to be back on the other side. Feel free to give us a shout on the Echo Sound hotline at 306-936-6262. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter will be coming in hot. Well, cold. And if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes, sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates talking about this 48-31 loss for your Saskatchewan Roughriders as the Montreal Alouettes were in town. So what do you think about the game, Rider Nation? Give us a shout. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Not going to lie, we're a little short on time here, so we're going to keep this one quick and make sure that you get to the point really fast for us, okay? We got lots of people waiting. Dwayne from Carrot River. Well, hey, Dwayne, what did you think of the game?
Well, I guess jokingly I'd say maybe we should calm down and maybe not put those order in for Grey Cup tickets quite as quickly as we might have thought yesterday.
They're 10-3, Dwayne.
I know, but dark on their hides, there wasn't one of the three aspects of the game that were very good out there. And I won't quote myself on this. I'd invited Dr. Seuss over to watch the game with me in the rumpus room there. At the end of the game, he got up, stomped his foot, and said, "Stink, stank, stunk," and went home.
That was a dad joke right there, right?
That was. It was a good old-fashioned groaner. Oh, yeah, no. Well, you're not completely wrong, Dwayne.
We've got a really good team. I'm not saying but you can't come out this late in the season and play like that against a team that's hardly won a game all year. For two reasons. One, the rest of the teams say, holy cow, anybody can beat the Riders, and that's a philosophical bad thing we don't want to have. But we just didn't seem to be able to get it together, and it was. I wouldn't say that we played a bad game, we just weren't competitive.
I don't know if Montreal's hardly won a game all year. They started the season hot and lost 5 straight coming in. You're right about recently, but this team showed at the start of the year, especially when Davis Alexander is at quarterback, that they can be one of the best in the Canadian Football League.
We just hummed along there, and we're never really out of it for a while. And but we just, there was just too many opportunities for the opposition to score, and they scored, and we didn't. That's disappointing. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season.
Well, thank you so much for the call. Dwayne from Carrot River. Now let's head over and chat with Robin from Surrey, BC. Hey, Robin. What'd you think about the game tonight?
Not too bad. Yourself? Hang on a second.
Robin, we're here to talk football. What'd you think of the game?
Actually, I'm wondering, where was their defensive line when they're sacking them left, right, and center on most of the games? And tonight, McLeod, Bethel Thompson never even got touched.
Valid point. He was getting rid of the football pretty quickly, and the play-action game was effective. But you're right. I mean, Montreal even ran for 100 yards, too. So I think that front seven probably would admit they could have played better.
I mean, like, if you're a D-line's firing and putting pressure on the quarterback, you don't have to worry too much about the secondary's coverage as much because the pressure's there, and really putting the pressure on the quarterback. But if you're not pressuring the quarterback and he's got time to throw, he's going to take you apart and pick the weakest player on the defensive backs, which happened to be Exuma. So that's what I'm looking at is we're with our D-line tonight because, they're usually getting 3 or 4 sacks per game, unlike they got no sacks.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what players say about the footing on the field because typically when it's wet out, I know that's field turf, but when it's wet out, it usually is advantage offense because they know where they're going, defense is reacting. So I feel like that kind of had a big influence on the game because both of these offenses put up, like I said, the Riders almost hit 500 yards of offense, and Montreal was over 500, like around close to 550. Rushing for 150 against that Riders D and McLeod Bethel Thompson throwing for 380. Like, wow.
Yeah, that was a much higher scoring game than I think anybody anticipated. But of course, your Saskatchewan Roughriders do fall 48-31 this week. Thank you again, Robin from Surrey, BC, for giving us a shout. This is the Echo Sound hotline that you can give us a shout at, 306-936-6262. We are running out of time here, though, so get those calls in quick and get into the queue, okay? This is all brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. We do need to take a quick break, and we will be back on the other side, Rider Nation. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders dropped their third game of the season, 48-31 to the Montreal Alouettes at home. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. But now it's time for the keg-size moment of the game, brought to you by The Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Harris, as only 4 will rush for Montreal. He'll throw it far side. It's complete. Down to the 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Keshan Johnson, 4th touchdown reception and the 200th touchdown toss of Trevor Harris's career. And the Riders find the end zone.
See, there were some flashes of good in the game, right? It wasn't all bad. The sky is not falling. I also don't know of many CFL teams who only lose 2 games in a season, so...
Our go-to guy, Keshan Johnson, looking good at 3, but then Joe jumped on the scene and got 8 catches. So we've got options, but Keshan's definitely showing still. Even in a loss with a few catches, he made a big impact on the game. So, yeah.
That is your keg-size moment of the game. Keshan Johnson with a TD. Okay, another quick break, and we'll be back on the other side. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, MLA for Regina Lakeview, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. I want to give a shout out to the boys in green and white and send my condolences to Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe. We spanked Winnipeg's team, not once, but twice already. The Labor Day Classic, the Banjo Bowl, and our boys are going to do it again October 17th on your home turf. 10-2, best in the West. Try to keep up. Contact me 306-522-1333.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you as your Riders drop their third game of the season to the Montreal Alouettes. 48-31 was the final. And we're taking your calls, getting your opinion on this one. So let's go right to Craig from Regina on the Echo Sound hotline. Craig, what did you think of the game?
I think it was good. Well, we lost. I'm not happy that we lost, but what I'm thinking of is our record. I can remember when we've been this good. I'm talking a 10-3 start. I don't know what you think about that, but I kind of think I can't remember when the last time was we had that record.
I really don't know if we ever have. I feel like in 08 we were 8-2 because we started off 6-0. I think we lost a couple, then won a couple, but I don't know if we went 2-1 the next three. Anyway, this might actually be the best 13-game start for the Riders, right? So we'll see how they finish up. But obviously it's a good time to take a break, and being in first place, the important things are still sitting right there for the Riders. So still control your own destiny, still can have the first place bye, and you just got to regroup and finish strong.
Another question I have is it has to do with the standings. They claim we've clinched a playoff berth. So I've tried to figure out because Winnipeg and BC could still overtake us.
It's because of the crossover. So the Riders, at minimum, are at least a crossover team.
Oh, that's what that means. I thought it meant that we clinched the playoff spot in the West.
Nope, just a playoff spot.
Oh, just to have playoff spots so we could cross. Oh, that's what that means. Okay. Because I was just wondering, because if we don't win any more games, which I hope we do, but if we don't, and if, say, Winnipeg won their last 5, then they would overtake us by 1, you would think.
Yeah, that's the math.
Yeah, the math is mathing. I will say thanks to Dave Thomas and Rob Vanstone, in modern-day 18-game CFL schedule era, so since 1986, the Riders have only clinched a playoff spot at this point in the season twice before, 2010, 2019. So it's a rare occurrence for them to be clinching at this point in the season. It's pretty early, right? So, again, sky's not falling.
2010, I was there.
So you remember. You remember, Wes.
Yeah, we're in a good spot. I feel like a couple teams in the West were doing pretty bad, though. But anyway.
Well, we don't need to talk about that. Why would you bring that up?
There was only 8 teams then, too.
Well, Craig from Regina, appreciate you calling in about the standings and whatnot. So, always a pleasure. Again, Echo Sound Hotline. We do this after every Rider game, home and away. But, boys, we got to wrap this up pretty quickly here. A reminder to make sure that you pick the score with 620 CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game, SaskTel. Stay connected. Of course, we are heading into a bye week, gentlemen, so we won't be doing this next week. What are you going to do with your all your free time there, Justin?
Just enjoy it.
Yeah, just enjoy it. How about you, Wes?
Yeah, I don't know. Shoot, winter's coming. I think I might need to seal the driveway one time. I don't know. Maybe make an appointment to get my winter tires put on in a month.
That sounds so boring.
You know what's sad is I got a text about it. You know what I mean? Like
a reminder.
Schedule your appointment. I'm like, really?
A true sign of colder weather, right?
Yeah,
don't pay attention to the leaves. That's when you get the text as a reminder to get your winters on.
Right.
Jeez. Okay. Well, we will not be back next week, but we will the following week to take you through countdown to kickoff, Rider Nation pregame, all of that good stuff. For our boy Curtis behind the desk, for Colson, Allen, Mosh, Producer Dave, Wes, and Justin, good night from the Sports Cage studio on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup. Plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given